Chapter 218. The Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters had all seen the eye of heaven and earth manifested by the will of heaven and earth during the process of breaking the seal of heaven and earth several times. Moreover, they were all experienced and knowledgeable people. Naturally, they knew that the will of heaven and earth had no emotions and only acted according to instinct. Therefore, the Lingyun Hall Master and the others had no choice but to believe that the will of heaven and earth was about to descend in the future. Yi Tianzong was even more unlikely to speak nonsense. This would not benefit him or the Hao Ranjun sect at all. Looking at the Lingyun Hall Master and the others, who all had ugly expressions, Yi Tianzong said, "The reason why I'm telling you this in advance is because you're on the same side as the Hao Ranjun sect. I hope that you'll be mentally prepared and take precautions. As for the other superpowers and holy lands in the Central Plains, let's not talk about them. Let's wait for 100 years for a definite conclusion about the beyond heaven before we inform the Central Plains. Now, the most important thing for us is to rapidly expand and increase our strength to the greatest extent. We need to seize the time to establish cooperation with the boundless ocean and strengthen the strength of our camp. No matter what we face, our own strength is the most important thing. That's all I have to say. You can discuss the rest." After he finished speaking, Yi Tianzong left the Haoran Hall with Ling Shenyu and Shenyu. The Lingyun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Sacred Masters did not pay attention to Yi Tianzong's departure. Instead, they discussed with Yi Haoran and the other higher-ups of the Hao Ranjun sect some preparations for the next 20 years and cooperation with the sea race. 1 month later, the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands gathered the leaders of the human race and the demon race in the Central Plains at the headquarters of the Demon Killing Alliance. Yi Haoran first explained the situation of the western region, the northern borderline, and the southern wasteland. Then, he proposed to support the 3 regions and prevent the demon race from becoming too powerful. With the support of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands, as well as the fact that the leaders of the major forces were not fools, they naturally knew that once the demon clan grew stronger, the situation would be dangerous in the future. Therefore, after some discussion, they all agreed. First, in the name of the Demon Slaying Alliance, they contacted the great factions in the western region, the northern border, and the southern wasteland. Then, they made specific arrangements and provided support. Time continued to flow, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, the situation of the entire profound spirit world had changed quite a bit. First of all, because of the support of the Central Plains Demon Slaying Alliance, the great factions in the northern borderline and the southern wasteland finally stopped being defeated in their battles with the demon clan. Instead, they even won a few battles, and were in a relatively balanced stalemate with the demon clan. At the same time, in the process of supporting the northern borderline and the southern wasteland, the northern borderline's Jiyu Dao Mountain also joined the camp formed by the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands. The Jiyu Dao Mountain was created by the ancient Path God King during the mythological era. During the mythological era, the ancient Path God King was familiar with the Lingyun God King and the Kunlun God King, and their relationship was not bad. After confirming that the Jiyu Dao Mountain style of doing things was more suitable for their camp, the Lingyun Hall and the Kunlun sect acted as guarantors and recommended the Jiyu Dao Mountain to join the Sky Pillar camp. The Sky Pillar faction was a faction that the Haoran Orthodox sect, the Lingyun Palace, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Sacred Grounds had decided to form after a discussion and named it the Sky Pillar faction. It meant that they hoped that this faction would become the pillar of the entire world in the future. After the Jiyu Dao Mountain joined the Sky Pillar camp, in the first few years, they were defeated by the disciples of the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Holy Lands. They were almost doubting their lives. It was only after they understood the reason that they let go of their pride as a God King faction and truly joined the Sky Pillar camp. With the help of the Hao Ranjun sect, they built the Creation Spirit Pool and became a member of the Hidden Dragon City. The strength that they had lost in the battle with the Demon Clan was also quickly recovering. As for the other God King faction in the western regions, the Tianzhu sect, after the Hao Ranjun sect and the other factions understood, they decisively gave up on the idea of letting the Tianzhu sect join the Sky Pillar camp. The Tianzhu sect was founded by the Tianzhu king during the mythological era. When it was founded, its philosophy was to cultivate in seclusion. In the western regions, other than the Tianzhu sect, there were also the ancient Buddha temple, the body court, the King Kong sect, the Liu Li sect, and more than 500 other superfactions and holy lands. Among them, a considerable number of superfactions and holy lands were inextricably linked to the Tianzhu sect. When the demon clan was wreaking havoc in the western regions, most of the superfactions and holy lands in the western regions, including the Tianzhu sect, actually used the demon clan as a target. Not only did they plot against the original western regions, but they also ruled blindly. They clearly had the strength and ability to save the innocent people who were killed by the demon clan. However, they preserved their strength and allowed the demon clan to grow stronger in order to gain more benefits and believers. After understanding the western region's foundation, most of the factions in the demon-killing alliance looked down on the western regions. They simply gave up on supporting the western regions and took out more strength to support the southern wilderness, which was the weakest faction in terms of overall strength. Other than the changes in the northern wilderness and the southern wilderness, the biggest changes in the central plains were the Hao Ranzhen sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. In the past 20 years, the Hao Ranzhen sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, under the shock and suspicion of the major factions in the central plains, launched a massive expansion. Not only did they increase the number of disciples they recruited every year, but they also continuously annexed some third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate factions. However, they did not annex those factions forcibly. Instead, they chose to annex those third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate factions peacefully. There were no casualties. At the same time, the Hao Ranzhen sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and other factions in the Sky Pillar camp also wantonly cooperated with the Sea Clan in the Boundless Ocean. With their support, the Mermaid Clan, the Sea Lion Clan, the Golden Horned Rhinoceros Clan, the Deep Sea Dragon Whale Clan, and the Blue Sea Shen Turtle Clan that cooperated with the Sky Pillar camp had a significant increase in their strength. With the help of these 5 sea clans, the Sky Pillar camp not only obtained a lot of cultivation resources that were unique to the ocean, but they also extended their influence to the ocean that was 200 million miles away from the coast. In the past 20 years, in order to increase the strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect, Yi Tianzong did not only increase the supply of various resources, but he also took out a part of the powerful martial skills recorded in the Heavenly Expanse mysterious scripture. These martial skills recorded in the Heavenly Expanse mysterious scripture were not as simple as martial skills. Once the disciples of Hao Aran who obtained some of these martial skills advanced to the myth stage, they would realize that these martial skills were actually simplified versions of martial skills. As long as they had enough comprehension, they would be able to comprehend a very powerful martial skill through these martial skills. How could the martial skills recorded in the Heavenly Expanse mysterious scripture by Yi Tianzong, who was at the peak of the 6th heaven of the myth stage and was at the peak of the heavenly god stage, be simple? After obtaining some of the powerful martial skills from Yi Tianzong, the strength of the powerhouses and disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect increased by another level. After cultivating the martial skills from Yi Tianzong, the strength of the Haoran disciples who had just stepped into the king stage had also increased by another level. In the past 20 years, the overall strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect had increased by at least 10%. The Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Saint Lands had also increased their strength by a lot in the past 20 years. However, they would not be able to increase their strength significantly in a short period of time. Half a month before Yi Tianzong broke the seal of heaven and earth, the people from the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, the 10 Great Saint Lands, and Mount Gudao arrived at the Hao Ranzhen sect and temporarily stayed in Haoran City. This time, the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master each brought 10,000 people, while the 10 Great Saint Lands brought 8,000 people each. On the other hand, the mountain master of Mount Gudao brought 500 people with him. Because Mount Gudao had only joined the Sky Pillar camp for a short period of time, they were not of much help to the Hao Ranzhen sect. Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ranzhen sect were not good people either. The Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Saint Lands were not very willing to let Mount Gudao get a share of the loot so easily. However, since they were all part of the Sky Pillar camp, it was not right for them to leave Mount Gudao behind. After Yi Haoran asked Yi Tianzong thought about it and gave them 500 spots. This time, they would treat it as a benefit for Mount Gudao. If they wanted more spots in the future, they would have to see what benefits Mount Gudao could bring to the Haoranzhen sect. After the Mount Gudao master asked the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master, he also found out about the benefits of participating in breaking the seal of heaven and earth. He was shocked and overjoyed, so he tried to find out how to break the seal of heaven and earth and expressed his desire to obtain more spots. For the first time, the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master felt a trace of regret for recommending Mount Gudao to the Sky Pillar camp. Back then, they had put in so much effort and paid a price to support the Haoranzhen sect. After waiting for so long, they only obtained 3,000 spots in the beginning. You did not do anything, yet you still say that we helped you. We only gave you 500 spots because you are a member of the Sky Pillar camp. Otherwise, you can just stay where you are. This fellow still wanted to obtain more spots. Did he think that this was a charity hall? The Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master, who were in a bad mood, did not directly answer Mount Gudao's question. Instead, they talked about how they had formed an alliance with the Haoranzhen sect. Then, the Haoranzhen sect, and the 10 Holy Lands had painstakingly established the demon-slaying alliance. After that, they had put in a lot of effort and waited for a long time before the Haoranzhen sect finally relented and gave them a spot. Just like that, they had been grumbled by the Haoran disciples. When Mount Gudao master noticed that the Lingyun Hall master and the Kunlun sect master had not contributed much to Mount Gudao and had obtained 500 spots so easily, he instantly calmed down and suppressed his restless thoughts. Then, he kept reminding himself, greed is the original sin. As a person, you must be content with what you have. It's already not bad to obtain 500 spots without doing anything. You must not be greedy. Otherwise, such a great opportunity will disappear forever. You will even be expelled from the Sky Pillar camp. Chapter 219. Half a month passed quickly, and it was the day Yi Tianzong broke the seal of heaven and earth. Everyone who could participate was excited. This time, a myth realm expert would appear after the seal of heaven and earth was broken. The myth realm was far beyond Wu Sheng's realm. After Wu Sheng reached the myth realm, not only would his strength change drastically, but more importantly, his lifespan would increase from 3,000 years in Wu Sheng's realm to 12,000 years. And this was only the lifespan of a myth realm expert. From the first heaven of myth realm to the third heaven of myth realm, every breakthrough would increase one's lifespan by 12,000 years. After reaching the third heaven of myth realm, one's lifespan would increase to 36,000 years. And after breaking through to the fourth heaven of myth realm, one's lifespan would increase to 72,000 years. From the fourth heaven to the sixth heaven of myth realm, every breakthrough would increase one's lifespan by 36,000 years. Although there were very few Wu Sheng who could break through to the myth realm, after all, there was an environment and hope for him to break through. Under everyone's excited gazes, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu appeared in the sky. This time, Yi Tianzong and Xinyu broke through together. However, Yi Tianzong was in front, and Xinyu was behind him. Yi Tianzong was once an expert at the peak of the sixth heaven of the myth realm, while Xinyu's original body had reached the peak of the ninth heaven of the myth realm. Although only a trace of her soul and fragmented memories remained, it was not difficult for her to break through to the myth realm. This time, Yi Tianzong planned to let him break through first, then deal with the black humanoid creature formed by the sealing chains, and let Xinyu break through. As for Ling Xinyu, because she had no experience in the myth realm, to avoid any accidents, she waited until Yi Tianzong dealt with the black humanoid creature, and then he would guide Ling Xinyu to break through. Under the gazes of everyone below, Xinyu and Ling Xinyu stared at Yi Tianzong for a while. Then, their ethereal figures flew over and stopped 100 li away from Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong took a deep breath and looked up into the sky, his heart pounding. He had been waiting for hundreds of years, and now, he was finally going to reach the godmyth level. Yi Tianzong had been preparing for this day. He used a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the boundless immortal abode to refine many divine-grade medicinal pills that could help myth realm experts cultivate. Furthermore, other than the fact that his divine soul realm could not be improved, his magic power, physical body, martial skills, and other aspects had all been cultivated to the peak that he could achieve at present. If he couldn't unearth more of his potential, he wouldn't be able to improve in any way. However, Yi Tianzong knew that his supreme potential could only be fully unleashed when he reached the myth realm. Below the myth realm, it didn't matter if he had more or less of it. Below the myth realm, the stronger one's foundation was, the stronger one's combat power would be. After reaching the myth realm, one's strength would indeed be stronger than ordinary elites of the same level, but it was not absolute. There were too many elites in the universe who might not be as strong as those with strong foundations and powerful combat power in the beginning, but as they grew, their potential and strength would also become stronger. The further they went, the faster they improved, and their strength would become stronger. They could even become kings and emperors among those of the same level. Yi Tianzong himself had gone through 10 world shuttles. Every time he went through a world shuttling, all his strength and cultivation results from his previous life would be transformed into greater potential and foundation with the help of the boundless immortal abode. After 10 transmigrations, all the cultivation results became the foundation of this life. Moreover, there was also the invisible transformation of the immortal mansion's vast energy at all times. Yi Tianzong's potential could only be unearthed when he reached the myth realm. Below the myth realm, with the environment of profound spirit world, no matter how much effort Yi Tianzong put into it, he could only unearth a little bit of it. It was not worth wasting too much energy and time. Therefore, Yi Tianzong had long yearned for the myth realm. A godmytha's main method of attack was to use divine abilities. Wu Sheng's breakthrough from 9th heaven to the myth realm was an all-around improvement. Not only did it require sufficient magic power, nascent divinity realm, and physical strength, but it also required a basic understanding of the laws. After all, breaking through to the myth realm did not only mean facing the test of the lightning tribulation, but also the test of the laws of heaven and earth. If one's comprehension of the laws was not at the basic level, it was impossible to break through to the myth realm. This was the iron law of the universe. It would not be changed by anyone, and no one could change it unless one reached the level where they could change the laws of the universe. Yi Tianzong calmed his somewhat excited heart and began his breakthrough. Since Yi Tianzong had reached the myth realm several times, the process of breaking through to the myth realm was a walk in the park for him. Yi Tianzong's body emitted a strange wave of energy. Then, endless black clouds rapidly gathered above Yi Tianzong. Lightning flashed in the black clouds, and they quickly expanded to cover an area of 1,000 miles. After expanding to an area of 1,000 miles, the black lightning clouds pressed down on Yi Tianzong. From afar, it looked as if they had appeared above Yi Tianzong's head. The dark clouds were roaring and churning, and the lightning and thunder within them were increasing in number, and their power was also increasing. After 2 hours of brewing, the black clouds had gathered enough energy. Then, under the suffocating pressure of the Hao Ranjin sect, Lingyun Hall, and the others below, a 1-foot-wide crimson lightning bolt struck down on Yi Tianzong's head. Feeling the power of the crimson lightning, Yi Tianzong's expression became a little serious. From Wu Sheng to the myth realm, one had to go through 9 bolts of lightning. According to the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation, the number of bolts of lightning would not change, but the power of the lightning would increase or decrease accordingly. For a martial artist like Yi Tianzong, who had a strong foundation and powerful battle strength, when undergoing the tribulation, the power of the lightning would naturally be much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, Yi Tianzong was in a special world like the profound spirit world. The seal of heaven and earth had not been broken, and the profound spirit world did not allow the myth realm to appear. In this way, when Yi Tianzong forcefully broke through to the myth realm, not only would he be tested by the lightning, but the power of the lightning would also be stronger because of the forceful breakthrough. The power of the first bolt of lightning had far surpassed the lightning that he experienced when he broke through to the myth realm in his previous life. Yi Tianzong did not dare to be careless. He was prepared to go all out from the beginning. In the face of the heavenly thunder, Yi Tianzong did not wait passively. Instead, He took the initiative to attack the heavenly thunder. Yi Tianzong directly used the attack of the God-shattering finger, which was even more powerful, to fight against the crimson lightning. Yi Tianzong felt as if he had returned to the time when he fought with all his strength against his enemies. Facing the attack of the lightning, Yi Tianzong did not show any signs of weakness. The God-shattering finger condensed the vast Fa Li that Yi Tianzong had condensed in his body to the extreme. It pierced through space and attacked the lightning. 9 bolts of lightning struck Yi Tianzong one after another. The power of each bolt was stronger than the previous one. In the end, Yi Tianzong directly used the boundless godly sword to fight against the lightning. In the end, the power of the 9th bolt of lightning was the sum of the power of the previous 8 bolts of lightning. Yi Tianzong did not care about the consumption of Fa Li in his body. He used the light of the corona 3 times in a row, and only then did he cancel out most of the power of the lightning. In the end, the remaining lightning still struck Yi Tianzong. It directly struck Yi Tianzong from mid-air to the ground, causing him to sink 3 feet into the ground. Tianzong, hubby, young sect leader, Yi Haoran and the others, Ling Xinyu, and the higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect all shouted worriedly. They quickly flew towards the place where Yi Tianzong had landed. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Don't come over. Otherwise, the will of heaven and earth will mistake you for someone who is also going through a tribulation, and there will be lightning. Yi Tianzong flew out from the ground with his body charred black. He directly appeared in the sky and said to the people who had rushed over. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and the other people of the Hao Ranzhen sect who had rushed over quickly all stopped and looked at Yi Tianzong in the sky with worry in their eyes. Yi Tianzong did not bother to tidy up his somewhat disheveled appearance. He changed into a clean set of clothes and directly sat cross-legged in mid-air. At this time, the final test of heaven and earth had also arrived. The dark clouds that filled the area within a radius of 1,000 miles rapidly shrank and finally turned into a net of heaven and earth's law that was 30 feet in size and composed of 3,000 laws of heaven and earth. As long as Yi Tianzong could break a hole in the net of heaven and earth's law with the laws he had comprehended and escape from the net of heaven and earth's law, it meant that he had successfully passed all the tests of heaven and earth and broken through to become an expert at the first heaven of the myth realm. Chapter 220. The net of heaven and earth's law was formed by the 3,000 laws that supported the profound spirit world. To break a gap in the net of heaven and earth's law, one only needed to use one's own laws to find the corresponding laws that formed the net of heaven and earth's law. Then, one could break the net of heaven and earth's law. This was very easy for Yi Tianzong, who had already experienced it several times. In a short moment, Yi Tianzong used the laws of space to break free from the net of heaven and earth's law. He passed the 2 tests that Wu Sheng had to go through to break through to the myth realm. After Yi Tianzong passed the tests, the net of heaven and earth's law disappeared. Then, a 5-colored beam of light shot out from another layer of space and entered Yi Tianzong's body. Yi Tianzong did not make a fuss. This 5-colored beam of light was a reward given by the will of heaven and earth to warriors who had successfully passed the God's tribulation. The 5-colored beam of light was actually the purest origin energy of heaven and earth. The beam of light would last for 10 breaths of time. How much benefit one could get depended on how much they could absorb. The worst-case scenario was that they could recover from their injuries. Yi Tianzong did not care about anything else. He used all his strength to refine the 5-colored beam of light that entered his body. Because of the heaven's expanse mysterious scripture, Yi Tianzong was like a black hole that could completely absorb the power of the 5-colored beam of light. Because of the lightning strike, his body was recovering rapidly. In less than a breath of time, all his injuries were healed. His body was also evolving rapidly toward the god's body. At the same time, Yi Tianzong's remaining magic power was stimulated by the pure origin energy of heaven and earth. It was quickly transformed into a higher grade of divine essence. From the second breath of time, Yi Tianzong's divine essence was increasing rapidly. After Yi Tianzong had just broken through to the myth realm, his cultivation level increased rapidly. Early stage, peak early stage, middle stage, peak middle stage, late stage, peak late stage, and peak late stage. 10 breaths later, the 5-colored light pillar disappeared. Yi Tianzong's cultivation base stopped at the peak of the late first sky of Myth Realm. His godly body also finished evolving. Yi Tianzong opened his eyes, and two beams of light shot out. He felt the majestic energy in his body. Compared to his previous life, the divine energy in his body was 50% more, and it was even purer. With a single thought from Yi Tianzong, a vast and powerful chi power, which seemed to be able to reign over heaven and earth, emanated from his body and shook the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the winds and clouds within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles surged, and the heavens and the earth lost its color. Not far from Yi Tianzong, the people from the Hao Ranjun sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the other forces felt as if a towering divine mountain was pressing down on them under Yi Tianzong's vast chi power. Unable to withstand the pressure, they collapsed to the ground one after another. Only Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, and other members of Yi Tianzong's family were barely able to support themselves and didn't lie down. Thankfully, Yi Tianzong had only unleashed his power for a brief moment. Everyone breathed sighs of relief, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive about the power Yi Tianzong had just unleashed. At the same time, they all yearned to reach the god-myth level. Only after experiencing it personally did they know that the myth realm and Wu Sheng's realm were two completely different concepts. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just now, Yi Tianzong had only released a little of his chi power, and these experts from Wu Sheng, especially those from the ninth sky of Wu Sheng, couldn't withstand the boundless pressure and lay on the ground. In the face of such a vast and endless pressure, they were like mortals facing Wu Sheng. They couldn't even think of resisting. After familiarizing himself with the power in his body, Yi Tianzong felt the abnormal situation in the sky. He looked up and saw that the boundless dark clouds had appeared again. At the same time, a message from the will of heaven and earth was transmitted to Yi Tianzong's mind. This time, in order to break the seal of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong needed to experience 3 god-destroying thunder tribulations. As the name suggested, the god-destroying thunder tribulations was the heavenly thunder that could destroy a myth realm expert. This kind of god-destroying heavenly thunder would destroy the person who tried to break the seal of heaven and earth from 3 aspects: the soul, the body, and the mana. This was the restriction that was set when the seal of the profound spirit world was placed. After understanding the situation, Yi Tianzong's face suddenly became gloomy. In his heart, he was filled with endless killing intent towards those who sealed the profound spirit world. They simply didn't leave any way out. Under normal circumstances, after Wu Sheng broke through to the myth realm, under the reward of the origin of heaven and earth, the mana in his body would quickly transform into divine essence. However, it would take at least 10 years to complete the promotion from primordial spirit to divine soul, not to mention the transformation of the divine body would also take time. In addition to Yi Tianzong's powerful divine soul, he had also completed the transformation of the divine body. If it was any warrior who had just broken through to the myth realm, they would definitely die in the face of the god-destroying heavenly thunder. Although Yi Tianzong knew that the people who sealed the profound spirit world didn't have good intentions when he broke the seal of heaven and earth, only now did he realize that the people who sealed the profound spirit world were actually sinister to such an extent. This seal was set up so harshly and viciously that it didn't leave any way for the people of the profound spirit world to survive. It eliminated all possibility of breaking the seal of heaven and earth. Under the worried gazes of everyone on the ground, Yi Tianzong safely survived the 3 golden-red god-destroying heavenly thunder. Then, millions of black cloud figures descended from the dark clouds in a radius of 1,000 miles. They fought with all the people of the Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, 10 Great Holy Lands, and Mount Gudao within the range of the clouds. After 4 hours of battle, the black cloud figures in front of everyone dissipated because of the exhaustion of energy. In these 4 hours of battle, the people of the Hao Ranjun sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and 10 Great Holy Lands had no problem dealing with it because they had experienced it several times. However, for the people of Mount Gudao who had experienced it for the first time, it was more difficult. There were 500 people in total. After 4 hours of battle, less than 100 people had persevered. Other than the 3 people who were accidentally killed by the black cloud figure, the rest of the people had all suffered injuries of varying degrees and were eliminated midway. Seeing Mount Gudao's miserable performance, the Lingyun Hall Master and Kunlun Sect Master couldn't help but look at each other with regret. They were all forces of the Divine King's inheritance. F***CK, can't you work harder? I told you in advance how to deal with it, but in the end, you still fought in such a disgraceful manner. F***CK, 3 of you died. Are you pigs? Don't you even know how to run? Where are your brains? Even the first time we experienced it, it wasn't so embarrassing. You don't want your face, but I do. You're so useless. How can I, as your referrer, endure it? They noticed the strange gazes of the people of 10 great holy lands and Hao Ranjan sect. It was as if they were asking, are you sure you didn't recommend a fake Divine King's faction? Why are you so useless? This kind of person was purely wasting the quota. The Lingyun Hall Master and Kunlun Sect Master had never felt as embarrassed as today. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Originally, they wanted to take care of Mount Gudao since they were both Divine King's factions. In the end, their lifetime of brilliance was ruined by Mount Gudao. When the Lingyun Hall Master and Kunlun Sect Master saw the Mountain Master of Mount Gudao walking towards them with serious injuries, they suppressed the dissatisfaction and depression in their hearts. At the same time, they silently made a decision in their hearts. After this matter was over, they would thicken their faces and talk to the Hao Ranjan sect and 10 great holy lands. They would give Mount Gudao one last chance. If they still couldn't contribute to the alliance, they would completely give up and expel Mount Gudao from Skypillar's camp. The black cloud figure disappeared. Next, Yi Tianzong activated Howran's righteous energy to break the sealing chains. Then, he fought the black humanoid creature formed by the sealing chains. Yi Tianzong had advanced to the myth realm and reached the peak of the late stage of the first celestial layer. Moreover, his divine body had also completed the transformation. A small part of his originally supreme potential had been unearthed. His combat strength had reached a new level. In the process of fighting the black humanoid creature, which was equivalent to the second celestial layer of the myth realm, Yi Tianzong and the creature were evenly matched. Everywhere they went, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth shook. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky above the central plains. Each of them affected a huge area of the world. The range of their battle reached a radius of 300,000 miles. No one from Wu Sheng could get close to this area. Yi Tianzong and the black humanoid creature fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Traces of their battle were left behind not only in the central plains, but also in the western regions, northern borderline, and southern wastelands. Their destructive strength deeply shocked all the martial artists in the 4 regions. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong had completed the transformation of his divine body in advance. Otherwise, he might not have been able to defeat the black humanoid creature. However, after a bitter battle, Yi Tianzong finally eliminated his opponent completely. This time, he finally succeeded in breaking the seal. Chapter 221. After eliminating the opponent, the entire profound spirit world officially began to expand. The space expanded and strengthened, and the density and quality of the heaven and earth origin energy also rapidly increased. Yi Tianzong entered the immortal mansion to recover for a day. Then, he came out of the immortal mansion and returned to the Hao Ranjan sect. After breaking through to the mythical realm, Yi Tianzong could now use part of the power of the laws of heaven and earth to travel. With a step, it was as if he had traveled through space, instantly crossing millions of miles. In less than a day, he returned to the Hao Ranjan sect's Haoran city. With Yi Tianzong's safe return, everyone put down the worries in their hearts. At the same time, Yi Tianzong's relatives, such as Ling Xinyu, Yi Haoran, Yi Tianzong, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and other Yi Tianzong, had already accumulated to their limits in the past. They began to break through to the mythical realm one after another under Yi Tianzong's care, striving to break through to the mythical realm before the expansion of heaven and earth was completed. During this period, the Lingyun Hall Master and the Kunlun Sect Master somewhat cautiously pleaded with Yi Tianzong, hoping to give Jiyu Dao Mountain another chance. If they could not make any contributions to the alliance within 20 years, they would be completely expelled from the Sky Pillar camp. After some consideration, Yi Tianzong agreed to the Lingyun Hall Master and the Kunlun Sect Master's request. This time, the expansion of the world was different from the past. Now, the recovery of the profound spirit world had entered the late stage. According to Yi Tianzong's estimation, the expansion of the world would last for at least 3 years before it could completely accommodate the powerhouses of the second sky of Myth Realm. He believed that this period of time was enough for his family to break through. As for the people of Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands, after breaking the seal of heaven and earth, did not leave Haoran City. Their previous experience told them that the Hao Ranzhen sect was a treasure land that was favored by the will of heaven and earth. Taking advantage of the expansion of heaven and earth, cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. It could also greatly increase the success rate of breaking through to the next realm. Anyone who left would be a fool. Yi Tianzong had broken through to the mythical realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible. In order to allow more people in Hao Ranzhen sect to break through to the next realm before the expansion of heaven and earth was completed, Yi Tianzong directly used his strength and methods. With Tiangang Peak as the center and the 6 peaks around Tiangang Peak, Yi Tianzong directly used Tiangang Peak as the center Tian Peak to the next realm. Each peak was carefully arranged according to the layout on Tiangang Peak. The Haoran Wu Ji formation, which was also a combination of defense, spirit gathering, illusion, enemy trapping, and attack, was also placed on each peak. Now that Yi Tianzong had broken through to the mythical realm, he used even more powerful methods and began to arrange the 7-star spirit gathering formation that he wanted to do but could not do in the past. With Tiangang Peak as the center, the 7-star spirit gathering formation was supported by the other 6 peaks. It communicated with and attracted the power of the stars in outer space to gather the qi of heaven and earth within a radius of millions of miles. In this way, all the disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect would not lack the qi of heaven and earth when they cultivated. With the mobilization and assistance of the entire Hao Ranzhen sect, Yi Tianzong spent 3 days and finally completed the deployment of the 7-star spirit gathering formation. After the formation was activated, the qi of heaven and earth gathered by the 7-star spirit gathering formation was then filtered and condensed by the Haoran Wu Ji formation. Every peak was filled with the qi of heaven and earth that was so thick that it formed a fog. All the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect who participated in breaking the seal of heaven and earth returned to Tiangang Peak and the other 6 peaks to cultivate and strive to break through as soon as possible. As for the people of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands who did not leave, they cultivated in the mountains near Haoran City. After all, Haoran City was also relatively close to the place where the seal of heaven and earth was broken. Although it could not be compared to the cultivation environment of Tiangang Peak and the other 6 peaks, cultivating near Haoran City would also be blessed and increase the chances of a successful breakthrough. The people of the Hao Ranzhen sect turned a blind eye to the actions of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. They did not say anything. There were many disciples of Haoran City who were cultivating in Haoran City. However, to break through from Wu Sheng to the myth realm, one had to go through the test of heavenly thunder, which was more dangerous. As long as it did not affect the people of Haoran City, other places would take care of the people of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands. It was up to them to choose. After the people of Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands received the order from the higher-ups of the Hao Ranzhen sect, they knew that the Hao Ranzhen sect had tacitly agreed to let them cultivate in the mountains near Haoran City as long as they did not affect the cultivation of the Haoran disciples and did not enter the defensive range of the Hao Ranzhen sect. While they were secretly grateful to the people of Hao Ranzhen sect, they also sighed in their hearts at the people of Mount Gudao who had left long ago. They were really useless. A great opportunity was right in front of them, but they missed it just like that. There was no need to mention the regret in the hearts of the masters of Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect. They had completely given up on Mount Gudao. Then, they began to adjust their condition. At the same time, they took out the resources they had accumulated over the years and began to break through to Myth Realm. On the 10th day after Yi Tianzong finished setting up the 7-star spirit gathering formation, Xinyu successfully passed the test of the heaven and earth's law under Yi Tianzong's protection. She successfully reached first heaven of Myth Realm and became a powerful existence in Myth Realm. From then on, her lifespan was limitless. However, because Xun Yu had a great deal of negative karma, she was not favored by the world, and her luck was shallow. Although she had accumulated a lot of good karma, she only reached the early stage of first heaven after breaking through to Myth Realm. However, Xun Yu was already very satisfied. Because she had become Yi Tianzong's woman and shared part of Yi Tianzong's vast and boundless karma, she was able to break through to Myth Realm because of that. Otherwise, if she wanted to break through to Myth Realm alone, she would definitely die. 1 month after Xun Yu successfully broke through, Ling Xinyu also went through a tough battle under Yi Tianzong's careful guidance. She passed through the Heaven and Earth Thunder Calamity and Heaven and Earth's Law Net and successfully broke through to the middle stage of the first sky of Myth Realm. Ling Xinyu and Xun Yu, who had ascended to the Myth Realm, had been reborn. Their already peerless beauty had become even more stunning and incomparably beautiful. Even Yi Tianzong could not help but be a little infatuated with them. After Ling Xinyu and Xun Yu successfully broke through, they entered Howren's immortal mansion. With the help of the incomparably superior environment in the immortal mansion, they transformed their souls, consolidated their accumulation, and deepened their foundation to familiarize themselves with the mysteries of Myth Realm. As for Yi Tianzong, he continued to guide Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Su Mengxian, Li Qingya, and the others in their cultivation. After another 3 months, Yi Haoren was the first to break through to the early stage of first heaven of Myth Realm. In the following half a month, Yi Tianzong's mother, Su Mengxian, also successfully broke through to the early stage of first heaven of Myth Realm. In the following year, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yunxian, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, and Li Qingsha also broke through one after another and successfully advanced to Myth Realm. At this point, all of Yi Tianzong's family members had become Myth Realm experts, and they could look down on the world. After Yi Haoren and the others successfully broke through, Yi Tianzong gave each of them 2 spirit congealing pills to assist in transforming their souls. According to the accumulation of Yi Haoren and the others, it would take them at least 3 years to completely transform their primordial spirits into souls. The spirit congealing pills that Yi Tianzong gave them could shorten the time by half. Half a year after Yi Haoren and the others broke through, which was also the 3rd year after the world began to expand, perhaps because they were stimulated, or perhaps because they had accumulated enough, 6 of the Wu Sheng kings in the Hao Ranjin sect broke through to Myth Realm. However, because they were struck by heavenly thunder during the process of breaking through, their injuries were too severe, and they could only enter the early stage of first heaven of Myth Realm. Even half of their divine bodies were transformed, and they did not complete the transformation even once. But they finally broke through, and they only needed to spend some time to completely stabilize their realm. Chapter 222. After these 6 higher echelon experts of the righteous path broke through, no more martial saint experts of the righteous path broke through to the Myth Realm until the expansion of the heavens and earth was completed. Instead, virtually all those of the righteous path below the 9th level of the martial saint realm who had participated in breaking through the seal of the heavens and earth had broken through to the Myth Realm. The rest of the Howren disciples who did not participate in breaking through the seal of heaven and earth also broke through to at least a small realm because of the constantly increasing qi of heaven and earth in the profound spirit world. In addition to the people from Hao Ranjun sect, the people from Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands who participated in breaking through the seal of heaven and earth also broke through to the martial Tao. Among them, the Lingyun Hall master, Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great holy lords, perhaps because of the blessing of their respective forces, were like the 6 experts from Hao Ranjun sect who broke through to the Myth Realm. They endured the test of heaven and earth's thunder tribulation and the heaven and earth's law net with great difficulty and finally broke through to the Myth Realm. However, because of their own strength and accumulation, they were not as good as the 6 experts from Hao Ranjun sect. Although they broke through to the Myth Realm with great difficulty, their injuries were too severe. At the same time, they could not completely absorb the origin energy of heaven and earth. They could only recover from their injuries and convert the remaining mana into divine vitality. Less than 1/20th of their physical body was converted before the 5-colored light pillar disappeared. Although it was a little regretful, the Lingyun Hall master, Kunlun sect master, and the 10 great holy lords did not complain. They were already very lucky to be able to break through to the myth realm. How could they ask for more? Moreover, there was still the heaven and earth's feedback. Other than the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Great Holy Lords, no one else broke through to the myth realm. Those experts who were stuck at the 9th heaven of Wu Sheng 9th heaven only had more mana in their bodies. On the other hand, many of those who were below the 9th heaven of Wu Sheng 9th heaven broke through to the next realm. The expansion of the profound spirit world lasted for 3.5 years before it was completed. The entire profound spirit world expanded 100 times compared to before it broke through the seal of heaven and earth. The strength of the space between the heaven and earth also greatly increased, and the concentration of heaven and earth's chi increased by 10 times. After the expansion of the central plains, it had become extremely vast, spanning over tens of billions of kilometers in all directions. After the expansion of heaven and earth was completed, everyone who participated in breaking the seal of heaven and earth, including the Hao Ranjin sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 Great Sacred Lands all looked at the sky expectantly, waiting for the feedback of heaven and earth. Not long after, a 5-colored long river that was different from the dark green long river from before poured down from the high heavens. The dark green river from before was just the energy released by the world's origin energy, but this time, the 5-colored river was the true origin energy of the world. It came from the same source as the energy Wu Sheng absorbed when he broke through to myth realm. The 5-colored river formed by the original energy of heaven and earth surged down, turning into countless tiny tributaries and waterballs, landing on everyone who had participated in breaking the seal of heaven and earth. Among them, Yi Tianzong had the most origin energy, occupying 1/3 of all the energy, because Yi Tianzong had contributed the most. With the help of this vast origin energy, Yi Tianzong's divine origin and godly body soared to the peak of the first sky of myth realm. But it did not stop there. After accumulating for a while, Yi Tianzong's qi suddenly broke through the shackles and climbed to a new height. He broke through from the first sky of myth realm to the second sky of myth realm. When he broke through to the first sky of myth realm, Yi Tianzong instantly left Tiangang Peak and found a place where no one was around. Once again, he went through the 9 heavenly thunders and the net of heaven and earth's law, passed the test of heaven and earth, and smoothly advanced to the second sky of myth realm. After completely absorbing the energy in the 5-colored light pillar, Yi Tianzong's godly body and cultivation base soared all the way through with the origin energy of the world's feedback. Early second sky of myth realm, peak early second sky, mid second sky, peak mid second sky, late second sky, and peak late second sky. His cultivation base climbed all the way to the peak of the second sky of myth realm, which was the limit permitted by heaven and earth, before stopping. His godly body also reached the peak of the second sky of myth realm. Every sky of the myth realm was very difficult. In the myth realm, the cultivation of the godly body, divine origin, and godly soul was equally important. Only when the godly body, divine origin, and godly soul all met the requirements for a breakthrough, and the godly body, divine origin, and godly soul had reached the standard of understanding of the laws. Yi Tianzong's godly soul and godly body had long since reached the 6th sky of myth realm. As long as heaven and earth allowed it and had enough energy, Yi Tianzong could break through to the 6th sky of myth realm without any bottlenecks. Yi Tianzong had reached the peak of the 2nd sky of myth realm in all aspects, and Yi Tianzong still had about 1/5 of the origin energy he had obtained. Yi Tianzong looked at the remaining origin energy and thought, TSK, the heaven and earth feedback this time is really generous. It's twice as much as what I expected. Yi Tianzong quickly returned to Big Dipper Peak. After thinking for a while, he divided the remaining 1/5 of the origin energy into 2 parts. One part was divided into 2 parts, and then he waved his hand and sent it to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. The other part was divided into 7 parts and sent to Yi Haoran, Su Mengshan, and the others. In fact, if Yi Tianzong wanted to digest the remaining 1/5 of the origin energy, he had many ways to do so. For example, he could use it to strengthen his godly body and accumulate it. However, with the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong had plenty of time and resources to slowly improve himself. In any case, there was no one in heaven and earth who could be his opponent, so there was no need to rush. On the contrary, the remaining origin energy could help Ling Xinyu, Shen Yu, his parents, and other relatives to improve their cultivation realms and reduce a lot of their cultivation time. For Ling Shen Yu, Yi Haoran, and the others, Yi Tianzong's remaining 1/5 of origin energy was a lot. When Yi Tianzong wanted to break through each realm, the amount of energy he needed was dozens or even hundreds of times more than that of an ordinary warrior. After giving the remaining 1/5 of origin energy to Ling Shen Yu, and Yi Haoran, and adding the origin energy they had obtained, Ling Shen Yu directly broke through from the middle stage of the first sky of Myth Realm to the peak of the first sky of Myth Realm, and her godly body reached the peak of the first sky of Myth Realm. Shen Yu's cultivation realm also reached the peak of the first sky of Myth Realm from the early stage of the first sky of Myth Realm, and her godly body reached the late stage of the first sky of Myth Realm. Yi Haoran and the others' cultivation realms all reached the peak of the first sky of Myth Realm, and their godly bodies reached the middle stage of the first sky of Myth Realm. As for the other 6 high-ranking members of the Haoranzhen sect who had broken through to the Myth Realm, not only did their cultivation realms reach the middle stage of the first sky of Myth Realm, but their godly bodies were also completely transformed. As for the other experts of the Haoranzhen sect who had received the feedback from heaven and earth, they all broke through to the next realm. Moreover, those experts of the Haoranzhen sect who had not broken through to the Myth Realm before also had their potential and accumulation increased a little because of the feedback from heaven and earth. As long as they were given more time, it was believed that more of them would break through to the Myth Realm. After absorbing the feedback from heaven and earth, the overall strength of the Haoranzhen sect increased by leaps and bounds again. As for the people of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands who were cultivating in the mountains near Haoran City, their strength also increased greatly because of the feedback from heaven and earth. Some of the top experts of Wu Sheng also had the confidence to break through to the Myth Realm. The master of the Lingyun Hall, the master of the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy masters who were lucky enough to break through to the Myth Realm finally completed the transformation of their godly bodies with the help of the feedback from heaven and earth. Their cultivation realms stabilized at the early stage of the first sky of Myth Realm. Feeling the powerful and vast power in their bodies and the awe-inspiring gazes of the people around them, the master of the Lingyun Hall and the others could not help but be deeply immersed in it. After finishing their cultivation, the people of the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 great holy lands rested for 2 days. After congratulating the high-ranking members of the Haoranzhen sect, they bade farewell and returned to their respective forces. Now that they had all broken through to the Myth Realm, they did not have to worry about others taking away their right to speak. They could open the secret realm without any worries and awaken their sleeping Myth Realm ancestors. Chapter 223. After the expansion of heaven and earth, there were earth-shaking changes in all aspects. The most obvious change was the rise of the heaven and earth's origin qi. Therefore, after the expansion of heaven and earth, whether it was the central plains, the western regions, the northern frontier, the southern wasteland, or the boundless ocean, they all seized the time to cultivate and improve their own strength. Even the devil race did not start any wars. They quietly improved their strength and woke up the sleeping devil race experts. The entire profound spirit world was in a state of quiet development. All the people of the Haoranzhen sect were also seizing the time to cultivate. Because of the blessings of heaven and earth, all the warriors of the Haoranzhen sect had a particularly smooth cultivation, and their martial arts realm improved very quickly. Unless they were courting death, it was almost impossible for them to go berserk. In the quiet development, 20 years slowly passed. After 20 years of improvement, the Haoranzhen sect gained another 10 experts who had reached the Myth Realm. Moreover, after more than 10 years of consolidation and cultivation and the divine elixir given by Yi Tianzong, these 10 higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect who had reached the Myth Realm had completed the transformation of their divine souls and divine bodies. Moreover, they had taken a step further and became experts at the middle stage of the first sky of Myth Realm. They stood at the top of the billions of people in the profound spirit world. In addition to the addition of 10 Myth Realm experts, in the Haoranzhen sect, there were countless disciples who had broken through to the 9th sky of Wu Sheng. The number of experts had increased to 20,000, which was the number of all the forces in the profound spirit world. Moreover, among the 20,000 or so experts at the 9th sky of Wu Sheng, More than 2,000 people had reached the peak of the ninth sky of Wusheng, and more than 100 people had surpassed the range of the peak of Wusheng, but they had not truly reached the boundary of the myth realm. These 100 or so experts of the Hao Ran Zhen sect had already reached the standard of understanding of the law. However, in terms of physical body, spiritual power, primordial spirit, and martial arts, they had not reached the perfect state. As long as they reached the perfect state, there was a 30% chance that they could break through to the myth realm. These people would be the absolute main force of the Hao Ran Zhen sect to break through to the myth realm in the future. In the past 20 years, because of the blessings of heaven and earth, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu's understanding of the law went very smoothly. After decades of cultivation in the immortal mansion, they passed the test of Thunder Net of Law in one fell swoop, and earth, and successfully reached the second sky of myth realm. After decades of cultivation in the immortal mansion, they passed the test of the Thunder Net of Law and successfully reached the second sky of myth realm. With an excellent cultivation environment and countless cultivation resources, Xunyu's divine origin and divine body had reached the late stage of the second sky of myth realm, and her divine soul had reached the peak of the late stage of the second sky of myth realm. Ling Xinyue's divine soul, divine body, and divine soul had all reached the late second sky of myth realm. Although Yi Haoran and the others did not enjoy the doubled time in the immortal mansion, with the various divine pills and resources that Yi Tianzong refined at all costs, their divine bodies, divine souls, and divine origin had all reached the peak of the first sky of myth realm. Moreover, their accumulation in all aspects was very strong. As long as their understanding of the law was in place, there was a great chance that they could break through to the second sky of myth realm. The other 6 experts who had broken through to the myth realm during the expansion of heaven and earth had all reached the late first sky of myth realm with the help of the divine pills given by Yi Tianzong and the blessings of heaven and earth. As for Yi Tianzong himself, in the past 20 years, he had spent most of his time in the immortal mansion. In addition to constant cultivation to consolidate and deepen his accumulation and foundation, he also comprehended the law and mysteries of heaven and earth to explore his own potential. Then, he refined various divine pills that could assist the cultivation of the myth realm experts. A medicinal pill that could help a myth realm martial artist's cultivation was incredibly rare. Not to mention whether there was anyone in the profound spirit world who could refine them, whether the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine the divine pills was another matter altogether. Perhaps the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and other powerful holy lands that had been passed down from the mythological era would have a collection of rare spiritual herbs that could refine the divine pills. But obviously, the Hao Ran Zhen sect, which had only a few thousand years of history, absolutely did not have such a collection. Although Yi Tianzong had robbed 3 of the Penglai sect's treasure vaults, it was obvious that he could not gather all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the divine pills. At this time, he had to rely on Yi Tianzong's own collection. Speaking of which, Yi Tianzong was very fortunate to have such a supreme opportunity as the Immortal Mansion. With Yi Tianzong's identity as a junior disciple of the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong could open up a herb garden with a radius of 100 miles in the Immortal Mansion. Yi Tianzong could plant the spiritual herbs that he thought were precious in the herb garden. In Yi Tianzong's herb garden, the soil used to plant the spiritual herbs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures was the 7-colored spirit soil. The 7-colored spirit soil contained the energy of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. It was the acquired spirit soil that was second only to the 9-colored spirit soil. Above the 9-colored spirit soil was the innate living soil that contained the power of creation. The 9-colored spirit soil only had a very small chance of being born in the boundless world, and the innate living soil only appeared when the boundless world was born. Therefore, the 7-colored spirit soil was a very precious spirit soil in the boundless world. It was the best spirit soil to cultivate all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In the boundless world, it was even more difficult to find. All the spiritual herbs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were planted by Yi Tianzong in the herb garden, because of the heaven-defying effect of the 7-colored spirit soil, planted in the Immortal Mansion for a year was equivalent to 40 years in the outside world. According to the calculation of time in the outside world, it had been more than 700 years since Yi Tianzong became a junior disciple of the Immortal Mansion in his previous life. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures and spiritual herbs that were planted in the herb garden were at least 5,000 years old. Most of them were 10,000 years old or 20,000 years old. There were also hundreds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Yi Tianzong had transplanted. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures were more than 200,000 years old. The entire herb garden covered an area of 100 miles. In total, there were nearly 10,000 different types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and spiritual herbs. In order to let his family and the myth realm high-ranking members of the Hao Ranjin sect improve their strength as soon as possible, Yi Tianzong had basically refined the divine pills that he had collected over the years from the rare spiritual herbs that were between 5,000 years old and 10,000 years old. He had used up nearly 1% of the spiritual herbs in the herb garden at this age. Everyone else had gained a lot and improved a lot. Yi Tianzong himself had not been stagnant in the past few years. In the past few years, Yi Tianzong had used a secret technique that he had inherited from the immortal mansion, the 9 refinements of nirvana. He had improved his divine vitality and divine body to the peak of the second sky of myth realm twice in a row. The 9 refinements of nirvana, as the name suggested, meant 9 refinements and 9 nirvanas. This was the inheritance from the immortal mansion after Yi Tianzong had become a primary disciple. It was also part of the supreme secret technique that the Almighty who had created the immortal mansion had created in order to improve the potential and strength of the chosen disciples. After using the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were over 10,000 years old to refine the divine pills he needed, Yi Tianzong had practiced the 9 refinements of nirvana. His divine body and divine vitality, which had reached the peak of the second sky of myth realm, and his divine soul, which had reached the peak of the sixth sky of myth realm, had undergone nirvana and refinement twice in the past 50 years in the immortal mansion. Every time Yi Tianzong went through nirvana and cultivated to the peak of the second sky of myth realm, his god body, divine origin, and god soul were all further compressed and condensed. The strength of his god body increased, and the capacity of his divine origin also increased. After 2 nirvanas, Yi Tianzong's divine body's strength had increased by 3 times. His divine vitality's density and purity had also increased by 2 times. Chapter 224. I don't know what's going on today, but my mind is in a mess and I keep typing wrong words. It took me a long time to write something like this. So confusing. According to the standards of the immortal mansion, if Yi Tianzong wanted to be promoted to an intermediate disciple, then he had to complete the 9 refinements of nirvana before becoming a divine king. And this was only one of the conditions. After Yi Tianzong completed the second nirvana, he felt that he had reached his limit, which made him feel very bad. The 9 refinements of nirvana became more difficult as he progressed. His current realm had reached the peak of the second sky of myth realm. If he wanted to complete the 9 refinements of nirvana in the 6th sky of myth realm, then he would have to complete the nirvana 3 times in the second sky of myth realm. Just 2 nirvana had reached his limit. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to complete the 9 refinements of nirvana before becoming a divine king. Yi Tianzong's thoughts churned. Finally, he looked at the depths of the immortal mansion. With the environment and opportunities of the profound spirit world, it was almost impossible for him to complete the nirvana 3 times. So, he could only go to that place. The path of cultivation really couldn't be slack for a moment. These years of ease made Yi Tianzong feel that he really didn't have the unshakable determination and pressing mentality that he used to travel through the world to climb to the peak of cultivation. It was time to force himself. Yi Tianzong looked at the depths of the immortal mansion and made up his mind. However, he didn't immediately enter the depths of the immortal mansion. Time wasn't very tight. There were still many things that needed to be arranged. It was time to put the things that he had thought of before on the agenda. Yi Tianzong came to the side of Ling Xinyu and said to the 2 of them, "I will teach you a set of secret techniques. You have to pay attention to your cultivation. If there is anything you don't understand, ask me in time. My strength has stagnated. After 10 years, I will need to go to the depths of the cave to hone myself. I hope you can complete the first refinement." Seeing the surprised expressions of Ling Xinyu and Yi Tianzong said, "There are some things that are not yet the right time to tell you, and I don't want you to rashly provoke karma. You just need to remember what I taught you. The secret technique I will teach you is the 9 revolutions of true God, which is the simplified version of another supreme secret technique, the 9 refinements of nirvana. It can improve your God body, God origin, and God soul through 9 repetitions. The 9 refinements of nirvana comes from the supreme almighties in the universe. They are existences who have surpassed myth realm. If you haven't reached the corresponding status, I can't teach it to you, but I can teach you the simplified 9 refinements of true gods. Don't ask about anything else, just focus on cultivating. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he taught Ling Xinyu and Xinyu the 9 refinements of true God. Then, he focused on watching the two of them cultivate the 9 refinements of true God. After spending a year in the immortal mansion, they completed the first refinement of the 9 refinements of true God. After cultivating to the same realm as before, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu both felt obvious improvements and changes in their bodies. Their overall strength had at least doubled. Seeing that Ling Xinyu and Xinyu had successfully completed the first refinement, Yi Tianzong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, accompanied by the two of them, he continued to pick the spiritual herbs in the herb garden and refine the various God pills needed for cultivation. While cultivating and refining God pills, Yi Tianzong took the time to gather the hall master and elders of the Formation Tools Hall. After giving them 2 tasks, under their dumbfounded expressions, Yi Tianzong asked them to prepare materials and manpower. What shocked the hall master and elders of the Formation Tools Hall was the 2 war weapons that Yi Tianzong had given them. These 2 war weapons were the Battle Fortress and the Sky Patrol Battleship. The Battle Fortress and the Sky Patrol Battleship were ideas that Yi Tianzong had come across when he had been traveling through worlds. The name of the sect was quite domineering, and it was called the 10,000 Tools Sect. In their plan, they wanted to build a super fortress that could rampage on the battlefield, and each fortress would be equipped with 6 battleships that could patrol and kill enemies. This way, every fortress with all its members would be equivalent to a killing machine that could attack and defend. It would definitely be able to suppress an area and be invincible. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the environment and many other reasons, the 10,000 Tools Sect's idea could not be realized. However, after Yi Tianzong had obtained the vast knowledge of the Immortal Mansion's inheritance, he had integrated the refining and array theory of many worlds. Finally, Yi Tianzong came up with the construction method of the Battle Fortress and the Sky Patrol Battleship. In Yi Tianzong's plan, each battle fortress would be equipped with 8 Sky Patrol battleships of the same grade. The Battle Fortress and the Sky Patrol Battleship were divided into Soaring Cloud, Sky Suppression, Cosmic, World Shaking, and Sovereign. Currently, Yi Tianzong had only thought of these 5 grades. According to Yi Tianzong's division of the grades, Soaring Cloud battleships could roam the Spirit Profound world and rampage on an area. The battle fortress's shape was roughly the shape of a castle. It could be square, or round, or any other shape. It was not fixed, and was completely based on the preferences of the person who created it. Every Soaring Cloud battleship was equivalent to a small city that spanned 50 li. Each battle fortress could hold up to 1 million people at most, and the optimal number of people for battle was 300,000. Each Soaring Cloud battleship was 2 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. It could hold up to 10,000 people at most, and the optimal number of people for battle was 3,000. Whether it was the Battle Fortress or the Sky Patrol battleship, they would be covered with layers of defensive and reinforcing arrays. Furthermore, the materials used to construct them would be engraved with reinforcing and defensive array patterns. Outside of the defensive and reinforcing arrays, every battle fortress and Sky Patrol battleship would be equipped with the God-destroying cannon, God-sealing mirror, dragon-snaring lasso, Sky Essence cannon, profound light pagoda, and spirit-swallowing disc. The God-destroying cannon, Sky Essence cannon, and profound light pagoda were all used for attack. The God-sealing mirror was used to track and lock onto the enemy, the dragon-snaring lasso was used to bind the enemy, and the spirit-swallowing disc was used to absorb and store energy to maintain the Battle Fortress and Sky Patrol battleships' flying and combat state. Every battle fortress equipped with a Sky Patrol battleship was the foundation and trump card of a faction. At the same time, it was also a powerful deterrent to the outside world. Once the battle fortress and sky patrol battleship were realized and refined, the long-range attack power of the Haurangian sect would be greatly enhanced, and they would have a powerful deterrent to all the factions in the Central Plains. At the same time, the sky patrol battleship would also increase their jurisdiction and ability to respond to threats. The reason Yi Tianzong came up with the method and plan to build the battle fortress and sky patrol battleship was not only to strengthen the Haurangian sect's strength and deterrence, but also to deal with the devil race and the extraterrestrial crisis that might come in 100 years. Chapter 225. According to the plan Yi Tianzong gave to the people in the Weapons and Formations Hall, the Haurangian sect needed to build 6 cloud-level battle fortresses and 48 sky patrol battleships in the next 100 years. When the Haurangian sect had accumulated enough experience, manpower, and resources, they would build the fortress and the sky patrol battleships. The plan to build the battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships had also alarmed the higher-ups of the Haurangian sect. After all, building each battle fortress and sky patrol battleship required a huge amount of materials and manpower. This meant that the Haurangian sect had to be fully operational in the future, gather all the resources, and provide a large number of manpower to support this huge plan. After understanding the role and power of the battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships proposed by Yi Tianzong, the higher-ups of the Haurangian sect were all excited. Everyone expressed their full support for this plan, and they would build the battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships at all costs. After all, there were still countless resources and wealth in the treasury of the Haurangian sect that had not been used. Since they had nothing to do, it was best to turn them into real strength and trump cards. A fully equipped cloud-level battle fortress with full firepower was at least equivalent to an elite at the peak of the second heaven of Myth realm. It was enough to deter and control all the forces within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Once the battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships were successfully built, the Haurangian sect's strength would increase tremendously. They would truly deter all the forces in the Central Plains and become a true super overlord. Yi Tianzong explained the construction method of the battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships to the people in the Weapons and Formations Hall in detail. He also took over the most important task of refining them. Currently, there was only one elite in the Weapons and Formations Hall who had broken through to the Myth realm, and that was the Hall Master of the Weapons and Formations Hall, Mo Lin. Mo Lin was one of the outstanding disciples that Yi Tianzong had carefully cultivated. After nearly 300 years of cultivation, he finally reached the Myth realm with his foundation and strength that had reached the King realm. Yi Zhen, the former Array Artifact Hall Master, had unfortunately been injured in a great battle with the Demon Clan, and his strength had been greatly reduced. He had resigned from his position as the Artifact Hall Master and became an elder of the Artifact Hall. He was responsible for teaching the disciples of the Artifact Hall about artifact forging and array formation. Although Mo Lin had reached the first celestial stage of Myth realm and could complete the most important parts of the Sky Patrol battleship, he was still unable to complete the most important parts of the soaring cloud-class battle fortress. In the entire Haurangian sect, only Yi Tianzong had the ability to do so. After ascertaining the division of labor, Yi Tianzong selected the materials he needed from the treasury of the Haurangian sect and then returned to the Immortal Mansion to refine them. The God-breaking puppet, God-locking mirror, dragon-snaring lasso, sky cannon, dark light tower, and spirit-swallowing disc were the most important parts of the battle fortresses. Among them, the God-breaking puppet, dragon-snaring lasso, sky cannon, and dark light tower were powerful enough to pose a great threat to second celestial stage and third celestial stage of Myth realm experts. The refining of each of them required very precious refining materials. Yi Tianzong had no choice but to take them seriously. 12 years had passed in the vast expanse immortal abode, and 3 years had passed in the outside world. Yi Tianzong had finally completed the forging of the divine vanquishing puppet, the divine mirror, the dragon-snaring lasso, the divine cannon, the dark light tower, and the spirit-devouring disc. He had even forged 2 sets. In the outside world, the Haurangian sect had been very active in the past 3 years. Every day, they spent a huge amount of wealth to plunder and purchase a large number of refining materials and mines. They also traded with the Demon Clan. As long as it was a refining material, No matter whether it was low grade, middle grade, or high grade, they would buy it all. All the major forces in the Central Plains wanted to find out what was going on. Even the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, who were on the same side, came to inquire about the reason. In response, the Haoranzhen sect only explained that they were experimenting with building a tool that could transport people on a large scale in the air. This tool would be used to deal with the demon clan and the extraterrestrial crisis in the future. They also showed a semi-finished Sky Patrol battleship that was not equipped with any offensive weapons to the people from the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. The people from the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands were not fools. They understood the intentions of the Haoranzhen sect at a glance. This kind of ship that could transport people on a large scale in the air could be modified to have offensive capabilities. In response, the people from the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands were greatly inspired. If the Haoranzhen sect could build this kind of thing, so could they. Without asking too many questions, these people stayed for a while before quickly returning to their respective forces. Half a month later, the Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands did the same as the Haoranzhen sect. They wantonly purchased all kinds of low-grade, middle-grade, and high-end crafting materials in the Central Plains and looked for mines. This directly caused the price of all crafting materials in the Central Plains to increase by 30%. If it were not for the strong suppression of the other major forces in the Central Plains, the price of crafting materials would have at least doubled. The major forces were quite dissatisfied with the culprits who caused this situation, the Haoranzhen sect, Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands, but they did not dare to complain to them directly. They could only secretly release some negative comments to vent their anger. Another thing worth mentioning was that Gudao Mountain, which had joined the Sky Pillar camp because of the recommendation of the Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect, had been unanimously expelled from the Sky Pillar camp in the past 3 years. The reason for this was that 20 years after the seal on the world was broken, the demon clan that had been lying in wait in the northern borderline launched an attack again. Due to the expansion of the world, the major forces and holy lands in the northern borderline, as well as Gudao Mountain, had all awakened the Myth Realm elites who had been sleeping in the secret realm. However, the Myth Realm elites who had been sleeping in the depths of the Abyss Demon Clan had also awakened, and their strength had also increased greatly. After the first confrontation, the major forces in the northern borderline were at a disadvantage, and many martial artists were killed or injured. Hence, the Mountain Master of Gudao Mountain and the Holy Lords of the other powerful Holy Lands represented the major forces in the northern borderline and came to the Central Plains to ask for help. This kind of thing should have been done by the Demon Slayer Alliance's headquarters, but the Mountain Master of Gudao Mountain actually brought the Holy Lords of the other Holy Lands to the Haoranzhen sect. He wanted the Haoranzhen sect to fight for more support and benefits for them in the Demon Slayer Alliance. After the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect heard Mountain Master Gudao's request, they did not answer. Instead, they invited the Lingyun Hall's master, Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 Holy Lords over. After the Lingyun Hall's master and the others arrived at the Haoranzhen sect, they found out that Mountain Master Gudao had brought people from other forces without permission, and they also found out about his request. They could not help but feel a little angry at Mountain Master Gudao for asking for too much. After Yi Haoran signaled the Lingyun Hall's master, Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 Holy Lords to calm down, he calmly asked Mountain Master Gudao to tell them everything. Mountain Master Gudao, who thought that this matter was very promising, said the request that made the Lingyun Hall's master and the others, including Yi Haoran, furious. The first was that Mountain Master Gudao wanted to recommend the Holy Lands of the other Holy Lords who came with him to join the Sky Pillar camp. He also hoped that Yi Haoran and the Lingyun Hall's master would consider the overall situation of suppressing the demon race and provide some support to the other Holy Lands. He especially hoped that they would help them build the creation spirit pool. The second was that Mountain Master Gudao also hoped that he would be able to obtain more slots the next time the seal of heaven and earth was broken. He only wanted to obtain as many slots as the Lingyun Hall and Kunlun sect had. He also hoped to give some slots to the other Holy Lands. Seeing Mountain Master Gudao's confident expression, Yi Haoran, the Lingyun Hall's master, Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 holy lords were furious. What a bastard! What an ingrate! He still wanted more slots. He still wanted to meddle with the Sky Pillar camp. He still wanted to help them build the creation spirit pool. He still wanted to threaten them in the name of suppressing the demon race. Yi Haoran, the Kunlun sect's master, and the others were determined to banish Mountain Master Gudao from the Sky Pillar camp. At the same time, they were doubting whether they should let the Demon Slayer Alliance continue to support the northern borderline and suppress the demon race's attack. From the expressions of Mountain Master Gudao and the other holy lords who came with him, Yi Haoran and the others understood that their continuous support over the years had made the various factions of the northern borderline forget themselves. They thought that they were very important and that they could not be separated from the fight against the demon race. This directly caused them to take it for granted. At this very moment, the Lingyun Hall's master and the Kunlun sect's master regretted recommending Mountain Master Gudao to the Sky Pillar camp. They felt that they could not lift their heads in front of Yi Haoran and the 10 holy lords. They really did not expect Mountain Master Gudao to be so despicable and arrogant as a faction of the Divine King's legacy. They were second only to the Penglai sect. If they did not take it for granted and did not investigate carefully before coming to a conclusion, how could there be such an infuriating scene today? As soon as they thought of what Mountain Master Gudao said just now, a strong murderous intent rose in the hearts of the Lingyun Hall's master and the Kunlun sect's master. They looked at Mountain Master Gudao and the others coldly. They could not wait to kill Mountain Master Gudao on the spot. When a person's murderous intent was released, the world would be turned upside down. The Lingyun Hall's master and the Kunlun sect's master were both Mythrealm elites. The murderous intent they released was a disaster for martial artists below the Myth realm. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. For Mountain Master Gudao, who was only Wu Sheng's 8th heaven and 9th heaven, as well as the holy lords of the northern frontier sacred grounds, their divine might was like a prison. It was boundless and terrifying. That was what they felt at this moment. Under the cold murderous gaze of the Lingyun Hall's master and the Kunlun sect's master, as well as the gloomy and fierce gazes of Yi Haoran and the 10 holy lords, Mountain Master Gudao and the other holy lords of the northern frontier sacred grounds felt as if the space around them had frozen. It was so difficult for them to even breathe. Their primordial spirits felt as if they were being crushed by a giant mountain. Their bodies could not move at all. It was only now that they remembered that other than them, the people in front of them were all Myth Realm super elites. They were not people they could offend. Chapter 226. Yi Haoran's powerful aura, which was at the peak of Myth Realm, pressed down on Mount Jiu Dao and the others. Then, he kept tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. He was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Haha, I really don't know what right and confidence you have to make such a request. Looks like the support we've given you all these years has spoiled you. You've become so proud that you don't know your own status. Do you really think that we can't do without you when we fight against the Devil Race?" The Devil Race was defeated in the Central Plains and was trapped in a corner of the Heavenly Devil Mountain Range. Why would the Central Plains be afraid of the Devil Race? Since you don't know how to cherish the support we gave you, then don't even think about getting support from the Central Plains. You can fend for yourselves. Also, as the price for your arrogance and offending us, Mount Jiu Dao will be expelled from the Sky Pillar camp from today onwards. Leave your lives here. When the time comes, just say that the Devil Race did it. Also, the creation spirit pool on Mount Jiu Dao will be destroyed by the Haoranjan sect. It's a waste to leave it to a force like Mount Jiu Dao who doesn't know what's good for you. Yi Haoran snorted coldly after he finished speaking. He attacked Mount Jiu Dao and the other sacred lords from the northern frontiers sacred lands with a majestic aura. Under Yi Haoran's snort, Mount Jiu Dao and the others, who were already under great pressure and could not resist, had their primordial spirits dispersed. They did not make a sound, only leaving behind corpses with disbelief on their faces. After killing Mount Jiu Dao and the others, Yi Haoran acted as if he had done something insignificant. His expression did not change at all. He sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that the support we've given to the northern frontier would make them forget who they are. Looks like we need to take some countermeasures." The Kunlun sect master said, "I really regret pulling Mount Jiu Dao in with Brother Lingyun. It's a disgrace to be in the same camp as such a despicable and arrogant force. I suggest that from this year onwards, the support we give to the northern frontier will be halved. If they want more experts from the demon-killing alliance, then use resources in exchange." After the Kunlun sect master finished speaking, the Lingyun Hall master and the 10 sacred lords also suggested reducing the support for the northern frontier. After half an hour of discussion, they finally decided to reduce the support they gave to the northern frontier during this year's Demon-Killing Alliance General Meeting. 5 years had passed. The demon gave the northern frontier, the Demon-Killing Alliance, the northern frontier. In the past 5 years, the Demon-Killing Alliance had reduced their support to the northern frontier, causing the northern frontier to be at a disadvantage in the war against the Demon Clan. Not only had they lost a large number of warriors, but they had also lost a large amount of territory. Decline were. Although the Demon-Killing Alliance had reduced the number of reinforcements, the main reason was that the major forces of the northern frontier did not have the determination to fight the demon race to the end. They all wanted to preserve their strength and only care about what was in front of them. Although some forces were determined to fight the Demon-Killing Alliance, most of them were useless teammates. They couldn't change the situation. Even if the Demon Slayer Alliance's reinforcements didn't decrease, or even increase, it would be useless against such a situation. On the contrary, many super forces and holy lands in the southern wasteland, although their overall strength was the weakest among the 4 regions, didn't cower in the face of the demon race. Most of the forces had a firm determination to fight the demon race to the end. Their determination wasn't any weaker than that of the Demon-Killing Alliance and the demon race in the demonic mountain range. This made the forces in the Central Plains recognize the forces in the southern wilderness. They also increased their support for the southern wilderness. They helped the southern wilderness stabilize their footing and enter a stalemate with the Demon-Killing Alliance. The Demon-Killing Alliance also contacted the forces in the northern frontier who were determined to fight the Demon-Killing Alliance. According to the Demon-Killing Alliance's higher-ups, it was a pity that these unyielding, determined, and discerning forces had been destroyed by the Demon Clan in the Northern Territory by a group of useless teammates. It was also a great loss for the Human Clan. It just so happened that the world had expanded, and a lot of space had been emptied out. Also, the Southern Wasteland lacked the power to fight against the demon race. You can all move to the Central Plains and the Southern Wilderness. The Demon-Killing Alliance can help you move. We can even take charge of carving out a place for you in the Central Plains. We can also discuss with the Southern Wilderness to let them accept you and leave a place for you. In short, as long as you are still alive, you will fight back one day. Don't be killed by the Northern Frontier's useless teammates who only knew how to preserve their strength. Most of the forces in the Central Plains didn't have a good impression of the Northern Frontier's passive resistance to the Demon-Killing Alliance. They even secretly schemed against the Demon-Killing Alliance. They also knew that these forces in the Northern Frontier were preserving their strength so that they could continue to be tyrannical after moving to other regions. However, the forces in the Central Plains had a common understanding. These forces who didn't even have the determination to protect their homeland were not allowed to enter the Central Plains. If they dared to enter, they would be suppressed to death. Compared to the Northern Frontier and the Southern Wilderness, the war situation in the Western regions had been very stable. Most of the forces in the Western regions had more or less restrained the Demon-Killing Alliance. For example, the strength cultivated by the people of the Indian sect could restrain the Demon-Killing Alliance better than the people of the Hao-Ranjan sect. Therefore, the war with the Demon-Killing Alliance was always tepid. In addition, in the Central Plains, the Hao-Ranjan sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 sacred lands were still constantly purchasing all kinds of refining materials in the past 5 years. After discussing with the Lingyun Hall's master and the others, Yi Haoran felt that the various forces should also be prepared. Therefore, he spread the news that they were all building their own weapons of war to deal with the Demon-Killing Alliance in the future. Under the guidance of the Hao-Ranjan sect, the Lingyun Hall, and the others, the various forces in the Central Plains gradually began to build their own weapons of war. This caused the various forces in the central planes to be in a tense and busy state. In the past 5 years, Yi Qianzong had refined 2 sets of God-shattering puppets, God-locking mirror, dragon-snaring lasso, Sky Yuan cannon, Dark Light Tower, and Spirit-swallowing disc. This meant that the Hao Ranjin sect could now build 4 Lingyun-level battle fortresses. In addition to refining the God-shattering puppets, God-locking mirror, and other key parts of the battle fortresses, Yi Qianzong also frequently supervised and guided the progress of the battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships. 8 years had passed since the beginning of the plan, and the Hao Ranjin sect had already completed the construction of 16 sky patrol battleships. The construction of the first battle fortress was also more than 90% complete. It would be completed in a little more than a year. For the first battle fortress that was built with countless materials and resources, all the members of righteous orthodoxy who knew and participated in it were not only extremely cautious, but also carefully checked every step and were all full of expectations. If the battle fortress was really as Yi Qianzong had planned and could pose a huge threat to Myth Tier 2 and Tier 3 powerhouses, then the Hao Ranjin sect would usher in great glory. Looking at the battle fortress that was about to be completed, Yi Qianzong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this would be enough to test its power before he left. Because it was the first battle fortress to be built, all the steps had to be checked at least 3 times. Every part was carefully selected. Once the inspection was successful and he had experience, the remaining battle fortresses would be completed in less than 10 years. By then, with the deterrence of the 4 battle fortresses, it would not be a problem for him to disappear for 10 or 20 years. Thinking of this, Yi Qianzong could not help but think of the trial battlefield in the depths of the Immortal Mansion. Yi Qianzong only learned about the trial battlefield from the inheritance of the Immortal Mansion after he became a junior disciple. He had never entered it before. Chapter 227. Although Yi Qianzong had never entered the trial battlefield, he clearly knew that the trial battlefield was very dangerous from the inheritance he had obtained. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death, and death in the trial battlefield was real death. The trial battlefield was chosen by the Supreme Being who created the Immortal Mansion. He had chosen 10 colossal worlds among the myriad worlds. When he was refining the vast expanse Immortal Abode, he had integrated the 10 colossal worlds into the Immortal Abode with a supreme method, and opened up a continent the size of a high-level colossal world, connecting the 10 colossal worlds to become the battlefield of the 10 colossal worlds. This battlefield was called the World Battlefield by the creatures of the 10 colossal worlds. However, in the inheritance of the Immortal Mansion, it was called the Trial Battlefield. Its real purpose was to train the people chosen by the Immortal Mansion. When they felt that they had reached a point where they could no longer advance, they would undergo the trial to improve themselves. There were countless cultivation systems in the myriad worlds. The 10th heavens of the mortal realm, the 9th heavens of the myth realm, and the boundless Tao realm were a set of relatively common ranking systems that were divided by countless mighty beings and forces in the myriad worlds. The 9th heavens of the myth realm. The 5th heavens was the ancient god, the 6th heavens was the celestial god, the 7th heavens was the ancient god king, the 8th heavens was the firmament emperor, and the 9th heavens was the ancient god king. Above the ancient god king was the supreme celestial master. Only by becoming a supreme celestial master would there be a slight possibility of breaking through to the boundless Tao realm. The myriad worlds were divided into minor worlds, medium worlds, colossal worlds, and chaotic heavenly domain. Each level of world was divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and pinnacle. The so-called colossal worlds not only had to surpass the pinnacle colossal worlds in terms of origin and size, but also had to have at least 12 supreme celestial masters. Even the pinnacle colossal worlds could only accommodate the 7th heavens of the myth realm, the ancient god king, the great emperor, and the supreme celestial masters could only be born in the colossal worlds. There were at least 24 supreme heavenly venerates in each of the 10 colossal worlds refined into the vast expanse Immortal Abode by the All Heavens Supreme Almighties. These 10 worlds seemed to be trials for the people chosen by the Immortal Mansion, and they were filled with endless dangers. However, once the trial taker successfully passed the standards of each level of disciple determined by the Immortal Mansion, the creatures of these 10 worlds would become part of the trial taker's team in the future, and there would be almost no need to worry about betrayal. The methods of the All Heavens Almighties were simply unimaginable. The fates of all living beings in these 10 colossal worlds had long been decided. When Yi Tianzong had been selected by the Immortal Mansion, he had only been tested for his identity as a disciple. He didn't know the secrets of the Immortal Mansion at all. He could simply take advantage of the Immortal Mansion's superior cultivation environment. It wasn't until he was promoted to a junior disciple that he received some of the Immortal Mansion's inheritance. After Yi Tianzong was promoted to a junior disciple, the information that the Immortal Mansion passed on to Yi Tianzong included some shallow secrets of the myriad worlds, 3,000 types of cultivation system explanations, formations, refining weapons, and alchemy methods and techniques that were more widely circulated in the myriad worlds. There were also things to pay attention to when breaking through to the Divine King realm, and so on. With the Immortal Mansion's inheritance, Yi Tianzong didn't have to worry about how to break through to the Divine King realm. The only thing he had to worry about was how to reach the standard of a junior disciple determined by the Immortal Mansion. Since he was fortunate enough to have such a supreme opportunity, he had to grasp it firmly no matter what, strive to achieve a higher status, and completely become the successor of the Supreme Being. If he had a choice, Yi Tianzong would rather enter the trial battlefield after becoming a primary disciple and raise his cultivation base without any scruples. Then, he would make use of the resources and heritage of the 10 vast thousand worlds to become a supreme heavenly venerate. Then, he would find a vast thousand world in the outside world and break through to the boundless Tao realm. How could he be willing to waste time in the profound spirit world, a middle world that was sealed and had nothing to do with anything? It was just that his thoughts were beautiful, but reality didn't allow it. Who asked this to be the test that the Immortal Mansion set for Yi Tianzong? The profound spirit world was a world that the Immortal Mansion specially chose among the myriad worlds. If Yi Tianzong wanted to be promoted to a junior disciple determined by the Immortal Mansion, he had to meet many conditions and standards. Conquering the profound spirit world, restoring the profound spirit world to its peak, and becoming the master of the profound spirit world, was one of the conditions. Otherwise, why would Yi Tianzong work so hard to develop the Haoranzhen sect? Moreover, once Yi Tianzong entered the trial battlefield, before he was promoted to a junior disciple, no matter how he cultivated, he could only continuously increase his foundation and foundation. His realm could be increased, but his cultivation couldn't exceed the limit allowed by the profound spirit world outside. In other words, with Yi Tianzong's current status as a junior disciple, once he entered the trial battlefield with a cultivation of the second heavenly layer of myth, then no matter what kind of heavenly treasures Yi Tianzong obtained in the trial battlefield, he couldn't let his cultivation exceed the second heavenly layer of myth. He could only continuously increase his accumulation and foundation. This situation made Yi Tianzong want to curse. Fuck, low status doesn't have human rights. If there were no restrictions and he could break through to the Divine King realm, he would have already single-handedly broken into the underground demon clan's lair and fought with the sealed Great Emperor realm experts. He wouldn't have needed to do so many things. Although he wanted to curse, Yi Tianzong finally suppressed the urge to curse, considering that the Immortal Mansion might have a steward or something like that, in order to avoid possible punishment. Under Yi Tianzong's guidance from time to time, the construction of the first soaring cloud battle fortress was completed in just 1 year and 2 months. Even the corresponding Sky Patrol battleship had been prepared for a long time. Looking at the battle fortress that had been built with countless resources and painstaking efforts, the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect couldn't wait to test it and confirm the true combat power of the battle fortress. The Haoranzhen sect first sent 100,000 people to the battle fortress, which had a capacity of 300,000 people. They tested whether the battle fortress could fly smoothly at an altitude of 10,000 miles and whether the various combat units could be used normally. After 3 months and more than 10 repeated tests, they finally confirmed the safety of the battle fortress and Sky Patrol battleship. There were no problems with the various functions. They also tested the combat power of the battle fortress and Sky Patrol battleship a little. They only activated 20% of the combat power of each combat unit. The results were very satisfactory to the higher-ups of the Haoranzhen sect. After confirming that the battle fortress and sky patrol battleship had reached the powerful strength that they had originally envisioned, the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect and all the insiders and participants were greatly encouraged. Then, they couldn't wait to speed up the construction of the second, third, and fourth battle fortress. With the experience of the first battle fortress, the second battle fortress could be completed in 2 years. With a battle fortress, such a powerful weapon of war, it would be an idiotic act to hide it and not use it. The Hao Ranjan sect would only have a stronger deterrent force when all the people and forces witnessed the power of the battle fortress. This would make all the forces not dare to challenge the dignity of the Hao Ranjan sect. According to the plan of the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect, after the construction of the second battle fortress was completed, they would send a battle fortress with 8 sky patrol battleships to the front lines of the battle between the various forces of the southern wasteland and the demon race. They would use the blood of the demon race to witness the powerful killing power of the battle fortress. They would let the central plains and the southern wasteland witness the powerful strength and heritage of the Hao Ranjan sect. Time gradually passed. It had been 10 years since Yi Tianzong had taught Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu the 9 revolutions of True God secret technique. During these 10 years, which was 40 years in the Immortal Mansion, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu had finally completed the second transformation of the 9 revolutions of True God secret technique with the help of the countless rare spirit herbs and treasures of heaven and earth in Yi Tianzong's herb garden. After completing the second transformation, the two people's foundation and heritage had at least doubled. Their overall strength had also increased by more than 3 times. The myth realm was completely different from the realm below the myth realm. No matter how deep one's foundation was and how strong their battle prowess was, it did not mean that they would still be able to look down on those at the same realm after they reached the myth realm. They needed to continue accumulating strength to deepen their heritage and foundation. After Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu completed the second transformation of the 9 revolutions of True God secret technique, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was enough to deter the various forces of the Central Plains, and the development of the Hao Ranjan sect would not face any problems. Yi Tianzong had also let go of his worries and decided to enter the trial battlefield. Chapter 228. He told Yi Haoran and the others, as well as the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjan sect, that he was going to go into seclusion to deduce the path and cultivation method after the second heaven of myth realm. After that, he gave Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu the right to freely enter and exit the immortal mansion. Under the two's worried and reluctant gazes, he went into the depths of the immortal mansion and disappeared from their sight. After Yi Tianzong passed through a colorful barrier, he was already in the trial battlefield when he woke up again. According to the information in his mind, Yi Tianzong knew his current situation. There were no changes in any aspect, and his name was the same. He only had an additional identity as an inner disciple of the Black Heaven sect. This identity was also arranged by the Immortal Mansion to make things easier for Yi Tianzong. The Black Heaven sect was an emperor-level sect in one of the 10 colossal worlds that was dominated by the human race. There were more than 1 million disciples in the sect, 3 great emperor-level great ancestors, 1 late-stage great emperor, and 2 early-stage great emperors. It was in the lower tier of the emperor-level sects. The 10 colossal worlds in the Immortal Mansion each had their own characteristics. In each colossal world, there was a race that occupied more than 80% of the world's fate and territory. There were the human race, the demon race, the celestial race, the nether race, the blood race, the ancient race, the spirit race, the dragon race, the phoenix race, and the grey race. Of course, this was a general term, and each race was divided into countless ethnic groups. These 10 races were the main races in the 10 colossal worlds, and they basically represented the worlds they were in. These 10 clans were all powerful and representative clans chosen by the almighty beings from the myriad worlds when they were refining the vast expanse Immortal Mansion. They occupied a large proportion of each world in the myriad worlds. The 10 colossal worlds had been connected to the world battlefield in the middle a long time ago, and countless battles had broken out between them. Yi Tianzong was still in the second stratum of the god-myth realm, and was currently in the outermost region of the world battlefield. 3 days ago, he had fought a great battle with an ancient god elder, and was currently recuperating. According to the information in his mind, Yi Tianzong had a detailed understanding of his own situation and the surrounding situation. The world battlefield was a place where the 10 worlds fought against each other. At the same time, it was also a battlefield where the geniuses with great luck, great willpower, and great wisdom would be selected. Each of the 10 greater worlds had carved out a vast region in the world battlefield as their base in the world battlefield. There were countless battles happening at every moment in the world battlefield. Countless lives were lost every second. At the same time, there were also peerless geniuses who stood out from the countless battles. Every living being who entered the world battlefield was, at the very least, a first-level godmyth. A second-level godmyth existence like Yi Tianzong could only survive in the outermost region of the world battlefield. Once he entered the deeper regions, he would basically be crushed. Even with Yi Tianzong's current combat strength, which was enough to fight a third-level godmyth, he could only barely protect himself in the deeper regions. After all, there were too many geniuses in the colossal worlds. Yi Tianzong was sure that there were definitely many who were stronger than him in the same realm. He did not dare to arrogantly think that he stood at the top of the same realm. In the colossal worlds of the human race, which the Black Heaven sect belonged to, the sects and forces were basically divided according to the strongest combat strength of the sects. If a sect had a god king, it would be a king-level sect. If it had a great emperor, it would be an emperor-level sect. If it had a celestial venerable, it would be a supreme sect. Only godmyth experts were qualified to establish sects and forces. From the 1st to 6th levels of the godmyth realm, sects and forces established were generally divided into levels 1 to 6. There were so many sects and forces established by experts below the God King realm that it was impossible to count them. Therefore, in the colossal worlds of the human race, only king-level sects were qualified to step on the stage. The Black Heaven sect, where Yi Tianzong was, divided the disciples into outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. Those below the godmyth realm were all outer disciples, and the lowest cultivation base was equivalent to the Wu King realm in the spirit profound world. Only by reaching the godmyth realm could one officially become an inner disciple of the Black Heaven sect. The 1st and 2nd levels of the godmyth realm were inner disciples, the 3rd and 4th levels were core disciples, and the 5th and 6th levels were true disciples. Although Yi Tianzong was at the 2nd level of the godmyth realm, because of his peerless talent and tyrannical combat strength, he could fight against a core disciple at the 3rd level of the godmyth realm. Most of the elders and higher-ups in the Black Heaven sect were more optimistic about Yi Tianzong. They thought that it was only a matter of time before he broke through the 3rd level of the godmyth realm and became a core disciple. Entering the world battlefield to participate in the world war was an order that every 4th level and above force in the 10 colossal worlds had to carry out. Every force that entered the world battlefield to participate in the war had to stay for a sufficient amount of time before they could return to their respective worlds to recuperate. The teams sent by the 4th level forces had to stay in the world battlefield for a full 10 years, the 5th level forces had to stay for 20 years, the 6th level forces had to stay for 30 years, the king level forces had to stay for 50 years, the emperor level forces had to stay for 100 years, and the supreme forces with celestial venerables had to stay for 200 years. Yi Tianzong was accompanied by 100 inner sect disciples. They were following an ancient god realm elder from the Black Heaven sect, who was at the 5th firmament of the godmyth realm. They were at the outermost perimeter of the world battlefield, where they were fighting against the races from the other 9 major worlds. It was now the 10th year in the world battlefield. During this time, they had experienced hundreds of battles with the races from the other worlds. Originally, there were 100 disciples in the same team, but now there were only 62 left. After figuring out his situation, Yi Tianzong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he carefully considered his future plans. In the world battlefield, the more enemies he killed from the other worlds, the more battle merits he would gain. Then, when he returned to his own world, he would be able to exchange for better treasures. At the same time, when he returned to the sect, he would also be rewarded by the sect's higher-ups. Therefore, it was impossible to keep a low profile in the world battlefield. You had to show your strength and stand out in the continuous battles and killings. Only then could you obtain more opportunities. If you had enough experience, When you return to your world, not only would you obtain more treasures, but the sect you belonged to would also be rewarded. Then, in the next 90 years, under the premise that his life was not in danger, he would try his best to obtain more battle merits so that he could obtain more benefits when he returned to his sect. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong abandoned all distracting thoughts and entered a state of cultivation. 3 days ago, they had just fought a great battle with the powerhouses from the Dragon Clan's colossal world and lost 3 of their companions. Now that they had returned to the Black Heaven sect's stronghold in the world battlefield, they basically did not have to worry about being attacked by the powerhouses from the other worlds. Yi Tianzong could cultivate in peace. However, just in case, he still divided a part of his attention to pay attention to the situation outside. The Black Heaven sect had a total of 2 strongholds in the world battlefield. They were small cities that occupied a radius of 100 miles. In each city, there were about 10,000 people. Other than the people in charge of guarding, everyone was seizing the time to cultivate or heal their injuries so that they could maintain their best condition as much as possible. This was the world battlefield. There might be a mission in the next moment, and then they would encounter a strong enemy and die an unnatural death. No one would be happy to risk their lives, so everyone maintained a tense state of mind at all times. 7 days later, Yi Tianzong was cultivating when the communication jade talisman beside him suddenly moved. Yi Tianzong picked up the jade talisman and activated it. Then, a familiar voice sounded, "Tianzong, get ready. It's our turn to guard the mine tomorrow." This was the voice of the ancient god realm elder Lin Tong, who led the team. "Elder, I understand." Yi Tianzong used the communication jade talisman to reply. Then, Yi Tianzong put away the communication jade talisman and narrowed his eyes, thinking about the mission tomorrow. There might be another battle. The world battlefield was a supercontinent that was equivalent to the size of a high-level colossal world. There were many rare materials or treasures of heaven and earth that were not available in the 10 colossal worlds or were relatively rare in the world battlefield. Of course, there were also many low-end resources. Those rare or non-existent things were the top resources that the 10 colossal worlds wanted very much. For these rare resources, countless battles had broken out in the world battlefield. Chapter 229. 5 years ago, the Black Heaven sect discovered a small vein of 5 elemental gold essence 30,000 miles away from their stronghold. 5 elemental gold essence was an emperor-level material used to refine emperor weapons. The Black Heaven sect discovered a small vein of 5 elemental gold essence that could be refined to about 300 feet of 5 elemental gold essence. Under normal circumstances, it was enough to refine 500 emperor weapons. For an emperor-level faction, this was a huge amount of wealth. However, mining this small vein of 5 elemental gold essence was very troublesome. Moreover, only 10 cubic feet of the vein could be mined every day. It would take at least 100 years for the entire vein to be fully developed. This made the Black Heaven sect very nervous. They sent people to guard the vein every day to prevent it from being discovered and robbed by other factions. The next day, Yi Tianzong arrived on time at the rendezvous point that Elder Lin Tong informed him of. When Elder Lin Tong saw Yi Tianzong's arrival, a satisfied look flashed across his eyes. When all 62 inner disciples had arrived, Elder Lin Tong announced the mission and set off. This time, the mission to guard the 5 elemental gold essence vein would last for half a year. Yi Tianzong followed the team led by Elder Lin Tong and finally arrived at the mission location after flying for half a day. There were more than 800 people from the Black Heaven sect guarding the vein. Including Yi Tianzong and the others, there were more than 930 people. The entire world battlefield was divided into 6 zones from the center to the outside. The laws of heaven and earth in each zone were different. The first zone was the outermost zone. It was the zone where Myth Realm First and Second Heavens were active. The second zone was for Myth Realm Third and Fourth Heavens, and the third zone was for Myth Realm Fifth and Sixth Heavens. The fourth zone was for Myth Realm Seventh Heavens Divine Kings, the fifth zone was for Myth Realm Eighth Heavens Great Emperors, and the sixth zone was for Myth Realm Ninth Heavens Venerables. The creatures in the outermost zone could freely enter the deeper zone, but it was not so easy to come out after entering. Their cultivation realm would drop by 1 level. If the creatures in the deeper zone wanted to enter the outermost zone, they would also have to pay the price of dropping their cultivation realm. If a Grand Emperor from the 5th level wanted to enter the 4th level of the God King realm, he would fall to the God King realm. If he wanted to enter the 3rd level, he would fall to the 6th level of the God Myth realm. Moreover, this kind of drop in cultivation realm was a true loss. Regardless of whether it was power or comprehension of cultivation realm, everything would disappear. It was not like being sealed or recultivated, where one could quickly recover after returning to the corresponding area. This was the supreme law of the world battlefield, directly wiping away the realm of the living beings who wanted to violate the law. Moreover, after their realm fell, if they wanted to cultivate back up again, it would be 10 times harder than before. The rules of the world battlefield were set by the supreme powerhouse who created the immortal mansion. Existences who could be called supreme powerhouses of the heavens had all walked extremely far in the boundless Tao realm and could easily establish a chaos heavenly domain. The chaotic heavenly domain was a world level above the great thousand worlds. It could survive the chaotic cataclysm once every 3,000 eras and exist in the endless chaos. Even the most basic chaotic heavenly domain in terms of origin, strength, and other aspects were more than 100 times stronger than the pinnacle of the super great thousand worlds. It was not something that the great thousand worlds could compare with. The rules set by the supreme powerhouses of the heavens were equivalent to the supreme iron law for all living beings in the myth realm in the 10 super great thousand worlds. There was no room for resistance. Powerhouses were conceited. Those grand emperors and celestial venerables who could call the wind and summon the rain and do whatever they wanted in their own worlds did not believe that the rules of the world battlefield could do anything to them. In the end, they all paid a painful lesson and did not dare to violate the rules of the world battlefield again. However, there were exceptions. A certain number of exemption talismans would be born in the world battlefield every year. The so-called exemption talismans could help living beings to be exempted from the rules of the world battlefield. After going from the deeper level to the outer level, the living beings would not be punished by the rules of the world battlefield. However, there were also limitations to this kind of exemption talisman. Although it could help the holder of the exemption talisman to be exempted from the punishment of the rules of the world battlefield, the holder could not take the initiative to attack living beings whose realm was lower than their own. No means were allowed unless they were provoked. Once they did not abide by the rules, they would be punished even if they had the exemption talisman. Such rules were set to protect the true prodigies. They would not let these people fall midway due to loopholes in the rules or irresistible forces. Although the space of the world battlefield was very sturdy and even a supreme grand emperor could not destroy it, living beings in each area could still fly. On the 5th day after Yi Tianzong and the others arrived at the 5 elements gold essence vein, the location of the vein was discovered by an emperor-level force in the Heaven Clan's super great thousand world. The emperor-level force in the Heaven Clan's super great thousand world wanted to share the vein equally with the Black Sky sect. Of course, the Black Sky sect would not agree, so a battle broke out between the two sides. Since they were enemies, there was nothing to say. They just had to kill. Yi Tianzong had no intention of hiding his strength. In the battle with the Heaven Clan's emperor-level force, he went all out. Yi Tianzong's strength after completing the second refinement of the 9 refinements of Nirvana was not comparable to the top prodigies of the supreme sects, but it was not much worse. Among the emperor-level forces in the Heaven Clan, there was no one who could be compared to Yi Tianzong. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, with his extraordinary combat strength, rampaged through the battle with the Heaven Clan's forces. No one in the second heaven of the myth realm in the Heaven Clan's emperor-level force could stop Yi Tianzong's violent attacks. They were all killed by Yi Tianzong. The people of the Black Sky sect, who were originally in a decline, suddenly erupted with strong confidence and fighting spirit because of Yi Tianzong's sudden outburst. They cooperated with Yi Tianzong to besiege the enemy. On the other side, Elder Lin Tong and the leader of the Heaven Clan's emperor-level force had different expressions on their faces. Elder Lin Tong and the leader of the Heaven Clan both had immunity talismans. They were also ancient gods at the 5th heaven of the myth realm. Elder Lin Tong's immunity talisman was one of the only 2 in the Black Sky sect. Elder Lin Tong laughed happily when Yi Tianzong gained the upper hand with the Black Sky Sect's disciples. On the other hand, the Heaven Clan's Emperor-level forces experts were livid. They stared at Yi Tianzong on the battlefield below. They couldn't wait to tear Yi Tianzong into pieces. Elder Lin Tong laughed and said, "Haha, don't be delusional. If you dare to make a move, you will be punished by the rules of the battlefield. Either stay and fight with me or get lost. Don't even think about coveting my Black Sky Sect's mineral load." Elder Lin Tong's words were blunt. The Heaven Clan's ancient god expert couldn't take it anymore. He was already unhappy that he couldn't make a move after losing the battle below. Now that Elder Lin Tong was mocking him, he wouldn't be able to face his fellow clansmen if he left with his tail between his legs. The Heaven Clan's expert, who was about to explode, didn't say anything. He took out his weapon, a long saber with green engravings. Then, he started to fight with Elder Lin Tong. When two beings of the same realm fought with immunity talismans, they wouldn't be restricted by the rules of the battlefield. However, they needed to be careful not to affect other beings of lower realms. Therefore, when Elder Lin Tong fought with the Heaven Clan's expert, he controlled his strength and stayed away from the battlefield below. On the battlefield below, Yi Tianzong attracted a lot of second heaven myth experts from the Heaven Clan's Emperor-level forces. The Black Sky Sect took the opportunity to surround the enemy. After an hour of fierce fighting, the Black Sky Sect sacrificed 51st Heaven Myth experts and 10 Second Heaven Myth disciples. In the end, they killed all 1,000 enemies from the Heaven Clan's Emperor-level forces. Yi Tianzong cleaned up the battlefield and picked out some things that would be useful to the Hao Ranzhen sect from the storage equipment on the dead Heaven Clan's corpses. Then, under the admiring and grateful eyes of his fellow disciples, he returned to his position at the mineral lode. On the world battlefield, after a living being killed an enemy, 10% of the spoils would be handed over to their respective sects and forces. The rest would belong to the individual. As the person who contributed the most in this battle, Yi Tianzong could get at least 30% of the spoils. After all, at least 30% of the second heaven myth enemies were killed by Yi Tianzong. Even if he took 40% of the spoils, the Black Sky Sect's disciples wouldn't have any objections. This was because their strength was weaker than the Heaven Clan's Emperor-level forces. Without Yi Tianzong, they would have died. If they died, they would have nothing. Now, Yi Tianzong only took a small amount of spoils, less than 10%. That meant that the others could get more. In addition, Yi Tianzong had indirectly saved their lives. Therefore, the other Black Sky Sect's disciples were grateful to Yi Tianzong. After fighting at full strength for 2 hours, Yi Tianzong also felt a lot of energy and a little tired. Just now on the battlefield, facing attacks from all directions, Yi Tianzong's mind was tense at all times. After all, the enemies were also from Emperor-level forces. Although those second heaven myth opponents were not as strong as Yi Tianzong, they were still very strong. If his strength was too weak, he couldn't afford to lose face. If there were 2 or 3 or 4 of them, Yi Tianzong wouldn't take them seriously. He could easily deal with them. But if there were dozens of them, Yi Tianzong had to be extra careful. This was a battlefield. If he was accidentally injured or died, he wouldn't have another chance. Recalling the course of the battle, Yi Tianzong summed it up, and then began to quietly restore the consumed strength. On the other side, Elder Lin Tong, who was fighting with the Heaven Clan's experts, also returned to the mine station half an hour after the end of the ground battle. Chapter 230. The title of the chapter was wrong. It should be Chapter 230, Making a Contribution Again. The battle with the Grey Tribe lasted for more than 2 hours, but the result was still a draw. However, the battle on the ground ended with the Black Heaven Sect's victory and the Grey Tribe's complete annihilation. There was no point in continuing the battle, so the Grey Tribe's powerhouse left after saying some harsh words. As soon as Elder Lin Tong returned to the encampment, he praised Yi Tianzong and asked Yi Tianzong to continue to work hard and win glory for the sect. After Yi Tianzong asked Elder Lin Tong about the result of the battle with the Grey Tribe's powerhouse, he believed that the Grey Tribe's Emperor-level faction would not let it go so easily. They would definitely come back for revenge. Yi Tianzong suggested that Elder Lin Tong report the situation to the encampment and let the sect's forces in the encampment come to support them. They also needed to set up some formations to assist in the battle. At this point, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but complain in his heart. The Black Heaven sect was guarding such a mineral vein, but they didn't set up any powerful defensive formations. Did they not know how to use formations, or did they look down on formations? However, the truth was so unexpected. When Yi Tianzong said that he wanted to set up a formation, there really wasn't a single disciple in the Black Heaven sect who was proficient in formations. Yi Tianzong looked at Elder Lin Tong suspiciously and asked with some surprise, "Elder, I remember that our sect doesn't prohibit people from learning formations. Is there no elder in the sect who is proficient in formations? No disciple to learn formations?" Elder Lin Tong sighed and said, "The sect used to have an elder who was proficient in formations. However, the formation elder was domineering and had some problems with his character. Before one of our sect's ancestors became a great emperor, he had a falling out with the formation elder over a matter related to the sect's interests. The formation elder left the sect and took some of the disciples who were proficient in formations with him. What was even more hateful was that the former formation elder not only destroyed most of the secret manuals about formations before he left, but also joined an enemy sect. He wantonly slandered our Black Heaven sect outside, saying that our sect's inheritance is missing. Because of these rumors, the experts outside who are proficient in formations also stayed away from our Black Heaven sect. Now, the sect really doesn't have a formation elder in charge. Those disciples who learned formations in the past also gave up on studying formations because of the loss of the inheritance. So we really don't have anyone who can set up formations. Keep this matter to yourself, don't spread it out." After Yi Tianzong heard this, he thought for a moment and said, "Elder, when I was out adventuring, I received some formation inheritances. I didn't know much about this situation before. Since we don't have anyone, then let me set up the formations. You can send some disciples to assist me. Anyway, the Grey Clan's revenge won't come soon. I'll take advantage of this time to set up some trapping and defensive formations. It's better than nothing." Elder Lin Tong listened to Yi Tianzong's words. Although he didn't think that Yi Tianzong could set up a powerful formation, it was better than nothing. Therefore, he arranged 30 disciples at the first celestial layer of Myth Realm to assist Yi Tianzong. Then he immediately rushed back to the stronghold to organize the forces. Lin Tong was at the 5th celestial layer of Myth Realm, so he could fly back 30,000 miles from the mine to the stronghold in a quarter of an hour. After Elder Lin Tong left, Yi Tianzong took 30 disciples at the 1st celestial layer of Myth Realm to set up a defensive formation. The formation Yi Tianzong wanted to set up was the Sky Disorienting Phantom Formation. Yi Tianzong created the Great Illusion Formation by borrowing some of the mysteries of the Lingyun Hall's Great Illusion Formation. The Great Illusion Formation was a combination of defense and trapping. Once an enemy broke into the formation, as long as their strength didn't exceed the 4th celestial layer of Myth Realm, they would appear in a grey space where countless figures would appear and besiege the intruder. The strength of the figures that appeared was adjusted according to the intruder's cultivation base. At most, the formation could withstand the attacks of 1,000 peak-second celestial layer experts. In order to set up the Great Illusion Formation, Yi Tianzong emptied half of the materials in his storage ring. After setting up the Great Illusion Formation, Yi Tianzong also set up a Great Spirit Gathering Formation. In the outermost area of the battlefield, the concentration of heaven and earth's vital qi was considerable. Although it couldn't compare to the cultivation environment in his own world, it was no problem for him to cultivate and restore his strength. After the setup was completed, they personally experienced the power of the Sky Illusionary Formation and the rich qi of heaven and earth in the Spirit Gathering Formation. All the disciples of the Black Sky sect were amazed by Yi Tianzong's formation skills. Elder Lin Tong, who had returned, didn't expect Yi Tianzong to give him such a surprise. He praised Yi Tianzong greatly. He also promised to report to the sect that he would compensate Yi Tianzong for the materials and resources he used to set up the formation. With the Great Spirit Gathering Formation gathering the vital qi in a radius of thousands of miles, the disciples at the 1st celestial layer of Myth Realm were the happiest. The concentration of vital qi in the Great Spirit Gathering formation was enough for them to cultivate and break through. 7 days later, the Emperor-class force of the Grey Clan came again to the 5 elements gold essence vein guarded by the Black Heaven sect. This time, the Emperor-class force of the Grey Clan came with 3,000 people. Not only did they come alone, but they also joined forces with 2 other Emperor-class forces. The 3 parties had a total of 6,000 people to snatch the 5 elements gold essence vein. Seeing the strength of the enemy this time, Elder Lin Tong was very glad that he asked Yi Tianzong to set up a defensive formation. He listened to Yi Tianzong's suggestion and notified the people at another stronghold just in case. Now, there were a total of 5,000 people from the Black Heaven sect stationed in the vein. However, facing 6,000 people from 3 Emperor-class forces, the situation was still not optimistic. Elder Lin Tong confronted the 3 ancient gods from the Grey Clan's Emperor-class forces. The remaining 6,000 first and second celestial layers of Myth Realm could only be dealt with by the disciples of the Black Heaven sect. While waiting for the enemy to come for revenge, Yi Tianzong didn't just sit around and do nothing. Instead, he made the corresponding preparations. He selected 30 disciples who had followed him to set up the formation and taught them the Howran Heavenly Dipper Sword formation. When the enemy attacked this time, Yi Tianzong led the 31st Celestial Layer disciples who formed the Howran Heavenly Dipper Sword formation and directly blocked the 22nd Celestial Layer enemies. Yi Tianzong was the main attacker, and the 30 disciples who formed the sword formation supported Yi Tianzong's defense. With the cooperation of each other, Yi Tianzong used the boundless sword technique and suppressed the 22nd Celestial Layer enemies with his super strength. The situation on Yi Tianzong's side naturally attracted the enemy's attention, so more and more 2nd Celestial Layer enemies came to kill Yi Tianzong. When the enemies besieging him reached 32nd Celestial Layer experts, Yi Tianzong could only be in a stalemate with the enemy. The powerful strength that Yi Tianzong showed really shocked the 3 Emperor-level forces of the Heaven Clan. In their hearts, they were determined to kill Yi Tianzong. Seeing more and more 2nd Celestial Layer enemies coming to besiege him, the 31st Celestial Layer disciples who supported him were almost unable to hold on. Yi Tianzong directly took out a handful of divine pills that he had refined and stuffed them into his mouth. Some of them could restore divine vitality, and some could restore the power of the divine soul. Then Yi Tianzong directly urged his divine soul power, which was far beyond the 2nd Celestial Layer of myth, to launch a divine soul attack on the enemies around him. With the cultivation of the 2nd Celestial Layer of myth, Yi Tianzong could now mobilize 30% of his divine soul power at his peak, which was equivalent to the divine soul attack launched by an expert at the middle stage of the 5th Celestial Layer of myth. More than 32nd Celestial Layer enemies around him were caught off guard by Yi Tianzong's divine soul attack, and their divine souls were immediately injured. With the help of the pills that could restore the divine soul, Yi Tianzong's divine soul power was quickly recovering. Before the enemies could react, Yi Tianzong mobilized 80% of his divine vitality and performed the first move of the boundless sword technique, Boundless Cold Light. After launching the Boundless Cold Light, Yi Tianzong launched another divine soul attack. After launching 2 large-scale divine soul attacks in a row, Yi Tianzong felt that his divine soul was empty and tired, even with the help of the pills that could restore the divine soul. However, Yi Tianzong resisted the discomfort and once again urged his divine vitality, which had recovered 50%, to perform the second move of the boundless sword technique, Sword Sweeping Demons. The fierce sword qi that filled the sky rushed toward the enemies. Under Yi Tianzong's 2 divine soul attacks and sword qi attacks, more than 32nd Celestial Layer outstanding disciples of the Grey Clan's Emperor-level forces were wiped out by Yi Tianzong in one go. Once again, Yi Tianzong took out a handful of divine pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he let the 30 disciples who formed the sword formation fight the enemies freely, while he began to move around. The number of enemies was more than the people of the Black Heaven sect. At this time, with Yi Tianzong's strength, which was the best on the battlefield, he should not fight head-on. Instead, he should use the method of moving around and sneak attack the enemies from behind. This was the best way to fight. This was the battlefield, and the goal was to win. Choosing the best way to win was the most important thing. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong used the traceless void and blended into the void of the world battlefield. He directly disappeared from the battlefield without any sound. This made the enemies who wanted to continue chasing Yi Tianzong lose their target. After coming to the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong had been testing his cultivation methods, secret techniques, martial skills, and so on to see if they could still maintain their original power. Now, he was already familiar with the situation of the world battlefield. After disappearing from the battlefield, Yi Tianzong quietly came behind an enemy of the second celestial layer of Myth Realm and directly launched a sneak attack. Before the enemy could react, Yi Tianzong took his life. After killing an enemy, Yi Tianzong continued to disappear and then launched another sneak attack. Yi Tianzong appeared and disappeared like a ghost and sneak attacked the second celestial layer and first celestial layer of Myth Realm enemies of the Grey Clan, but those Myth Realm experts of the Grey Clan had no way to defend themselves. After fighting for 2 hours, Yi Tianzong relied on sneak attacks to eliminate more than 300 enemies. This caused a great psychological shadow to the enemies, which directly led to the defeat of 3 Emperor-level forces. Chapter 231. With the 3 Emperor-level forces of the Grey Clan defeated, Yi Tianzong no longer launched a sneak attack. Instead, he chased after the defeated enemies with all his might. Endless sharp sword chi formed a mighty torrent of golden sword chi that swept toward the enemies in front of him. Because of Yi Tianzong's attack, the first heaven of Myth Realm members of the Grey Clan who were running at the back kept screaming in pain. The disciples of the Black Heaven sect did not just stand there. They followed Yi Tianzong and chased after the injured enemies who fell behind. After chasing for thousands of miles and killing more than 3,000 enemies, they finally stopped and returned to the base of the mine. On the other side, the battle between Elder Lin Tong and the 3 Grey Clan elites of the same realm also ended hastily because of the defeat on the ground. Elder Lin Tong was facing 3 Grey Clan elites of the same realm alone. He could not fight them head-on, so he could only use guerrilla tactics to run circles with the 3 Grey Clan elites in the sky. Even so, Elder Lin Tong was under a lot of pressure and could only barely deal with them. He did not expect Yi Tianzong to give him a huge surprise again. Yi Tianzong was still able to lead the disciples of the Black Heaven sect to victory when they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and strength. They fought back against the enemies of the Grey Clan. Because of the defeat on the ground, the 3 Grey Clan elites had to stop their meaningless guerrilla warfare and leave angrily. Because of this, Elder Lin Tong got rid of the dangerous situation of being besieged by 3 Grey Clan elites of the same realm. After returning to the base of the mine, Elder Lin Tong was very happy to praise Yi Tianzong and directly announced that Yi Tianzong would be in charge of managing the disciples of the Black Heaven sect who were stationed at the mine in his place. In order to avoid the next time the 3 Grey Clan forces joined forces with more enemies to take revenge, Elder Lin Tong quickly returned to the base of the Black Heaven sect. Elder Lin Tong hurriedly returned to the stronghold and sent a message to the Mystic Sky sect's main sect in the human race's Greater Thousand World. At the same time, he ordered the Mystic Sky sect's 2 strongholds in the first-level battlefield area to mobilize 3,000 people to the mine's base. After Elder Lin Tong returned to the stronghold, Yi Tianzong, who was in power, did not stay idle. Instead, he mobilized most of the Black Heaven sect's disciples and set up various trapping and illusory formations within 300 miles of the 5 elements gold concentrate vein according to his own ideas. He also taught Howren's Tiangang sword formation to the Black Heaven sect's disciples. All the disciples of the Black Sky sect who had seen the power of this Howren Tiangang sword formation were very envious. Only 30 disciples of the first celestial layer formed the Howren Tiangang sword formation, which could help Yi Tianzong fight with 30 enemies of the second celestial layer of Myth Realm. With this sword formation, it was equivalent to having a great life-saving ability on the battlefield. Not only Howren's Tiangang sword formation, but Yi Tianzong also planned to take out all the formations he created and give them to the people of the mysterious Sky sect. Anyway, as his strength increased in the future, the mysterious Sky sect would be his sooner or later. He would just treat it as cultivating another Hao Ranjan sect. Elder Lin Tong also saw how Yi Tianzong taught the sword formation to increase the strength of the mysterious Sky sect's disciples. He was not stingy with his praise for Yi Tianzong. In his heart, he thought even more highly of Yi Tianzong. He said that he would definitely report Yi Tianzong's contribution to the sect. When Yi Tianzong returned to the sect, he would definitely receive the reward he deserved. Yi Tianzong didn't put on any airs in front of Elder Lin Tong. He wanted to get close to him. He knew that Elder Lin Tong's background wasn't simple. The mysterious Sky Sect had a total of 3 great emperor-level great ancestors. The most powerful great emperor-level great ancestor was surnamed Lin. He was Elder Lin Tong's ancestor. Elder Lin Tong was also quite outstanding. Not everyone could be on par with the Grey Clan's emperor-level great ancestor. If he wasn't outstanding enough, how could Elder Lin Tong have one of the only 2 immunity talismans in the mysterious Sky Sect? Although the Grey Clan was also the overlord race of a super great thousand world, their population was less than 1/10 of that of the human clan. However, their overall strength was stronger than the human clan. Generally speaking, most of the human clan was no match for the Grey Clan in a battle of the same realm. Elder Lin Tong was able to be on par with the Grey Clan's great ancestor who was also in the ancient god realm. He was also able to barely contend with the 3 Grey Clan's great ancestors. This was enough to prove that he was superior to most of the human clan's cultivators. In the world battlefield, battles and killings were always the main theme. Countless battles were happening at every moment. In the blink of an eye, 90 years had passed. Yi Tianzong's team had spent a total of 100 years in the world battlefield. Out of these 100 years, 70 years were spent in battle. Due to Yi Tianzong's powerful strength and contributions to the mysterious Sky Sect, Elder Lin Tong had long promoted Yi Tianzong to be his assistant to manage a portion of the mysterious Sky Sect's disciples on his behalf. After Yi Tianzong gained a portion of power, he did not hide it and taught Howren's righteous Qiangang sword formation to the mysterious Sky Sect's disciples. In the past 90 years, he led the mysterious Sky Sect's disciples to countless battles with the overlord races of other super great thousand worlds. There were the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the God Clan, the Ancient Clan, and of course, the Grey Clan, who had a deep grudge with the mysterious Sky Sect. Yi Tianzong led the mysterious Sky Sect's disciples to countless battles. They had never lost a single time. The worst situation was that both sides were injured. With such a powerful battle record, Yi Tianzong could not help but gain a high prestige among the inner disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect. At the same time, it also made the various overlord races who had fought with Yi Tianzong hate Yi Tianzong to the bone. Of the 100 mysterious Sky Sect's disciples who had entered the world battlefield with Yi Tianzong, only 26 were left after 100 years. All of them were at the second heaven of the myth realm. Some of these people were at the second heaven of the myth realm, and some of them had advanced to the second heaven of the myth realm during the 100 years in the world battlefield. A large part of the reason for this was due to the spirit-gathering formation set up by Yi Tianzong. Ever since Yi Tianzong entered the trial battlefield, world battlefield, the 2 strongholds of the mysterious Sky Sect in the first level area had undergone a great change. Because he knew that Yi Tianzong's cultivation in formations was very good, Elder Lin Tong had discussed with Yi Tianzong early on. He wanted Yi Tianzong to set up a defensive formation and a spirit-gathering formation for the 2 strongholds of the mysterious Sky Sect. Yi Tianzong did not refuse. After all, he did not have to pay for the materials himself. According to the news sent by Elder Lin Tong, the mysterious Sky Sect's main sect had long sent people to support them. They also brought a large amount of materials and resources. Yi Tianzong had also been compensated for the formation materials and resources that he had set up at the mineral vein. At the same time, under Elder Lin Tong's efforts, he also received some rewards. With the support of a large amount of materials and resources, Yi Tianzong spent half a year to set up the Howren Limitless formation for the 2 strongholds of the mysterious Sky Sect. It was also the sect-protecting formation of the Hao Ran Jun sect in the profound spirit world. The Howren Limitless formation was a combination of spirit gathering, defense, enemy trapping, illusion, and attack. Yi Tianzong used a large amount of materials and resources to set up the Howren Limitless formation. Even if a powerhouse at the 5th firmament of Myth Realm came, it would take at least 10 people together and a lot of effort to break it. In the outermost world battlefield, this level of defense could be considered safe and sound. Because of the powerful defensive ability and spirit-gathering effect of the Howran Limitless formation, the disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect could cultivate and break through without worry. Therefore, in the next 90 years, the mysterious Sky Sect relied on the Howran Limitless formation set up by Yi Tianzong and the Howran Tiangang sword formation taught by him to gain a considerable advantage in battles with powerhouses from other worlds. Not only were the casualties of the mysterious Sky Sect's disciples greatly reduced, but there were also many disciples at the first firmament of Myth Realm. After countless battles, their potential was stimulated and they broke through to the second firmament of Myth Realm in the world battlefield. The disciples who were originally at the second firmament of Myth Realm had also made great progress. In the 100-year world, they had all advanced to the peak of the second firmament of Myth Realm. All the people who survived the cruel battles in the world battlefield were the elites of their respective forces. They all represented luck. The disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect who survived and broke through in their strengthened realm were the cornerstones and mainstays of the mysterious Sky Sect in the future. The other disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect had gained a lot, and Yi Tianzong was no exception. In the 30th year since he came to the world battlefield, trial battlefield, Yi Tianzong had explored some of his own potential after countless battles. Then, he used the resources and spoils he had accumulated to successfully complete the third refinement of the 9 refinements of Nirvana. After completing the third refinement of Nirvana, Yi Tianzong's divine body, divine vitality, and divine soul were all condensed again. After cultivating to the peak of the second firmament of Myth Realm, he had made great progress in all aspects compared to before. His overall strength had doubled again. He was comparable to the peerless geniuses nurtured by the supreme sects in some of the human race's super-boundless worlds. After completing the third refinement of Nirvana, Yi Tianzong had experienced more than 50 years of battles in the world battlefield. He had completely familiarized himself with the strength after the third refinement of Nirvana and had accumulated enough comprehension and foundation. When the 100-year time limit was up, Yi Tianzong felt that he could complete the fourth refinement of Nirvana. However, the 100-year time limit was up. Coupled with the fact that he did not have enough resources on hand, Yi Tianzong could only wait until he returned to the human race's great thousand world and used his battle merits to exchange for enough resources before returning to the mysterious Sky Sect. He looked back at the city behind him. This was the first time he had appeared in the trial battlefield, and it was also the place where he had stayed for the longest time. After letting out a long sigh of relief, Yi Tianzong shook off his messy thoughts and followed behind Elder Lin Tong with the other disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect to the War God Temple where they exchanged battle merits. It was said that the War God Temple was formed by the union of all the sects above the king rank in the human race's super-boundless worlds. There were countless treasures and rare resources in the War God Temple. Many of them could only be obtained in the world battlefield by exchanging battle merits. The other 10 super-boundless worlds did not have them at all. Chapter 232. Yi Tianzong arrived at the War God Temple peacefully. When he saw the indescribable majesty of the War God Temple, Yi Tianzong was shocked. Yi Tianzong estimated that part of the War God Temple was tens of thousands of feet tall and more than 150 miles wide. He couldn't see anything higher or further. In front of the War God Temple, there were countless cultivators from the human race's great thousand world coming and going. These were all people who had come to the War God Temple to exchange for battle merits or had already done so. After entering the War God Temple, Yi Tianzong discovered that the space inside was tens of thousands of times wider than what he had seen from the outside. After sighing at the vastness of the War God Temple, Yi Tianzong arrived at the place where battle merits could be exchanged. After Elder Lin Tong entered the War God Temple, he separated from Yi Tianzong and the others. According to Elder Lin Tong, the War God Temple was divided into 6 levels, similar to the division of the world battlefield. The exchange area for Myth Stage 1 and Stage 2 was on the first level, while the exchange area for ancient gods like Elder Lin Tong was on the third level. Yi Tianzong and the others followed the instructions and entered their respective rooms to exchange for battle merits. This was a sealed room, and there was an isolation array set up in the room to ensure the secrecy of the person exchanging for battle merits. Yi Tianzong looked at the resource classification on the wall of the room. After roughly browsing through it, Yi Tianzong didn't waste any time and directly chose suitable resources and treasures to exchange for battle merits. Yi Tianzong had killed countless experts from other worlds in the 100 years he had spent in the world battlefield, accumulating a total of 527,000 battle merits. In the War God Temple, the divine essence pill that could raise the strength of a Stage 1 or Stage 2 cultivator required 2,000 battle merits to exchange for one. Exchanging for primitive natural treasures, spirit herbs, and various materials was half the price compared to exchanging for finished pills and weapons. Yi Tianzong didn't exchange for large amounts of divine essence pills and other pills that could raise one's cultivation. He could refine them himself. At most, it would take some effort. Apart from exchanging for 20 pills that could help him go through the fourth nirvana refinement and help Ling Xinyu, and the others improve, the rest were all natural treasures and refining materials. When exchanging for treasures with battle merits, he only needed to select the treasures he needed, and the selected treasures would be transmitted to the exchanging person's hands through space. After exchanging for all the resources he needed for the fourth nirvana refinement and many other treasures, Yi Tianzong's original 527,000 battle merits, he was only left with 3,000 battle merits. Of gods, of course. Yi Tianzong's realm left the War God Temple. Yi Tianzong's Lin Tong's a Tianzong God Temple. Yi Tianzong's Lin Tong's the War God Sects Tianzong and the Sects War Sects Ancestors of Sect Esavs. And Tianzong S. And the Tians. And sects. Not long after, Elder Lin Tong arrived at the meeting point somewhat happily. To avoid unnecessary trouble, no one said anything and left the Combat God Temple together. After leaving the Combat God Temple, a total of 210 sects disciples were led by Elder Lin Tong through the Star Teleportation Gate. They crossed an immeasurable distance and arrived at the Taiyuan domain where the sect was located. The human race's colossal world was formed by a complete central continent, the endless ocean, and the vast starry sky. The central continent was surrounded by the boundless ocean, and far above the central continent was a vast galaxy made up of countless stars that were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. There were endless mysteries and unknowns hidden in the vast galaxy and the endless ocean. Dangers and opportunities coexisted. No one had ever been able to fully explore the secrets of the vast galaxy and the endless ocean. Not even a supreme heavenly venerate could do it. The central continent was divided into 3,000 large regions of different sizes. Each large region had at least one supreme sect or other force that was founded by a heavenly venerate. The Taiyuan domain where the sect was located was named after the Taiyuan heavenly venerate. Unlike ordinary heavenly venerates, the Taiyuan heavenly venerate did not establish a supreme sect. Instead, he established the Taiyuan Sky City and recruited some rogue cultivators as his subordinates. Although the Taiyuan Heavenly Venerate did not show any intention of dominating the Taiyuan domain, all the Emperor-grade and Monarch-grade forces in the Taiyuan domain still did not dare to offend the Taiyuan Sky City and the Taiyuan Heavenly Venerate's dignity. This was because, according to legend, the Taiyuan Heavenly Venerate had walked a very long distance in the Heavenly Venerate realm. He was a super powerhouse who dominated a region among the Heavenly Venerates and was very close to the Supreme Heavenly Venerate realm. Because of the Taiyuan Heavenly Venerate's reputation, the supreme sects in the surrounding dozen large regions kept a tight lid on the entire Taiyuan domain. After passing through the void teleportation formation several times, Yi Tianzong and the other sect's disciples finally returned to the sect safely under Elder Lin Tong's lead. After entering the sect, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief and let go of the inexplicable nervousness and worry in their hearts. In the entire greater thousand world of the human race, the central mainland alone had at least 3,000 supreme sects and countless emperor-grade forces. According to Yi Tianzong's memory, there were more than 130 emperor-grade forces in the Taiyuan domain. The sect's strength was in the lower tier among the emperor-grade forces. If there was a conflict with other forces, the sect's reputation might not be able to protect them. They were really thankful that they did not encounter any trouble along the way. After returning to the sect and resting for 2 days, Yi Tianzong was received and praised by the sect master of the sect because of his outstanding performance in the world battlefield and his contribution of 3 formations to the sect. Not only did the sect master give Yi Tianzong a lot of rewards, but he also promised to let Yi Tianzong choose 2 minor divine ability secret manuals from the sect's scripture library. After Yi Tianzong thanked the sect master for the rewards, he went to the scripture library and chose 2 minor divine ability secret manuals. Mythical realm experts mainly used divine abilities against their enemies. After Yi Tianzong advanced to the mythical realm, Yi Tianzong's attack methods were the world-suppressing fist, sky-covering palm, boundless sword technique, and so on. These were divine abilities to begin with. They were the culmination of Yi Tianzong's knowledge after he reached the 6th heaven of the mythical realm in his previous life. However, before he advanced to the mythical realm, he could only use them as martial skills. Divine abilities were divided into minor divine abilities, major divine abilities, and innate divine abilities according to the strength of their power and the level of their cultivation potential. Minor divine abilities, major divine abilities, and innate divine abilities all had different strengths and weaknesses. Other than some special divine abilities, there were no special requirements for the cultivator's realm. However, generally speaking, minor divine abilities could only be created and possessed by cultivators below the divine king realm. Yi Tianzong's world-suppressing fist, sky-covering palm, boundless sword technique, and other divine abilities were all created by Yi Tianzong himself. They belonged to the category of minor divine abilities. On the other hand, major divine abilities were very rare compared to minor divine abilities. Their power also far surpassed minor divine abilities. Therefore, they were basically created and possessed by great emperors and heavenly venerables. As for innate divine abilities, they were innately possessed by some races with extraordinary talents. They could be improved with the increase of the user's strength. Their power was basically very powerful. The Black Heaven sect's scripture depository divided the level of authority according to the cultivation realm of the inner disciples. For inner disciples like Yi Tianzong who were at the 2nd heaven of the mythical realm, all the secret manuals below the mythical realm were open to him. He could read them however he wanted. If he was at the 3rd or 4th heaven of the mythical realm, then all the secret manuals in the 1st and 2nd heaven of the mythical realm were open to him. Of course, this required the sect's contribution points to exchange for the time to read them. After Yi Tianzong looked at the minor divine abilities section, he chose 2 minor divine abilities, lesser teleportation and lesser destruction. These 2 minor divine abilities were enough for people below the 6th heaven of the mythical realm to cultivate. In fact, these 2 minor theurgies were of no use to Yi Tianzong. The Aurora Flash Shadow and Shattering Blow that he created himself were more powerful and had more potential than the lesser teleportation and lesser destruction. However, they were not very useful to Yi Tianzong. They could be used for the cultivation of the mythical realm powerhouses of the Hao Ranzhen sect. It was very beneficial to them. After choosing the 2 minor divine abilities, Yi Tianzong did not leave the scripture depository. Instead, he spent 1,000 contribution points to read the books below the mythical realm in the scripture depository for 10 hours. The so-called sect contribution points were the certificates obtained after making contributions to the sect. Due to Yi Tianzong's outstanding performance in the world battlefield and the 3 formations that were beneficial to the sect, in addition to his previous accumulation, he now had a total of 108,000 contribution points. With Yi Tianzong's spirit, which was far beyond his realm, he finished reading most of the books below the mythical realm in 10 hours. Yi Tianzong did not read the remaining books anymore. He turned around and left the scripture depository. After leaving the scripture depository, Yi Tianzong rested for 3 days to adjust his state. Then, he set up layers of defense, enemy trapping formations, and warning formations in his cultivation place. Then, he announced to the outside world that he was going into seclusion and not to be disturbed if there was no important matter. Yi Tianzong's seclusion lasted for 3 years. During these 3 years, Yi Tianzong finally completed the 4th refinement of the 9 refinements of Nirvana with the help of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had exchanged for previously. He had made great progress in all aspects again, and his overall strength had doubled again. At this time, Yi Tianzong had achieved his goal of entering the trial battlefield. It had been 93 years since he entered the trial battlefield. It was time to go back and take a look. After cultivating to the peak of the second heaven of the mythical realm again, Yi Tianzong felt that he could no longer improve, so he came out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, Yi Tianzong was not in a hurry to leave this world. Instead, he took on some missions. In any case, if he wanted to leave, Yi Tianzong only needed a thought to leave this world. He did not need to go through so much trouble to return to the world battlefield to leave. The trial battlefield was connected to 10 greater worlds. The purpose of the supreme beings in the heavens setting up the trial battlefield was not just for the inheritors to enter the battlefield to fight. Otherwise, the 10 greater worlds that they had captured would have been wasted. The next time Yi Tianzong appeared would be the same where he left from. Yi Tianzong relied on his formation cultivation that surpassed anyone in the Black Sky sect to take on some missions related to formations in the Black Sky sect. Yi Tianzong did these missions to improve and strengthen the Black Sky sect's internal and external defenses. The higher-ups of the Black Sky sect naturally saw Yi Tianzong's actions. There were too many uses for formations. The sect's defensive formation, the warning formation that every cultivation cave needed, the defensive formation, the reinforcement formation, and so on. There were too many formations in the Black Sky sect that needed to be perfected. However, there was no one in the sect with enough formation skills. The people outside the sect could not be trusted and did not dare to take risks, so they could only drag it out. However, now that Yi Tianzong had shown a profound level of formation skills, and he was one of them, what were they waiting for? Therefore, when Yi Tianzong was carrying out missions, the higher-ups in the sect also ordered the disciples who had learned formations to help Yi Tianzong. They could not do complicated things, but it was not a problem for them to help. Otherwise, when would Yi Tianzong be busy alone? Yi Tianzong was busy for 7 years. The Black Sky sect covered an area of 30,000 miles. In these 7 years, Yi Tianzong led more than 200 Black Sky sect disciples who had learned formations. There was no time for him to rest. After 7 years, Yi Tianzong and the others had set up spirit gathering and warning formations in all the cultivation caves in the Black Sky sect. As for the defensive formations, they were only set up for the cultivation caves of disciples who were at or below the myth realm. Due to their cultivation levels, they could not set up a powerful defensive formation for the cultivation caves of powerhouses at or above the myth realm for the time being. In this regard, Yi Tianzong could only think about it after his cultivation level increased. The higher-ups of the Black Sky sect did not say anything about this. After praising Yi Tianzong for his contributions to the sect over the years, they were not in a hurry. After all, they had waited for so many years, so a few decades would not make a difference. They would wait until Yi Tianzong had a breakthrough in his cultivation level. Yi Tianzong did not plan to continue staying at this time. After accepting a mission that was not difficult and was more like a vacation, Yi Tianzong left the Black Sky sect. The higher-ups of the sect only thought that Yi Tianzong had been busy for so long and wanted to go out and relax. After easily completing the task he received, Yi Tianzong began his journey of sightseeing. After touring for half a year, Yi Tianzong found a hidden cave and sealed the entrance. With a thought, he disappeared from the cave and left this world. After a moment of dizziness, Yi Tianzong regained consciousness again and found that he had returned to the colorful barrier when he first entered the trial battlefield. Chapter 233. Finally back, Yi Tianzong let out a long sigh of relief. After looking at the colorful barrier for a while, he headed towards the immortal mansion where he usually cultivated. According to the information obtained from the immortal mansion, after Yi Tianzong left the trial battlefield, the flow of time in the trial battlefield would be 10 times slower than in the profound spirit world. In other words, Yi Tianzong had stayed in the profound spirit world for 10 years, but only 1 year had passed in the trial battlefield and the 10 worlds connected to it. And after Yi Tianzong entered the trial battlefield, the flow of time in the trial battlefield was 10 times faster than in the profound spirit world. Yi Tianzong had stayed in the trial battlefield and the human race's superworlds for a total of 100 years, while 10 years had passed in the profound spirit world. The flow of time was fixed, and would not change because of Yi Tianzong's rank. As for what Yi Tianzong had obtained from the trial battlefield and the 10 worlds, the immortal mansion did not restrict him from bringing it out. After a trip to the trial battlefield, Yi Tianzong returned to the immortal mansion in a somewhat happy mood. With Yi Tianzong's current cultivation of the second sky of Myth Realm, he could control the immortal mansion's cultivation area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, which was the outermost layer of the immortal mansion. The trial battlefield was even deeper in the immortal mansion. From the trial battlefield to the cultivation area, one would need to cross a distance of several million miles. Yi Tianzong did not know how big the immortal mansion was, and how mysterious its power was. He did not want to get to the bottom of it. If he wanted to know more secrets when he was not strong enough, it would be the behavior of a retard. Yi Tianzong didn't think of himself as an idiot, so he chose to be a good boy and do things that corresponded to his identity step by step. A junior disciple should do what a junior disciple should do. He never had the delusion of crossing the line to challenge the bottom line of the immortal mansion and explore secrets that he shouldn't know. Being chosen by the immortal mansion, being able to travel through the myriad worlds and embark on the path of cultivation was already a supreme opportunity. Yi Tianzong didn't want to be greedy and ask for more. If he wanted to obtain more, he would have to create his own hard work. Just as he returned to the cultivation area, Yi Tianzong saw Ling Xinyu and Shunyu quietly waiting for him. Yi Tianzong's eyes were filled with love for the two of them as he flew towards them with a smile on his face. Ling Xinyu and Shunyu's peerless faces were filled with pleasant surprise as they flew towards Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong hugged Ling Xinyu and Shunyu tightly, feeling very warm and peaceful in his heart. Yi Tianzong had stayed in the trial battlefield and the vast thousand worlds of the human race for 100 years. 10 years had passed in the profound spirit world, while Ling Xinyu and Shunyu had spent nearly 40 years in the immortal mansion. In these 40 years, other than their daily cultivation, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu stood at the edge of the cultivation area, looking in the direction that Yi Tianzong had disappeared and waiting for Yi Tianzong to return. Although Yi Tianzong had not told them the purpose of this trip and how dangerous it was, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu were smart and intelligent. However, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu were both extremely intelligent. Moreover, they had been with Yi Tianzong for such a long time. Yi Tianzong would occasionally reveal a dignified expression before he left. How could they not guess that it would be dangerous? It was just that they did not want to cause trouble for Yi Tianzong, so they could only suppress their worries in the bottom of their hearts. Now that Yi Tianzong had returned safely, they could finally put down the worries in their hearts. After returning to the place where they usually cultivated, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu had a lot of fun. Then, he slowly told the two of them about his experiences on this trip. At the same time, Yi Tianzong also briefly mentioned the origin of the immortal mansion to the two of them. He only said that he had been chosen by a supreme almighty who had surpassed the myth realm as a disciple and was rewarded with a top-grade cultivation cave. Moreover, in this cultivation cave, there was a teleportation channel that led to another world. If Yi Tianzong wanted to be promoted to become a disciple of a supreme almighty, then he had to complete many tests and conditions step by step. Previously, he had gone to another world through the teleportation channel to carry out the test mission. Now that it was over, he had returned. As for the true origin and appearance of the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong did not say much. I obtained a lot of resources in the great thousand worlds of the human race, which can be used to help you cultivate the true God 9th cycle. It should be able to help you cultivate to the true God 4th cycle. There are so many geniuses in the universe. In the great thousand worlds of the human race that I went to this time, although there are not many who are stronger than me in the same realm, there are still quite a few. The 9 revolutions of true God was created to raise a cultivator's aptitude, potential, and foundation. It's the same as the 9 revolutions of nirvana that I cultivate. It was created by a supreme expert. All of you must cultivate it well and strive to complete the 9 revolutions of true God before you become a divine king. At that time, you will have a portion of the strength and foundation that can compete with the geniuses of the universe. Yi Tianzong carefully instructed Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. Knowing the preciousness of this secret technique, the two of them were determined to catch up with Yi Tianzong. Shunyu, who was once a supreme Empyrean, had seen many things. She naturally understood how incredible this secret technique that could be said to be able to change fate was. This was a supreme opportunity and fortune. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu had an intimate time with each other for 7 days. Then, under Yi Tianzong's supervision, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu began to cultivate the third cycle of the true God ninth cycle. In the nearly 40 years in the immortal mansion, other than cultivating, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu had trained themselves in the extreme environment that Yi Tianzong had set up in the immortal mansion. After dozens of years, the two of them had already accumulated a deeper understanding of the second cycle of the true God ninth cycle. They could have reached the third cycle of the true God ninth cycle long ago, but they did not have enough resources and treasures and had to give up. Now that Yi Tianzong had brought enough resources, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu completed the third cycle of the true God ninth cycle in less than 2 years. After completing the third cycle of the true God ninth cycle, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu's strength had increased by another level, more than doubling. Without being in a hurry to reach the fourth cycle of the true God ninth cycle, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu walked out of the immortal mansion and appeared in the Hao Ranjin sect in the profound spirit world. Yi Tianzong, who had not shown himself for a long time, had finally come out. In a short period of time, everyone in the Hao Ranjin sect knew about it. Yi Tianzong had been in seclusion for 10 years. He had not shown himself for such a long time. Although everyone in the Hao Ranjin sect acted as usual to the outside world, they always felt a little uneasy in their hearts. Now that Yi Tianzong had finally come out, all the disciples and elders of the Hao Ranjin sect seemed to have a backbone and were instantly filled with confidence. From this situation, it could be seen that Yi Tianzong had a deep influence on the Hao Ranjin sect. He did not need to do anything. He only needed to stand there, and everyone in the Hao Ranjin sect would be greatly encouraged. Yi Tianzong didn't stay idle after he came out of seclusion. First, he lectured the Haoran Orthodox disciples and elders in the martial arts hall on the Tiangang Peak. It was divided into 3 sessions for a total of half a year. He lectured them from the basic martial disciple all the way to the second sky of the myth realm. He lectured them in detail about the mysteries of cultivation and the things they should pay attention to. With his previous cultivation experience and most of the ancient books he obtained from the Black Heaven sect in the human race's colossal world, no one in the profound spirit world could match Yi Tianzong's understanding of the realms below the second heaven of myth realm. After Yi Tianzong's detailed explanation, all the disciples and elders of the Hao Ranjin sect had a new understanding of martial arts cultivation. They also had a better understanding of the road ahead, which would be of great benefit to their future development of martial arts. After explaining martial arts to the people of the Hao Ranjin sect, Yi Tianzong considered for a while and taught the first 7 rounds of the 9 rounds of True God to Yi Haoran, Su Mengxin, and other family members in order to strengthen the power of the higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect. According to Yi Tianzong's estimation, Yi Haoran and the others would be able to complete the 7 rounds of True God before they reached the Divine King realm. Their potential and foundation were far inferior to that of Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. It was impossible for them to complete the 9 rounds of True God. As for the other higher-ups of the Hao Ranjin sect who had reached the myth realm, Yi Tianzong taught them the return to God secret technique that he had created himself. The return to God secret technique was a secret technique that Yi Tianzong created based on the 9 rounds of True God to increase the potential of the cultivator. This technique was created by Yi Tianzong when he was at the peak of the divine realm in his previous life. Although its effect was not as good as the 9 rounds of True God or the 9 refinements of Nirvana, it was still useful to increase the strength and potential of the myth realm experts of the Hao Ranjin sect. The 9 rounds of True God and the 9 refinements of Nirvana were both secret techniques created by the Supreme Almighty. Yi Tianzong did not dare to simply teach them to others. It was pardonable for him to teach the 9 rounds of True God to his family members or disciples. This was probably the purpose of the Supreme Almighty when he created the 9 rounds of True God. He wanted to eliminate some worries for the chosen inheritors. However, it was too much to teach outsiders who were not related to him. The technique could not be taught easily. In his previous life, Yi Tianzong had only cultivated the 9 rounds of True God. He did not have the right to cultivate the 9 refinements of Nirvana before he completed 10 lifetimes and built the foundation of the prodigies. Those who did not have enough potential and foundation to cultivate the 9 rounds of True God were also not qualified to cultivate it. With Yi Tianzong's countless resources and meticulous guidance, Yi Haoran and the others barely had the right to cultivate the 9 rounds of true God. The other myth realm experts of the Hao Ran Zhen sect did not even have the right to cultivate it. In the 10 years since Yi Tianzong left, another 5 Wu Sheng elites of the Hao Ran Zhen sect had reached the myth realm. At present, excluding Yi Tianzong and the others, the Hao Ran Zhen sect had a total of 21 myth realm elites. Including Yi Tianzong and the others, there were 30 people in total. The return to God secret technique that Yi Tianzong created was modeled after the 9 rounds of true God. It also had 9 rounds, and it was also called the 9 rounds of reversion. Cultivating the 9 rounds of reversion could greatly increase the cultivator's potential, making the cultivator stronger than ordinary people in the same realm. Once the cultivator completed the 9 rounds of reversion before reaching the Divine King realm, the success rate of reaching the Divine King realm would increase by 30%. There were 9 levels of myth realm. Each breakthrough required an endless amount of energy and took a long time. The gap between each level of myth realm was also getting bigger. According to Yi Tianzong's estimation, the upper echelons of the Hao Ran Zhen sect who had reached the myth realm would be able to cultivate to the 4th or 5th heaven of myth realm. At most, they would be able to reach the 6th heaven of myth realm if they were lucky. If they did not have a heaven-defying and fateful encounter, they would not be able to reach the Divine King realm even if they cultivated until they died. Yi Tianzong's 9 rounds of reversion was equivalent to a heaven-defying and fateful encounter for the myth realm elites of the Hao Ran Zhen sect. Yi Tianzong had only taught them the first 4 rounds of the 9 rounds of reversion. The rest of the secret technique could only be obtained if they contributed enough to the sect. After receiving the first 4 rounds of the 9 rounds of reversion, the 21 myth realm elites of the Hao Ran Zhen sect could not be described with words. Only after reaching the myth realm did they realize how difficult it was to cultivate in the myth realm. As long as one was not an idiot, one would know how precious this secret technique that increased one's potential was. Naturally, they became even more loyal to Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ran Zhen sect. Chapter 234. Originally, I wanted to write more, but for some reason, I had diarrhea today. I ran almost 10 times in a day, and my head was dizzy. I couldn't stand it anymore. I need to take medicine and rest early. With Yi Tianzong's detailed explanation of martial arts practice and the 9 turns of true God and the return to God secret method, everyone in the Haoran Orthodox sect had entered a period of explosive growth in their martial arts cultivation. In just 3 years, countless disciples and elders in the Hao Ran Zhen sect had broken through their martial arts realms. Even Yi Haoran and the others, as well as the 21 myth realm experts, had completed the first turns of true God and the first turns of true God and the first turns of true God. Their strength and potential had been greatly improved. Yi Haoran and the others had broken through from the peak of the first sky of myth realm to the early stage of the second sky of myth realm. They had successfully passed the test of the Heavenly Thunder trial and the net of law. As for the other 21 myth realm experts, 6 of them had reached the peak of the first sky of myth realm, 10 had reached the later stage of the first sky, and the last 5 had reached the middle stage of the first sky of myth realm. With the addition of the disciples and elders who had broken through below the myth realm, the overall strength of the Hao Ran Zhen sect increased by several times. While the Hao Ran Zhen sect was immersed in the joy of the sudden increase in strength, a request for help from the southern wasteland was sent to the Hao Ran Zhen sect through the demon-killing alliance. According to the southern wasteland, the demon race's strength had suddenly increased, and they had launched a fierce attack on the major forces in the southern wasteland. Although the major forces in the southern wasteland were fighting a bloody battle, they were not as strong as the demon race. Not only had they suffered heavy casualties, but the demon race had also occupied millions of miles of territory in just 1 month. They urgently needed the support of the major forces in the Central Plains. Yi Haoran and the senior members of the Hao Ran Zhen sect gathered in the Haoran Hall to discuss how to support the southern wasteland. When they received the news, the Hao Ran Zhen sect decided to support the southern wasteland. The western wasteland was not in the Hao Ran Zhen sect's consideration. The northern wasteland was basically useless. Only the southern wasteland was worth supporting. Therefore, the southern wasteland must not be occupied by the demon race. Yi Haoyun said, Since we're going to support the southern wasteland, we might as well do more. In the future, there might be more dangers from outer space. We can't let the devil race continue to wreak havoc in the southern wasteland. The southern wasteland must have time to recuperate and recover its strength. In the past decade or so, we've completed 4 Ling-Yun-level battle fortresses and 50 Sky Patrol battleships. Since we've already built it, we can't hide it any longer. This time, we'll send 3 battle forts and 30 Sky Patrol battleships to support the southern wasteland. It's a good opportunity for the devil race to test our results. It's also a good opportunity for the outside world to see the power of the war weapons that our Hao Ranjan sect has gathered countless materials and painstakingly built. After Yi Haoyun finished speaking, the other senior members of the Hao Ranjan sect also expressed their opinions. However, all of them supported the idea of supporting the southern wasteland. They agreed to send out battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships to let the outside world know the strength and resources of the Hao Ranjan sect. In the end, Yi Haoran also made the final decision to support the southern wasteland. In the headquarters of the Devil Killing Alliance, the leaders of all the major forces of the Central Plains gathered together to discuss the strength of their support for the southern wasteland. Yi Haoran directly represented the Hao Ranjan sect to express their support for the southern wasteland. The major forces of the southern wasteland were not bad. It was a pity that they died in the hands of the devil race. They should support the devil race to the northern wasteland and the western wasteland with heavy casualties. After all, everyone knew the situation of the western wasteland and the northern wasteland. Instead of scourging the southern wasteland, it was better to let the devil race scourge the northern wasteland and the western wasteland. Moreover, Yi Haoran also expressed that the Hao Ranjan sect would take out the war weapons that they had spent decades building to fight against the devil race in the southern wasteland battlefield. In other words, they should also take out whatever weapons they had built to the southern wasteland battlefield. This was a good opportunity to test their power on the devil race. Since Yi Haoran had expressed his support, the Ling-Yun Hall Master, the Kunlun Sect Master and the 10 Great Sacred Masters, who were on the same side as the Hao Ranjan sect, naturally also expressed their support for the southern wasteland one after another. In the past few years, they had also built their own war weapons. Since they couldn't find a target to test them on in the Central Plains, the southern wasteland battlefield was a very good opportunity. The Hao Ranjan sect, the Ling-Yun Hall, the Kunlun sect and the 10 Great Sacred Masters, who had a lot of power in the Devil Killing Alliance, all expressed their support for the southern wasteland. After a round of discussion, the leaders of the other forces of the human race and the demon race in the Central Plains also agreed to support the southern wasteland. In fact, Yi Haoran's idea of using the devil race to test their own war weapons also made the leaders of the major forces quite excited. In the current peaceful environment of the Central Plains, if they wanted to take the initiative to start a conflict and test the power of their war weapons, they would be courting death and would definitely cause public anger. However, if they went to the southern wasteland and used the devil race as a test subject, everything would be so perfect. After the decision was made, under the gratitude of the representatives of the southern wasteland who came to ask for help, the major forces of the Central Plains hurriedly mobilized their forces and rushed to the southern wasteland battlefield through the super teleportation portal. The Hao Ranjan sect's 3 Ling-Yun-level battle fortresses and 30 Sky Patrol battleships were the first to set off towards the southern wasteland. Every Ling-Yun-level battle fortress and Sky Patrol battleship had the ability to jump through space. The battle fortress could jump about 30 million miles each time, and the Sky Patrol battleship could jump about 3 million miles each time. However, every space jump consumed a huge amount of energy. Even if the battle fortress was fully charged with energy, it could only jump 5 times in a row. Fortunately, every battle fortress and Sky Patrol battleship had a spirit-devouring disk that could continuously absorb the energy between heaven and earth to maintain the flying and combat state of the battle fortress and Sky Patrol battleship. Although the battle fortress and Sky Patrol battleship could perform space jumps, in order to allow the forces of the Hao Ranjan sect to reach the southern wasteland as soon as possible, the Hao Ranjan sect used the most direct method, which was to send the battle fortress and Sky Patrol battleship to the southern wasteland through the Void Teleportation Portal. The Void Teleportation Portal's level was higher than the Super Teleportation Portal's level. The super teleportation portal's teleportation range was 1 billion to 10 billion miles. Also, the super teleportation portal could not teleport a colossus like the battle fortress that was 50 miles long. Only the void teleportation portal could. The void teleportation portal was set up by Yi Tianzong after he returned from the trial battlefield with tens of thousands of people from the Formation and Tools Palace. It took him more than 2 years to complete it. The entire void teleportation portal was set up high in the sky, thousands of miles away from the Tiangang Peak. Some of the key materials for setting up the void teleportation portal were exchanged by Yi Tianzong with his battle achievements when he left the trial battlefield. The void teleportation portal was circular in shape, with a diameter of 300 miles. This was a small void teleportation portal. Yi Tianzong once saw a large void teleportation portal in the human race's Great Thousand World, which had a diameter of 3,000 miles. It was very huge. Not to mention the starry sky teleportation portal that could teleport people across vast regions for an endless distance, which was as high as millions of miles. Compared to the super teleportation portal, even the small void teleportation portal could teleport people within a range of 3 billion to 3 trillion miles. At most, it could teleport 100,000 people each time. Of course, if it was like the battle fortress, where 300,000 people gathered in the battle fortress, it could also be teleported. The Haoranzhen sect had 30,000 people in the southern wasteland to help the major forces of the southern wasteland resist the attack of the devil race. Therefore, the Haoranzhen sect had long known the space coordinates of the southern wasteland battlefield. Therefore, they could directly send the battle fortress and sky patrol battleship to the battlefield with the devil race through the void teleportation portal. With a burst of spatial ripples, the battle fortress, which was full of 300,000 disciples and elders of the Haoran sect and 8 Sky Patrol battleships, was teleported to the southern wasteland battlefield by the void teleportation portal under the leadership of 2 Myth Realm experts. After waiting for 2 hours, another battle fortress, which was full of 300,000 people and 8 Sky Patrol battleships, disappeared in the air under the leadership of 2 Myth Realm experts. After the 3 battle fortresses were all teleported to the southern wasteland through the void teleportation portal, the remaining 6 Sky Patrol battleships, which carried 500,000 people, were teleported to the southern wasteland battlefield by the void teleportation portal under the leadership of Yi Tianzong. This time, in order to inflict heavy losses on the devil race and drive them out of the southern wasteland, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu all went to the southern wasteland, together with 4 Haoranzhen sect experts at the first sky of the Myth Realm. This time, excluding Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, the 3 invincible forces, the Haoranzhen sect took out a total of 1.4 million people and 10 Myth Realm experts at the first sky, which accounted for nearly a quarter of the overall strength of the Haoranzhen sect, which was a very large force. Just as Yi Tianzong and others were rushing to the southern wasteland through the void teleportation portal, the 3 battle fortresses, which were full of forces and Sky Patrol battleships, had been thrown into the battle against the devil race, which brought a great shock to the people of the southern wasteland and the central plains. Chapter 235. The southern wasteland's broken demon mountain was located in the central region of the southern wasteland. It was also the front line of the alliance formed by the major forces of the southern wasteland. In the broken demon mountain, the major forces of the southern wasteland imitated the demon-killing alliance of the central plains, and formed the southern wasteland alliance to fight countless battles of life and death with the demon clan. At this moment, all the forces of the southern wasteland alliance were engaged in a fierce and cruel battle with the surging demon army. The vast battlefield covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Whether in the sky or on the ground, countless powerhouses of the southern wasteland were risking their lives to resist the devil race. In the army of the southern wasteland alliance, there were also reinforcements from the central plains. The major forces of the central plains were old rivals of the devil race. Although they had defeated the devil race in the central plains and trapped the devil race in the central region of the celestial devil mountain range, none of the major forces dared to underestimate the devil race. They had taken out all of their strength and trump cards to fight the devil race. The attacks of the demon clan were getting more and more powerful, and they were unstoppable. Looking from afar, the demon flame seemed to cover the sky, and it was as if the Southern Wasteland Alliance was being devoured by the demon flame. Although they had the support of the major forces of the Central Plains, the number of people and strength they had sent was less than 1/10 of the total. In addition, the actions of the demon race were sudden. Even if the major forces of the Central Plains wanted to send reinforcements, they couldn't send too many people in a short period of time. At this moment, at the rear of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, looking at the dangerous situation, the leaders of the Southern Wasteland forces were very anxious. The Southern Wasteland Alliance had already sent all the forces in the Southern Wasteland that they could mobilize. They also had the support of the Demon-Slaying Alliance in the Central Wasteland. However, in the face of the Demon-Slaying Alliance, they were still losing ground. The total area of the Southern Wasteland was about half the size of the Central Plains. However, the Southern Wasteland was much worse than the Central Plains in terms of natural power, cultivation resources, and other aspects. In the Southern Wasteland, the most powerful forces were the 72 Holy Lands and 800 super forces. Beneath the 72 Holy Lands and 800 super forces, there were thousands of first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces. During the hundreds of years of fighting against the Devil Clan, all the forces in the Southern Wasteland had consumed too much of their vitality. Countless powerful warriors and outstanding talents had fallen in the battle against the Devil Clan. As a result, the overall strength of the major forces in the Southern Wilderness did not increase at all since the recovery of the world. On the contrary, they were constantly being depleted. The current overall power of the Southern Wasteland was less than 1/30 of that of the Central Plains. The ancient mystic sacred land was one of the more powerful sacred lands among the 72 sacred lands in the Southern Wasteland. Right now, the sacred lord of the ancient mystic sacred land was anxiously looking at the unfavorable situation ahead. He sighed and said, "This time, the actions of the demon race were too sudden. I don't know when the reinforcements from the Central Plains will arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, the Holy Master of the Chani Holy Land said, "No matter how fast they are, they still need time to gather their forces before they can rush over. The Central Plains is too far away from us. We need to use a super teleportation array to get here. It will take them at least 2 days to reach us." The Holy Master of the Divine Feather Holy Land said, 2 days is too long. The forces of the demon race in the battlefield are still increasing rapidly. We are also at a complete disadvantage in the battle against the myth state warriors in the sky. If this continues, we may not be able to resist for 2 days. The Holy Master of the Black Saber Holy Land looked at the demon race in the distance and said firmly, "No matter what price we have to pay, we have to resist them." This time, the super overlords of the Central Plains, the Hao Ranjan sect, the Lingyun Hall, the Kunlun sect, and the 10 sacred lands have already proposed to the demon-killing alliance that they will provide us with great support and strive to drive the demon race out of the Southern Wasteland. This is our only chance. Don't forget that only the Broken Demon Mountain, where the Southern Wasteland Alliance is located, has a super teleportation array. Once we are defeated and the super teleportation array is destroyed by the demon race, the reinforcements from the Central Plains will not be able to arrive. Then, we will have no chance at all. The Holy Master of the ancient mystic sacred land, who spoke first, said, "Yes, you are right. Once we can't resist them, we will be doomed eternally. The super teleportation array is too precious, and the materials used to construct it are very rare. Even the powerful Central Plains doesn't have a lot of them. The only 3 super teleportation arrays we have were built with the help of the Hao Ranjan sect. We definitely can't lose them. Maybe when the time comes, we will also have to fight with our lives on the line." Just as they were talking, the leader of the team sent by the Hao Ranjan sect to support the Southern Wasteland Alliance, Li Changhe, walked in with a joyful expression. Seeing Li Changhe, the Holy Masters and the Masters of the Super Forces in the Southern Wasteland Alliance's main hall all stood up. The Holy Master of the ancient mystic sacred land asked with a solemn expression, "Elder Li, what brings you here?" The Masters of the Super Forces in the Southern Wasteland had to be serious. First of all, Li Changhe was sent by the Hao Ranjan sect to support the Southern Wasteland. His martial arts cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of Wu Sheng's realm. 2 or 3 ordinary pinnacle Wu Sheng were no match for him. He was much more powerful than the masters of the superforces in the southern wasteland. Moreover, the masters of the superforces in the southern wasteland knew the fighting strength of the 30,000 people sent by the Howranjan sect. Especially when fighting against the Devil Clan, they were simply the nemesis of the Devil Clan. No matter if it was a one-on-one battle or a group battle, as long as the difference in cultivation level and number of people was not too great, the Devil Clan would not be able to defeat the people of the Howranjan sect. On the battlefield, the people of the Howranjan sect were simply the source of the Devil Clan's hatred. As long as the people of the Howranjan sect appeared, the Devil Clan would go crazy. They would not care about the people of the other forces and would be very determined to destroy the people of the Howranjan sect first. This also made the masters of the superforces in the southern wasteland believe the rumors in the central plains that the Howranjan sect was the mortal enemy of the Devil Clan. Moreover, the superforces in the southern wasteland were actually grateful to the Howranjan sect. After all, it was the Howranjan sect who first proposed to support the southern wasteland. Later on, the Howranjan sect also supported the southern wasteland a lot. Not to mention other things, even the super teleportation formation was built with the help of the Howranjan sect. Moreover, it was also the Howranjan sect who proposed to support the southern wasteland and strive to drive the Devil Clan out of the southern wasteland. Although they had not personally been to the Tiangang peak of the Howranjan sect, there was no doubt that as long as they were not ungrateful people, they would be grateful to the Howranjan sect. Seeing the people of the superforces in the southern wasteland stand up, Li Changhe did not care too much. He said happily to the crowd, "Haha, there is nothing else. I came here to tell you a piece of good news. The 1.4 million troops of the Howranjan sect have set off. In less than 2 hours, the army of the Howranjan sect will arrive. When the time comes, I will let these bastards know how powerful the Howranjan sect is. These bastards always bully us with numbers. I have long wanted to kill them. When the army of the sect arrives, I will kill them all." Li Changhe's news was too sudden for the masters of the superforces in the southern wasteland. They could not believe it. The sacred master of the Black Saber Sacred Master said excitedly, "Elder Li, is what you said true? Your sect is too far away from the Broken Demon Mountain. How can you arrive in such a short time? It is impossible even if you use the super teleportation formation." Li Changhe laughed and said, "Who said that the army of the Howranjan sect is going to use the super teleportation formation? That thing is too troublesome." Under the leadership of the young master, the Howranjan sect spent countless resources and materials, mobilized a huge amount of manpower, and built the void teleportation formation in 3 years. The void teleportation formation can teleport 100,000 people at a time. The teleportation range is more than 30 billion miles. We can teleport to the Broken Demon Mountain in one go. This time, in order to completely drive the devil race out of the southern wasteland, we will inflict heavy losses on them. Our righteous sect's young sect master will personally lead 10 Myth-Realm elites here. The war fortresses and sky patrol battleships that we spent decades building will also come here. At that time, the demons will be dead. The amount of information contained in Li Changhe's words shocked the masters of the superforces in the southern wasteland, making them deeply feel the gap between them and the Howranjan sect. Our super teleportation formation can't even be built by ourselves, but you guys have actually built a super powerful void teleportation formation. And the war fortress and sky patrol warships that we spent decades building. Just from the sound of it, they knew that these things were very powerful. How can you guys be so awesome? Is this the gap between us and the super forces of the Central Plains? As if to prove Li Changhe's words, when the masters of the super forces in the southern wasteland were still digesting what Li Changhe had just said, they heard a loud rumbling sound that shook the sky. Everyone who heard the sound came to the outside of the Southern Wasteland Alliance Hall and looked at the sky where the sound came from. They saw a huge space crack slowly appearing and expanding, as if some powerful force was tearing the void apart. The rumbling sound that shook the sky was caused by the expansion of the space crack. Finally, a huge space crack that was 100 miles wide and 1 mile high appeared in the sky thousands of miles away. Such a huge movement spread across the whole battlefield, attracting the attention of everyone, including the devil race. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, a huge fortress that was 50 miles long and had its defense fully activated and shining with golden light appeared from the space crack. It quickly passed through the space crack and appeared on the battlefield of the broken demon mountain. When the fortress appeared completely, a majestic and heavy boundless pressure filled the void. Seeing the huge fortress shining with golden light that suddenly appeared, all the members of the devil race felt a familiar and disgusting power, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. At this time, Li Changhe used his magic power to make his voice spread as far and as wide as possible. He said loudly, "This is the war fortress of my Hao Ranjin sect. My Hao Ranjin sect's army has arrived." Just as Li Changhe finished speaking, the golden light of the war fortress in the sky dissipated, and then two golden flowing lights with a vast aura flew out from the war fortress. After the two golden flowing lights appeared, they stopped in the sky above the battlefield of the broken demon mountain. Then, the flowing lights dissipated, and two figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. These two people were the myth realm experts of the Hao Ranjin sect who had arrived first. Both of them were at the late stage of the first sky of the myth realm. As soon as they appeared, they released their peak aura with all their strength. The masculine aura of the Haoran filled the world, and the vast aura of the two made the space within 100,000 miles surged. Even the dark world and monstrous demon flames caused by the devil race's army were scattered a little by the aura of the two Haoran. Looking up at the battle of the myth realm experts in the sky, one of them said to the elder who was in charge of the war fortress, "We are going up. The battle below is left to you." After that, the two turned into two golden lights that pierced through the dark clouds and went straight to the battlefield of the 9 heavens. After the two myth realm experts disappeared, the war fortress that was originally suspended in the void changed again. From the huge fortress, 8 huge flying ships appeared one after another, and then flew in the sky side by side. Seeing them, the leaders of the major forces in the southern wasteland knew that these should be the sky patrol battleships that Li Changhe had mentioned. Chapter 236. Launch an all-out attack and destroy the damn Hao Ranjin sect. Countless experts of the demon clan who had fought against the demon-slaying alliance in the Central Plains and survived looked at the huge fortresses and spaceships floating in the sky with resentment and issued the order for an all-out attack. Instantly, countless experts of the Wu Zun realm and the Wu Sheng realm swarmed toward the battle fortress and the sky patrol battleships. Looking at the swarming demons, the battle fortress and the 8 sky patrol battleships of the Hao Ranjin sect all activated their defensive formations to the maximum extent. 9 golden suns of different sizes seemed to appear in the sky, and then they directly crashed toward the demons. The huge battle fortress and the 8 sky patrol battleships streaked across the sky with golden light and crashed into the demons at an extremely fast speed. Countless experts of the Wu Zun realm and the Wu Sheng realm who did not react in time were smashed into pieces by the battle fortress and the sky patrol battleships and were seriously injured. After crashing into the area of countless experts of the demon clan, the battle fortress and the sky patrol battleships carefully built by the Hao Ranjin sect showed their ferocious and cruel fangs. The people of the Hao Ranjin sect in the battle fortress and the 8 sky patrol battleships started the Dark Light Tower one after another. The Dark Light Tower could emit 3 kinds of divine light attacks. The first kind was the divine purification light, which could purify and eliminate all the negative energy and living creatures in the world. It was the absolute nemesis of the demon clan. The second kind was the divine destruction light, which would form an extreme ray of light when emitted. It had a very powerful destructive power, which could destroy experts of the 4th heaven of the myth realm at its peak. The third kind was the divine metamagnet light, which could attack the vital spirit and divine soul of a practitioner and produce a distorted effect, which could destroy the practitioner's body and soul. Facing the demons, the people of the Hao Ranjin sect in the battle fortress and the sky patrol battleships all chose to use the divine purification light. When countless experts of the demon clan were crazily attacking the battle fortress and the sky patrol battleships, 1 big and 8 small purifying halos formed by the divine purification light spread out in all directions. In order to kill as many demons as possible, the battle fortress and the patrol battleship adjusted the divine purifying light attack of the profound light pagoda to the maximum power while defending. The purifying halo emitted by a battle fort could cover an area of 50,000 miles, while the purifying halo emitted by a patrolling battleship could cover an area of 10,000 miles. Just when the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance were worried about the people of the Hao Ran Jun sect who were besieged by the Devil Clan and wanted to rescue them but couldn't, 9 holy purification halos spread out from the Devil Clan's camp. The purifying halo spread out very quickly, covering a distance of 10,000 miles in an instant. The countless demon race powerhouses who were not mentally prepared didn't even have the time to escape before they were swept by the purifying halos and turned into ashes. The countless demon powerhouses that had surrounded the battle fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship were all annihilated in an extremely short period of time. The dazzling golden battle fortresses and patrolling battleships appeared in the sky once again, while the devilish army that had originally blotted out the sky was cleared out in a radius of 70,000 kilometers. This sudden turn of events caused the warriors of the Devil Clan and the Southern Wasteland Alliance to be filled with both sorrow and joy. Countless demons stared blankly at the purifying halos that were gradually dissipating in the sky, as well as the empty space of tens of thousands of kilometers. A feeling of despair welled up in their hearts. Could it be that the Hao Ran Jun sect was really the nemesis of the Devil Clan? Why were they always defeated and suffered heavy losses every time they faced the Hao Ran Jun sect? The demons were stunned, but the battle fortress and the 8 patrolling battleships operated by the people of the Hao Ran Jun sect didn't stay in a daze. Instead, they continued to pursue and expand their victory. Therefore, under the dumbfounded despair of the demons and the ecstasy of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, the battle fortress and the patrolling battleships once again advanced towards the rear of the Devil Clan, crashing into countless demon powerhouses at an extremely fast speed. Then, under the despairing gazes of countless demons, another 9 purifying halos rose up, clearing out all the demons in a radius of 70,000 kilometers once again. Releasing the divine purifying light to the greatest extent twice consumed 60% of the energy storage of the battle fortress and the patrolling battleships. The soul-devouring disk crazily absorbed the energy between heaven and earth, replenishing the energy consumed by the battle fortress and the patrolling battleships. After wiping out countless demon powerhouses on a large scale twice in a row, the number of demon powerhouses on the sky battlefield, which covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers, was reversed. This time, Wu Zun and Wu Sheng of the Southern Wasteland Alliance had the advantage in terms of numbers. The demons, who had suffered heavy losses, were frightened by the power of the battle fortress and the patrolling battleships of the Hao Ran Jun sect. They immediately abandoned their opponents of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and retreated crazily. However, before the people of the Southern Wasteland Alliance could rejoice, a tyrannical evil aura suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Hao Ran Jun sect, I want you to die. 2 blue-purple figures descended from the 9th heaven, thousands of kilometers high in the sky. Their aura was domineering, and the wind and clouds within hundreds of thousands of kilometers were surging. The evil aura was surging, and the evil aura filled the space. Glancing around the entire sky battlefield, they saw the demons retreating crazily in fear. One of the demon gods said with a gloomy face, "Humph, a bunch of trash. You can't even handle such a small thing." Then, he looked at the battle fortress and the patrolling battleships, which were shining with golden light not far away with murderous intent. The 2 demon gods, who were more powerful than the myth realm powerhouses of the Hao Ran Jun sect, directly ignored the other 8 patrolling battleships, which were much smaller, and launched the most powerful attack on the largest battle fortress. The 300,000 disciples and elders of the Hao Ran sect in the battle fortress mobilized all their strength and added it to the defensive formation of the battle fortress. Suddenly, the golden light shone brightly. The 2 strongest attacks from the 2 demon gods of the second heaven of the myth realm had the most direct confrontation with the battle fortress, which was fully activated. Beyond the expectations of the 2 demon gods, the golden defensive light screen firmly resisted the attacks. The powerful attacks of the 2 demon gods of the second heaven of the myth realm were in a stalemate with the 2 demon gods. Damn it! The 2 demon gods did not believe it and continued to attack the battle fortress. While the 2 demon gods were fighting with the battle fortress, the other 8 patrolling battleships were not idle either. The 24,000 people in the 8 battleships provided all their strength to the patrolling battleships, and then gathered all the energy of the battleships. 4 battleships formed a group and launched dragon-snaring lassos at the 2 demon gods. Dragon-snaring lassos were specially used to capture and bind the enemy. The 2 groups of patrolling battleships launched a total of 8 dragon-snaring lassos at the 2 demon gods who were fighting with all their strength against the battle fortress. The 8 dragon-snaring lassos penetrated the void and instantly bound the 2 demon gods of the second heaven of the myth realm. It was not over yet. After launching the dragon-snaring lassos, the 8 patrolling battleships used 90% of their remaining energy to launch the divine rays of destruction. The 8 divine rays of destruction, which were powerful enough to kill a first heaven of the myth realm, hit the 2 demon gods of the second heaven of the myth realm as soon as the dragon-snaring lassos bound them. The 2 demon gods of the second heaven of the myth realm were immediately severely injured and stopped attacking the battle fortress. They had paid a heavy price for underestimating the 8 patrolling battleships. Before they could break free from the dragon-snaring lassos, the disciples and elders of Hauran in the battle fortress seized the opportunity and launched dragon-snaring lassos as well. The dragon-snaring lassos on the battle fortress were much more powerful than those on the patrolling battleships. 2 flashing dragon-snaring lassos were launched from the battle fortress and tightly bound the 2 demon gods who were about to break free from the dragon-snaring lassos. At the same time, the mystic light tower on the battle fortress gathered a huge amount of energy and launched 2 divine rays of destruction. As the 2 demon gods of the second heaven of the myth realm roared with resentment and indignation, the 2 powerful divine rays of destruction instantly penetrated their bodies and souls. In less than 10 breaths, the 2 arrogant demon gods of the second heaven of the myth realm were completely wiped out by the patrolling battleships and the battle fortress because of their underestimation and wrong choice. In the short time since the battle began, the 2 consecutive attacks of the Purification Halo and the battle with the 2 demon gods not only wiped out countless demon experts, but also completely reversed the situation of the demon race and the Southern Wasteland Alliance in terms of experts below the myth realm, saving the Southern Wasteland Alliance from a precarious situation. They also completely wiped out the 2 demon gods of the second heaven of the myth realm. The battle fortress and the patrolling battleships that the Hauranjan sect spent countless resources to build finally did not disappoint. With their indisputable results, they showed everyone how powerful and terrifying they were. So powerful, so terrifying. Who can stop such invincible weapons? Looking absent-mindedly at the battle fortress and the patrolling battleships flying proudly in the sky, all the warriors of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the people of the major forces of the Central Plains who came to support them were filled with shock and fear. Li Changhe's face was full of pride, and then he said to the shocked ancient mystic Saint Master and the others beside him, "These are the battle fortress and patrolling battleships that the Hauranjan sect spent a lot of effort to build. It seems that their power is not bad. By the way, this time, the Hauranjan sect has decided to send 3 battle fortresses and 30 patrolling battleships to support the Southern Wasteland Alliance. The remaining battle fortresses and patrolling battleships should still be in the process of being teleported, and they will arrive soon. F***CK. What the F***CK are you talking about? You are so crazy to send 3 battle fortresses and 30 patrolling battleship. Are you trying to scare us to death? How many people have you built in the Hauranjan sect? Do you need such a powerful lineup to fight the demon race? Are you thinking of taking care of us together with the demon race? Li Changhe did not care about the stunned and shocked expressions of the ancient mystic Saint Master and the others. Instead, he continued to say, "Everyone, the demon race has suffered heavy losses, and the situation has reversed. Should we launch a counterattack? We can't let the demon race escape so easily." Hearing Li Changhe's reminder, the ancient mystic Saint Master and the others recovered from their shock, adjusted their mentality, and then gave the order to launch an all-out attack. Chapter 237. Because of the sudden appearance of the war fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship, the strength of the demons on the battlefield was greatly reduced. The warriors of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the Central Plains launched an all-out counterattack. The war fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship in the sky continued to pursue the demons. Although there was not much energy stored, The spirit-swallowing disk was constantly absorbing the energy between heaven and earth, and constantly replenishing it. The energy storage of the war fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship was also rapidly recovering. They could not use powerful attacks that consumed a lot of energy, but they could control the strength of the attacks to kill the demons in a small area. So, whether it was the war fortress or the Sky Patrol battleship, they each chose a direction, and then the god-destroying cannon, the Sky Yuan cannon, and the Dark Light Tower continuously bombarded the demons' camp. Countless demons were turned into ashes under the attacks of the war fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship. And the warriors of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the Central Plains who counterattacked the demons also followed behind the war fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship, forming 9 teams, and rushed to the defeated demons. Because of the war fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship, the demons could not organize an effective defense, and could only be defeated all the way. And just when the warriors of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the Central Plains were chasing the demons, the second war fortress and the 8 Sky Patrol battleships, which were late by 2 hours, also arrived in the sky above the Broken Demon Mountain through the Void Teleportation Formation. After coming out of the huge space crack, 2 Myth Realm warriors of the Hao Ranjin sect flew out of the war fortress. After scanning the situation of the battlefield with their divine souls, the 2 Myth Realm warriors also turned into 2 golden light pillars that reached the sky, and went straight to the 9th heaven battlefield to fight with the demon god of the demons. And the remaining war fortress and the 8 Sky Patrol battleships also joined in the pursuit of the demons. With the war fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship that were full of energy, powerful attacks penetrated the sky, and countless demons disappeared without a trace. The demons lost their fighting spirit, and fled desperately. This made the warriors of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, who were used to being bullied by the demons, extremely excited, and they also desperately chased after the demons. At this time, high in the 9th heaven, extremely powerful and monstrous auras crisscrossed and tangled together in a chaotic battle. Attacks that could shatter mountains and split the earth tore through the air and created countless energy storms when they clashed against each other. The energy that spilled out cleansed the vast sky, and all living beings below Myth Realm who entered recklessly would be crushed by the rampaging energy. This was the battlefield of the Myth Realm warriors. In the mythical battlefield that affected tens of millions of miles of space, there were more than 300 mythical experts fighting fiercely with the devil god of the Devil Clan. Originally, the Southern Wasteland Alliance had more than 300 Myth Realm elites fighting bravely, but unfortunately, the demon race was stronger, and the number of demon gods was also greater. In the battle against the demon gods, the Southern Wasteland Alliance was at a disadvantage. Many Myth Realm elites were heavily injured or even killed by the demon race. Originally, they thought that they had already lost, but they didn't expect righteousness's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Demon of the Wasteland Alliance of Demon Realm of the Wasteland of the Demons of were of. Although they were still at a disadvantage, it also increased the fighting spirit of the Myth Realm elites of the Southern Wasteland Alliance. The demonic gods of the Devil Clan flew into a rage when they noticed that the 2 demonic gods of the second sky of the Myth Realm they had sent had been wiped out due to their carelessness. Just as they were about to send out another demon god to deal with the battle fortress, another battle fortress appeared. At the same time, 2 mythical elites from the Hao Ranjin sect came to the battlefield. The strength of the Southern Wasteland Alliance increased by another level. The Myth Realm elites from Hao Ranjin sect were not the only ones who had arrived. During this period of time, the Myth Realm elites from the various forces of power in the Chinese plains had also arrived at the battlefield of Broken Demon Mountain one after another through the Super Relocation Matrix. Mobilizing an army required time, but the Myth Realm elites from the various factions of power did not need to go through so much trouble. They arrived at the battlefield of Broken Demon Mountain first. After seeing the battle fortress of the Hao Ranjin sect, the Myth Realm elites from the various factions of power were also very surprised. But now was not the time to be surprised. The Myth Realm elites who had arrived at the battlefield of Broken Demon Mountain immediately went straight to the sky and joined the battle against the Devil Clan. More and more Myth Realm elites from the Central Plains arrived and joined the Myth Realm battlefield. They fought against the demonic gods of the Devil Clan. In the vast sky, they wantonly unleashed powerful attacks and power. The myth realm elites from the various factions of the Central Plains had a deep-seated hatred for the Devil Clan. When the Devil Clan wreaked havoc in the ancient times, the Central Plains was a disaster area for the Devil Clan. It was also the first target for the Devil Clan to attack and kill with most of their forces. The strength of the Devil Clan that attacked the western regions, the southern wasteland, and the northern borderline was not as strong as the Devil Clan in the Central Plains at that time. In the ancient times, too many forces and creatures died in the hands of the Devil Clan. The strength of the various factions that survived was also greatly reduced compared to the peak of the Devil Clan. Therefore, almost all the myth realm elites from the Central Plains who had achieved Dao in the ancient times wanted to tear the Devil Clan into pieces. In the Central Plains, the Devil Clan did not come out. They had nowhere to vent their anger. But in the southern wasteland, when they saw the demonic gods of the Devil Clan, the myth realm elites from the Central Plains fought like crazy. They were completely desperate. As time went by, more and more myth realm elites arrived. The strength of the Southern Wasteland Alliance also became stronger and stronger. They were catching up with the Devil Clan. The myth realm elites and demonic gods in the Ninth Heaven had also noticed the Devil Clan's defeat below. Even if the demonic gods of the Devil Clan wanted to save the Devil Clan's decline, they were firmly held back by more and more myth realm elites from the Southern Wasteland Alliance. In such a stalemate, the third war fortress of the Hao Ran Jun sect also arrived at the Broken Demon Mountain and also joined in the pursuit of the Devil Clan. Two more myth realm elites from the Hao Ran Jun sect joined the battle. The Southern Wasteland Alliance's strength was already in a stalemate with the Devil Clan. The Devil Clan had already seen the power of the war fortresses. With 3 war fortresses and auxiliary sky patrol battleships, less than 10 demonic gods of the second sky of Myth Realm could not solve the threat of the war fortresses. It seemed that the Devil Clan's defeat today was a foregone conclusion. And the fact was indeed so. Although the reinforcements of the major forces in the Central Plains had not yet arrived, under the continuous attack of 3 war fortresses and 24 sky patrol battleships, the Devil Clan's defeat could no longer be described as a 1,000-mile defeat. It was simply a 1,000-mile defeat. They could not stop at all. Any defense and traps were useless under the attack of the war fortresses and sky patrol battleships. Every time the Sky Yuan Cannon, God-destroying spear, and Darklight Tower attacked, the Devil Clan would lose a lot of elites. The Southern Wasteland Alliance's counterattack warriors followed behind the war fortresses and sky patrol battleships. That was a smooth and invincible road. The Devil Clan on the ground was defeated, but in the Myth Realm battlefield in the Ninth Heaven, the demonic gods of the Devil Clan were obviously not willing to retreat in vain. The situation that was originally in their grasp changed one after another. How could they be willing to lose? Since it was unrealistic to rescue the Devil Clan on the ground, they simply ignored it and attacked the Myth Realm elites of the Southern Wasteland Alliance. The victory or defeat in the Myth Realm battlefield was the key to determining the overall victory or defeat. As long as the Devil Clan won in the Myth Realm battlefield, no matter how hard the Southern Wasteland Alliance below tried, it would be in vain. The Devil Clan would still be the final winner. The demonic gods who abandoned the Devil Clan on the ground also let loose their hands and feet. They especially attacked those Myth Realm elites who were seriously injured. This made the Myth Realm elites of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the Central Plains somewhat restrained. They had to spare a part of their strength to protect those who were injured. In this way, the Devil Clan gained the upper hand and pressed the Myth Realm elites of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the Central Plains step by step. Chapter 238. Just when the Devil Clan gained the upper hand, the last 6 Sky Patrol battleships and Howran sect disciples, under the leadership of Yi Tianzong, finally arrived at the Broken Demon Mountain. After arriving at the location of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, Yi Tianzong used his golden eyes of illusion breaker to look at the sky hundreds of thousands of miles above. He saw that the Southern Wasteland Alliance and some mythical masters from the Central Plains were suppressed by the Devil Clan. Yi Tianzong ordered the 4 mythical realm masters who followed him to join the mythical battlefield, and then contacted the 2 war fortresses that were chasing the Devil Clan ahead. Knowing that the 2 war fortresses that arrived later still had sufficient energy, he let the people of the Hao Ran Jun sect control the war fortresses to go straight to the sky. At the same time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu also flew to the mythical battlefield high in the sky. The situation of the mythical battlefield changed because of the arrival of the two war fortresses. Although the two war fortresses were as large as a small city, it did not affect their flexibility at all. Under the command of Yi Tianzong, the two war fortresses shuttled back and forth in the mythical battlefield, constantly shooting out purifying light that restrained the Devil Clan. The purifying light condensed into light rays, under the lock of the God-sealing mirror, penetrated the space and directly attacked the devil gods. All the devil gods that were attacked by the purifying light were seriously injured. The originally favorable situation was reversed again, which made the Devil Clan's devil gods gnash their teeth in hatred for the two war fortresses that disturbed the situation. They abandoned their opponents and attacked the two war fortresses frantically. The defense of the two war fortresses was at the highest strength. Although the Golden Light Shield was attacked by more than 10 devil gods at the same time, it still firmly protected the war fortresses. The mythical masters of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the Central Plains also knew the important role of the war fortresses, and they all tried their best to stop the devil gods that wanted to attack the war fortresses. With the help of the divine purification light, the number of injured demonic gods of the demonic clan increased greatly. The Southern Wasteland Alliance and the mythical masters of the Central Plains once again gained the upper hand and pressed the demonic clan. Seeing that there was no hope for victory, the Nephilim finally retreated reluctantly. Looking at the retreating Nephilim, the mythical experts of the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the Central Plains did not rashly pursue them. Now was not the time for the final battle. Their forces had not been fully assembled yet. Those who were injured also needed to be treated. Only when all the preparations were complete would it be the time for the final battle. The battle on the mythical battlefield stopped with the retreat of the Demon Clan. Because of the war fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships on the ground, the Demon Clan's martial sages and martial venerables suffered great casualties. The Demon Clan also retreated again and again. The warriors of the Southern Wasteland Alliance, under the lead of the 3 battle forts and 30 Sky Patrol battleships, chased after the Demon Clan for 3 days and 3 nights, crossing over 2 million miles of vast territory, until they were too tired to chase after the Demon Clan. Time passed quickly. Half a year had passed since the battle forts and the Sky Patrol battleships of the Hao Ranjun sect helped the Southern Wasteland Alliance defeat the Devil Race. In this half a year, the armies and all kinds of war weapons mobilized by the major forces of the Central Plains came to the Southern Wasteland Alliance one after another through the super teleportation formation. And the Hao Ranjun sect also mobilized another 600,000 disciples to the Southern Wasteland Alliance, reaching a total of 2 million people. This time, in order to completely drive the Devil Race out of the Southern Wasteland, all the super forces and holy lands of the Central Plains sent at least one Myth Realm expert. Those holy lands basically sent 2 or 3 Myth Realm experts. Even though Towering Cloud Palace, Kunlun sect, and the 10 holy lands did not send out 13 Myth Realm elites in one go like Righteous sect, including Yi Tianzong and the other 2, they still sent out 6 or 7 Myth Realm elites. Even Towering Cloud Palace's master, Kunlun sect's master, and the 10 holy lands had all arrived. Now, the number of Myth Realm experts of the Central Plains gathered in the Southern Wasteland had reached 1,500. In addition, all the super forces and holy lands sent at least 300,000 people to support the Southern Wasteland Alliance in the war against the Devil Race. Seeing the endless number of fully armed warriors of the major forces, all kinds of strange and huge war weapons, and the strong chi that soared to the sky, the Southern Wasteland Alliance people all felt that the Southern Wasteland Alliance people were all in a daze. All the super forces and holy masters of the Southern Wasteland Alliance deeply felt the gap between them and the Central Plains. This was only a small part of the forces of the Central Plains, and this force was enough to crush the Southern Wasteland Alliance several times. How powerful was the Central Plains as a whole? Among all the forces of the Central Plains, the Hao Ranjun sect alone occupied a large area, surrounded by people from Lingyun Hall, Kunlun sect, and the 10 Holy Lands. 3 battle forts and 30 Sky Patrol battleships floated in the sky above the Hao Ranjun sect camp. At this moment, the Lingyun Hall master, Kunlun sect master and the 10 Holy Masters were talking with the Myth Realm experts of the Hao Ranjun sect. The myth realm experts of the Haoranjun sect used to be the higher-ups of the Haoranjun sect, and they were already familiar with the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master and the 10 Holy Masters. Therefore, they were not unfamiliar with each other. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu were resting in the battle forts in the sky, and they did not communicate with the Lingyun Hall Master and the others. This was not because Yi Tianzong was arrogant and looked down on the Lingyun Hall Master and the others, but because the Lingyun Hall Master and the others felt very uncomfortable when they faced Yi Tianzong. They always felt that they were inferior, and they were always on tenterhooks. Even if they had become myth realm elites, when they faced Yi Tianzong's unintentional aura, Lingyun Palace Master, Kunlun Sect Master, the 10 Great Sacred Masters, and the others could still feel as if they were ants facing a giant. It was an invincible power that could kill them with one slap at any time. This made the Lingyun Hall Master and the others very cautious. Yi Tianzong also knew about this, so he did not stay down there. He left the matter of communicating with the other forces to the myth realm experts who came with him. After all, they were already very familiar with this kind of thing. Elder Shenyang, I really didn't expect that the war weapons you created would be so shocking. I originally thought that the Kunlun sect's Kunlun warship was already pretty good, but who knew that compared to your battle forts and sky patrol warships? Sigh. It's a long story. Kunlun sect master said to Lin Shenyang, who was at the later stage of Myth Realm First Heaven, with a wry smile. After Kunlun sect master finished speaking, before Lin Shenyang could say anything, the Lingyun Hall master next to him said, Brother Kunlun, if you feel this way, I, the Lingyun Hall, feel the same way. After we saw your sect's sky patrol warships, we used the appearance of the sky patrol warships as reference before we built the Lingyun flying shuttles. Who knew that you actually have such an invincible killing weapon like the battle forts? Even the sky patrol warships have powerful offensive capabilities. Your righteous sect really knows how to deal with people. Lin Shenyang didn't care about what the Lingyun Hall Master and Kunlun Sect Master said. He laughed and said, You can't blame us for this. These battle forts and sky patrol warships were all created by our young sect master. Plus, when you guys first came, we didn't even have 10% of the battle forts. How could we show them to you guys? To be honest, if it wasn't for the young sect master's guidance, we wouldn't have thought that we wouldn't be able to create these war weapons. I really admire the young sect master for being able to come up with such incredible and unimaginable things. The Lingyun level is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful the Sky Patrol level and Star Universe level are. After Lin Shenyang finished speaking, he noticed the shock in the eyes of the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Saint Lords. He then said, It's okay, I know what you guys want to ask. This isn't something that can't be said. The young sect master once said that in his concept, the battle forts were divided into Lingyun level, Sky Patrol level, Star Universe level, World Shaking level, and Supreme level. Right now, the battle forts we built are only Lingyun level. After hearing Lin Xuanyang's words, the Sky Sword Saint Lord bitterly smiled and said, Sigh. Comparisons are odious. There's really no comparison. We are still a bit ignorant. Forgive me for asking, but can Elder Shenyang tell us what level you are at now? Lin Shenyang smiled and said, It's nothing. Thanks to the young sect master's guidance, I am now at the late stage of the first celestial layer. After Lin Shenyang finished speaking, although the Lingyun Hall Master, Kunlun Sect Master, and the 10 Saint Lords had expected this, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Shenyang had reached the myth realm a few years later than them, but now they were still at the early stage of the first celestial layer, while Lin Shenyang had already reached the late stage of the first celestial layer. Only after reaching the myth realm would one know how difficult it was to cultivate. Just what kind of heaven-defying methods did Yi Tianzong have that allowed Lin Shenyang to advance so quickly in the myth realm in just 20 years? Chapter 239. Lin Shenyang didn't care about the shock in the eyes of the Lingyun Hall Master and the others. He continued, The young master's means are beyond my reach. Not to mention that I once felt the young master's unintentional aura, even the aura of the 2 young masters' wives couldn't withstand it. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. According to our master, the young master and the 2 wives have reached the limit of the second sky of myth realm. If it weren't for waiting for the rest of the people in the sect to grow up, I'm afraid they would have broken the seal of heaven and earth. After all, you all know the reason. These years, the young master has said more than once that we don't have much time. The main purpose of building the battle fortress is not to fight the devil race. Lin Xuanyang's voice became a little heavy. The Lingyun Hall master, the Kunlun sect master, the 10 great sacred masters and the others also became a little silent. No one knew what the future crisis would be like. All they could do was to try their best to develop their strength. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. All the major forces of the Central Plains had gathered and all their forces had arrived. They had basically figured out the situation of the devil race. It was time to launch the final battle. Yi Tianzong took over the leadership of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance Army. He was the chief of the Devil-Slaying Alliance in the Central Plains and the strongest person in the Central Plains. He also had superweapons like the Battle Fortress and the Sky Patrol battleship. No one in the Central Plains or the Southern Wasteland Alliance had any objection to Yi Tianzong leading the army to attack the Devil race. Even those myths had no objection after feeling the tyrannical aura of Yi Tianzong. Under Yi Tianzong's order, the 60 billion allied army formed by the Southern Wasteland Alliance and the major forces of the Central Plains divided into 3 groups. Under the leadership of 3 battle fortresses and 30 Sky Patrol battleships, they went straight to the Devil Race's base camp in the Southern Wasteland. The 60 billion allied army advanced towards the base camp of the Devil Race in the southern wilderness in a grandiose manner. In the sky above the allied army, the war weapons forged by the major forces of the Central Plains were scattered in the sky, blotting out the sky and the sun. They maintained an attacking formation at all times. In case of any accident, they would launch a fatal blow at once. The base camp of the Devil Race in the Southern Wasteland was also located in a vast mountain range. It was a very famous Devil Mountain Range in the Southern Wasteland. The Demon Mountain Range had existed in the Southern Wasteland since the mythological era. It was originally the habitat of the Demon tribe. At that time, the conflict between the Demon tribe and the human tribe was very big in the Southern Wasteland. Large-scale wars often broke out. Because of their mutual hatred, the human tribe named this mountain range as the Demon Mountain Range. The Demon Mountain Range covered an area of more than 30 million miles. Since ancient times, the Demon Clan had conquered the Demon Clan in the Demon Mountain Range and turned the Demon Clan into a member of the Demon Clan. From then on, they completely occupied the Demon Mountain Range, and the Demon Mountain Range lived up to its name. The mighty army of 60 billion advanced all the way to the front of the Demon Mountain Range. Seeing that the Demon Clan in the Demon Mountain Range had no intention of coming out, Yi Tianzong gave the order to take the initiative to attack and flatten the Demon Mountain Range. After giving the order, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu flew up to the sky with the other Myth Realm warriors. They released their powerful auras and invited the Demon Clan to fight. As for the battle on the ground, it was left to the higher-ups of the Demon-Slaying Alliance of the Central Plains to manage. Anyway, with the decades of experience of fighting the Demon Mountain Range in the Central Plains, the higher-ups of the major forces of the Demon-Slaying Alliance had long been familiar with attacking the Demon Mountain Range. They knew what method to use. At this time, the original army of more than 10 billion soldiers of the Southern Wasteland Alliance became the backup force because they had no experience. Under the orders of the higher-ups of the Demon-Slaying Alliance of the Central Plains, the armies of the major forces of the Central Plains marched into the Demon Mountain Range in an orderly manner. When they were marching into the Demon Mountain Range, the armies of all the forces still adopted crushing attacks. Countless flaming beads and exploding flame beads opened up a path. All the plants, trees, mountains, and rocks in front of the army were blown into pieces and razed to the ground. At the same time, all the powerful warriors of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng flew up to the sky and followed all the large-scale war weapons built by the major forces. All the large-scale war weapons were led by the 3 war fortresses and 30 Sky Patrol battleships of the Haoranjan sect. They attacked the front of the army of the Demon-Slaying Alliance in the sky. Destroy all the traps and obstacles set up by the demon race that you detected. They wiped out the major threats for the advance of the army on the ground. The powerful warriors of Wu Zun and Wu Sheng who followed behind were always ready to fight against Wu Zun and Wu Sheng of the Demon Clan. With the help of all the war weapons in the sky, the army on the ground adopted crushing attacks and rushed all the way into the Demon Mountain range. Everywhere they went, they razed to the ground and eliminated all the possible opportunities for the Demon Clan to hide and ambush. The more than 10 billion soldiers of the Southern Wasteland Alliance followed behind the army of the demon-slaying alliance of the Central Plains with shocked expressions. The crushing attacks of the major forces of the Central Plains made all the forces of the Southern Wasteland Alliance finally know why the Demon Clan suffered a crushing defeat in the Central Plains and came to the Southern Wasteland to bully them. Based on what they saw with their own eyes and the determination and ability of the army of the Central Plains to wipe out everything, how could the Demon Clan resist such an attack and not be defeated? Fortunately, it was the Demon Clan. If it were them, the forces of the Central Plains in front of them were enough to wipe out the Southern Wasteland. Thousands of miles high in the sky, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu led more than 1,800 powerful warriors of the Myth Realm from the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland to challenge the Demon God in the Demon Mountain Range with a powerful momentum. The Demon God in the Demon Mountain Range did not shrink back. He also emitted a powerful momentum to fight against Yi Tianzong and the others. In fact, the Demon God of the Demon Clan had to appear. The strength of the Myth Realm was too strong, and it was not something that creatures below the Myth Realm could resist. If these demon gods did not appear, once the Myth Realm masters of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland took action, they would definitely wipe out the Demon Mountain Range, and all the efforts of the Demon Clan in the Southern Wasteland would be in vain. In order to occupy the Southern Wasteland, the Demon Clan spent a lot of effort and resources. Naturally, they would not be willing to give up because of the interference of the Central Plains. What was more, these demon gods who woke up later had been very dissatisfied with the Demon Clan's crushing defeat in the Central Plains and being surrounded in a small corner. Even a mortal had his own pride and persistence, let alone the powerful and lofty demon gods. Previously, there was the hatred of the Demon Clan's crushing defeat in the Central Plains, and recently, there was the hatred of the Demon Clan's destruction and occupation of the Southern Wasteland. With the new and old hatred added together, if the Demon Clan did not really fight to determine the winner, they would retreat from the Southern Wasteland with their tails between their legs. The demon gods of the Demon Clan would probably be so angry that they would explode on the spot. The number of demon gods of the Demon Clan was much more than the number of Myth Realm masters in the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland. No matter what, they had dominated the 4 major regions in the ancient times, and defeated the Human Clan and the Demon Clan in the Central Plains until they could not raise their heads. In the end, the Central Plains had to rely on the Sea Clan in the Boundless Sea to stabilize the situation. If it were not for the changes in the world that caused the Demon Clan to sleep underground, giving the Central Plains a buffer time to preserve the fire and inheritance, who knew what the Central Plains would be like now? In half a year, not only the major forces in the Central Plains were mobilizing their forces, but the Demon Clan was also mobilizing their forces. In order to avenge their previous disgrace, the number of demon gods of the Demon Clan had reached more than 2,300 in half a year, which exceeded the total number of mythical masters in the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance by more than 400. This situation was beyond everyone's expectation. Even Yi Tianzong's expression changed when he saw so many demon gods of the Demon Clan. It was not that he was afraid of these demon gods of the Demon Clan, nor was it that Yi Tianzong boasted. With his current strength, as long as these demon gods did not run away, he could kill these demon gods alone given enough time. What made Yi Tianzong's expression change was that if there were so many demon gods in the Southern Wasteland, then how many more demon gods were hiding in the demonic mountain range of the Central Plains? There must be more demon gods than these demon gods. Then, once those demon gods in the demonic mountain range suddenly walked out of the dark swamp, countless living creatures in the surroundings would be in danger. Yi Tianzong did not believe that these demon gods of the Demon Clan would disdain to kill weak living creatures. Destruction and killing were their instincts rooted in their bones. It seemed that after the matter in the Southern Wasteland was settled, the last hidden danger of the Demon Clan in the Central Plains must be eliminated. Sensing the aura of the demon gods, Yi Tianzong and the Myth Realm masters behind him did not delay. Now, it was impossible to ask for help or stop the war. They could only fight to the end. All of them flew straight up to the 9th heaven. Those demon gods in the demonic mountain range also flew up to the ninth heaven. 4 powerful myth realm existences like them, only the 9 heavens above was their battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of miles above the ground, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu stood in front of all the myth realm masters and looked at the demon gods opposite them, exuding a vast and powerful aura at the peak of the second heaven of the myth realm. A total of more than 4,100 myth realm masters stood in the vast sky and earth, exuding an aura that could dominate the world. The myth realm masters had begun to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. After comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, they could use the power of the laws to fight against the enemy. All the myth realm masters created their own supernatural powers according to their own understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. The function of the supernatural powers was to allow the practitioners to use the power of the laws of heaven and earth in a more diverse way to strengthen their own strength and attack power. Yi Tianzong's eyes shot out 2 sharp golden lights. In order to avoid too many casualties among the myth realm masters in the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland, Yi Tianzong planned to use his full strength, so he directly took out the boundless godly sword. At the same time, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu also took out their own weapons. Chapter 240. Kill. Yi Tianzong shouted, and the momentum of the peak of the second heaven of the myth realm exploded. Suddenly, a mighty aura that far surpassed the second heaven of the myth realm and dominated the world ran through the world, shaking the 9 heavens. The whole world seemed to be shocked by it. That vast and unparalleled supreme aura deeply shocked all the mythological experts and demon gods. Under their shocked gazes, Yi Tianzong's whole body was shining with golden light. He was like a supreme god of war in golden armor, holding a golden divine sword and rushing directly into the demon god's camp. Behind Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu also erupted with powerful momentum that far surpassed the second heaven of the myth realm and shook the world. They followed Yi Tianzong and rushed into the demon god's camp. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were the first to rush into the devil clan. After the shock, the rest of the mythical experts did not hesitate and rushed into the devil clan's camp with an indomitable momentum. When the demon god on the opposite side saw Yi Tianzong and the myth realm experts rushing over, although they were shocked by the momentum of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu, they did not hesitate and also erupted with momentum to meet them. Because the number of myth realm experts was much more than the myth realm experts on the opposite side, except for the myth realm experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance, the remaining more than 400 demon gods were divided into 3 groups and joined the ranks of the besieging Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu. With Yi Tianzong's current strength, not including the comprehension of the law, the ordinary 4th heaven of the myth realm experts were no match for him. The strength of Ling Xinyu and Shunyu was enough to defeat most of the 3rd heaven of the myth realm experts. The gap between each heaven of the myth realm was getting bigger and bigger. In the face of these ordinary demon gods who were only equivalent to the 1st heaven and 2nd heaven of the myth realm, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu felt no pressure at all. Although Ling Xinyu and Shunyu were not afraid of these demon gods, they did not choose to fight them head-on. Instead, they used their advantage in speed to fight the demon gods. Using flashing aurora, the 2 shuttled between the demon gods at a speed that the demon gods could not hope to match. Due to the speed of each attack, they were only used against a dozen or so Fian Celestials. To Ling Xinyu and Shunyu, this was not a threat at all. Combined with their comprehension of the laws, every slash of their swords took the lives of at least 3 or 4 demon gods. On the other side, Yi Tianzong was simply and brutally pushing his way through. He was invincible. The laws of time and the laws of space were 2 powerful laws that were very difficult to comprehend even in the universe. Yi Tianzong had already comprehended over 60% of them after traveling through many worlds. Of course, Yi Tianzong didn't just comprehend the laws of time and space. There were 9 heavens of the myth realm, and each breakthrough had a minimum requirement for the comprehension of the laws. When one broke through from the 1st heaven of the myth realm to the 2nd heaven, the comprehension of the laws had to be at least 10%, and enter the threshold of 20%. Similarly, when one broke through from the 2nd heaven of the myth realm to the 3rd heaven, the comprehension of the laws had to be at least 20%, and enter the threshold of 30%, and so on. The higher the level of the laws, the more profound and obscure they were, and the harder it was to break through to the myth realm. Yi Tianzong faced more than 200 demon gods besieging him. He did not dodge at all. Without waiting for them to attack, Yi Tianzong used the laws of time and the laws of space he had comprehended at the same time. Time stood still and space froze. All the demon gods attacking Yi Tianzong suddenly stopped in the air as if someone had pressed the pause button under the powerful laws that Yi Tianzong had comprehended. The boundless divine sword in Yi Tianzong's hand erupted with 1,000-foot-long golden sword light. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000 golden sword lights. Each sword light was 1,000 feet long, and all of them carried the ultimate power to destroy everything. They swept towards the hundreds of demon gods that had stopped in front of him. The 1,000-foot-long sword lights with destructive power slashed down. The more than 200 demon gods that Yi Tianzong had used the laws of time and the laws of space to stop them in the void were wiped out by Yi Tianzong without any resistance. After easily wiping out the demon gods besieging him, Yi Tianzong took a look at the situation of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu's battle. He felt that the two of them were not in any danger, so he went straight to the other demon gods. Yi Tianzong wiped out the demon gods too quickly. The other demon gods had just started fighting the mythical experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance when Yi Tianzong's battle ended. However, the battle ended very quickly, but it did not mean that no one noticed it. On the contrary, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's incredible aura were besieged by the demon gods. Whether it was the demon gods or the mythical experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance, they all understood that the key to victory was the battle between Yi Tianzong and the other two and more than 400 demon gods. If Yi Tianzong and the other two won, or if the many demon gods could not do anything to Yi Tianzong and the other two, then the demon gods would lose. On the other hand, the demon gods would win. Therefore, during the battle, whether it was the demon gods or the mythical experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance, they all paid attention to the battle between Yi Tianzong and the other two and the demon gods. However, when they paid attention, they saw the result that shocked and frightened everyone, including the demon gods. There were more than 200 demon gods, and more than 70 of them were powerful existences at the second heaven of myth realm. However, in the face of Yi Tianzong, they were wiped out cleanly without being able to put up any resistance. This shocking result not only made the demon gods feel fear and disbelief, but also everyone in the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance. Although they had sensed Yi Tianzong's aura and knew that Yi Tianzong's strength was stronger than any of them, they did not expect him to be so unbelievably strong. This was especially so for the mythical experts from the various forces of the Central Plains. When they heard that the higher-ups of their forces warned them not to provoke the Hao Ranjin sect and Yi Tianzong, they did not take it to heart. They even reprimanded them for being cowards. Now, it seemed that they were lucky that they did not go to the Hao Ranjin sect to look for trouble. Otherwise, they would definitely be dead. With the strength that Yi Tianzong showed now, in the current environment, he could definitely defeat all the mythical experts of the Central Plains by himself. Through observing the short battle scene, everyone knew that Yi Tianzong's comprehension of the law of space had far exceeded the scope of the second heaven of the mythical realm. He had at least reached the fourth heaven or even the fifth heaven. Otherwise, he would not have killed so many demon gods so easily. No matter what the demon gods and the mythical experts on their side thought, Yi Tianzong did not stay idle after eliminating the demon gods who attacked him. After confirming that Ling Xinyu and Xinyu were not in danger, Yi Tianzong turned his attention to the other demon gods. Using the Aurora Instantaneous Shadow, Yi Tianzong ignored the obstruction and distance of space and instantly appeared behind a demon god who was equivalent to the second heaven of the mythical realm. A heaven-covering palm, which contained a powerful condensed force, hit the demon god. The demon god could not resist the attack at all and was destroyed by Yi Tianzong. After killing a demon god, Yi Tianzong came behind another demon god at the second heaven of the mythical realm in an instant. He threw out a world-suppressing fist and blasted the demon god into powder on the spot. Yi Tianzong relied on his powerful and invincible strength to appear and disappear unpredictably on the mythical battlefield. He was invincible. No demon god could resist Yi Tianzong's move. Those mythical experts who were released because their opponents were killed by Yi Tianzong were not stupid enough to do nothing. They did not have the idea that they could not bully the demons with their numbers. They directly chose the battlefield closest to them and besieged the demon gods with the experts on their side. From the official start of the battle until now, in less than a quarter of an hour, the demon gods, who originally came with a large number of people and wanted to avenge their previous humiliation, had the situation reversed because of Yi Tianzong's outburst, and they fell into a dangerous situation of destruction. Chapter 241. Yi Tianzong appeared and disappeared unpredictably on the mythical battlefield, killing the demon gods one by one as if he were cutting vegetables. More and more Myth Realm experts were released and joined the ranks of the besieging the demon gods. Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu also killed more than 30 demon gods in a short period of time because of their extraordinary strength. The remaining demon gods did not dare to stay any longer. The invincible strength displayed by Yi Tianzong had completely terrified them. If they continued to stay, they would definitely be wiped out. They threw all thoughts of revenge and competing with each other to the back of their minds. At this time, the most important thing was to escape. Those demon gods who were besieged by 2 or more Myth Realm experts had little chance of escaping. However, those demon gods who only had one opponent in front of them abandoned their opponents one after another. They did not care whether they would be attacked or not. They turned around and ran away at the fastest speed in their lives. Seeing this, the Myth Realm experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance also used all their strength to stop those demon gods who wanted to escape. This was a great opportunity to eliminate the high-end strength of the demon race and weaken the demon race. It was impossible to stop all the demon gods who wanted to escape, but they could stop as many as they could. If these demon gods escaped, they would be so ashamed that they would find a stone to kill themselves. How could they raise their heads in the future? The numerous demon gods who had been besieging Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu stopped attacking. They turned around decisively and began to run away. Of course, Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu would not let them escape so easily. They chased after the fleeing demon gods with their divine swords. Under the Aurora instantaneous shadow, all the demon gods who were caught by them were killed by the 2 of them. Those demon gods who were lucky enough to escape returned directly to the deepest part of the demon mountain range and went underground, never to come out again. As for the demon race who were guarding on the surface of the demon mountain range, they had already been abandoned. They had no intention of telling them to retreat. When the demon gods fled, Yi Tianzong immediately followed them to the center of the demon mountain range. He directly operated the traceless void and quietly guarded the entrance of the underground passage. Any demon god who wanted to escape underground was directly killed by Yi Tianzong. The battle between the Myth Realm experts and the demon gods lasted for less than an hour. In the end, less than 200 demon gods out of more than 2,300 managed to escape underground. The rest of the demon gods were all killed by Yi Tianzong and the others. The demon gods were all wiped out, and the remaining demon race demons in the demon mountain range were not a concern. Yi Tianzong said to the Myth Realm experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance, "Since the demon gods have been wiped out, in order to avoid more casualties, you should also kill the remaining demon race. I want to destroy this passage and then seal it to prevent the demon race from appearing in the Southern Wasteland again." All the Myth Realm experts had no objection to Yi Tianzong's words. After seeing Yi Tianzong's terrifying strength, no one dared to oppose him. As long as it did not endanger their own interests, it did not matter even if it was a little troublesome. Most of the Myth Realm experts flew directly to various places in the Demon Mountain Range and used monstrous means to kill the demon race in the Demon Mountain Range. It was not difficult for these Myth Realm experts to deal with the demon race below the Myth Realm. With a slap, all the demon race within a radius of thousands of miles were directly turned into ashes. Even when a magical power was used, the demon race within a radius of 10,000 miles also disappeared. The 10 Myth Realm experts of the Haoran Zhun sect, who were ordered by Yi Tianzong to stay, first destroyed the underground passage of the demon race under Yi Tianzong's order, and then stood in the position of Haoran's Qiangang demon sealing formation. Yi Tianzong's whole body exuded Haoran's righteous and dignified artistic conception, which filled the vast heaven and earth. At the same time, Ling Xinyu, and the 10 myth realm experts of the Hao Ranjun sect also exuded Haoran's dignified artistic conception, but compared to the artistic conception exuded by Yi Tianzong, it paled in comparison. Then, the endless Haoran's righteousness scattered between heaven and earth was attracted by Yi Tianzong and the others, and continuously gathered towards Yi Tianzong and the others. The southern wasteland was different from the Hao Ranjun sect's territory. In the sky above the Hao Ranjun sect's territory, because of the existence of the Hao Ranjun sect, there was endless Haoran's righteousness converging into a long river of Haoran's righteousness. As long as Yi Tianzong and the others triggered the Haoran's righteousness between heaven and earth, the long river of Haoran's righteousness from the ninth heaven would be instilled into them. But obviously, the southern wasteland did not have the conditions to form a long river of Haoran's righteousness, and could only slowly attract and gather the Haoran's righteousness between heaven and earth. The endless Haoran's righteousness between heaven and earth turned into wisps of golden flowing light from all directions, and gathered towards Yi Tianzong and the others. The aura of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and the 10 mythical experts of the Hao Ranjun sect also became more and more powerful. Haoran's majestic aura pierced through heaven and earth, directly dispersing the black clouds above the demon mountain range that had not dispersed for a long time. Sensing the increasingly powerful aura of Yi Tianzong and the others from a distance, all the mythical realm experts of the Central Plains and the Southern Wasteland Alliance felt a strong sense of disbelief and fear in their hearts. "You're already so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be able to cheat." Everyone had a feeling that the heavens were unfair. After gathering enough Haoran's righteousness between heaven and earth, Ling Xinyu, and the 10 mythical experts assisted Yi Tianzong to set up the Haoran Tiangang Demon Sealing Formation. After the Haoran Tiangang Demon Sealing Formation was set up, it could continuously absorb the Haoran's righteousness between heaven and earth to seal the underground passage of the demons and prevent the demons from appearing in the demon mountain range again. And as time went by, the power of the Haoran Tiangang Demon Sealing Formation would become more and more powerful. After setting up the Haoran Tiangang Demon Sealing Formation, Yi Tianzong and the others did not stop. Like the mythical experts, they also joined the ranks of the demons in the demon mountain range. Although doing so was bullying the demons, all the mythical experts did not have any burden in their hearts. The devil race had committed too many sins. If they could, they would even want to slap all the devil race to death. There was no such thing as the demons bullying the weak, and they would not follow any rules for the demons. With these mythical experts, who had completely broken the balance, the hundreds of billions of demons in the demon mountain range could not make any effective resistance. All the powerful traps and defensive formations that were carefully set up were useless in front of the mythical experts. They were completely destroyed. At the same time, because the powerful traps and formations of the demons were destroyed by the mythical experts, a large number of demons were also eliminated. The 60 billion allied forces of the Central Plains and the Southern Wilderness Alliance also gave up the crushing attack step by step. With the help of all the war weapons in the sky, they sped up the pace of the attack and swept all the way. Every day, they pushed hundreds of thousands of miles into the depths of the Demon Mountain Range. In just over a year, the 60 billion allied forces of the Central Plains and the Southern Wilderness Alliance had completely conquered the entire Demon Mountain Range. All the demons in the Demon Mountain Range were also wiped out. So far, except for some demons scattered all over the Southern Wilderness, the demons' base camp in the Southern Wilderness was completely destroyed and annihilated. The demons, who had wreaked havoc in the Southern Wilderness for hundreds of years, were completely driven out of the Southern Wilderness. It was only a matter of time before those demons were wiped out. The major forces in the Southern Wilderness finally had the opportunity and time to rest and build up strength. After the Demon Mountain Range was wiped out, the major forces from the Central Plains also returned to the Central Plains one after another through the Super Teleportation Formation under the gratitude of the Southern Wilderness Alliance. As for Yi Tianzong and other mythical experts, they had already returned to the Central Plains after dealing with most of the demons. Time passed quickly. It had been 5 years since the Central Plains sent reinforcements to the Southern Wilderness and completely drove out the demons. In the past 5 years, except for the daily fighting and killing in the Central Plains, basically nothing major had happened. Everything seemed so peaceful. In fact, after seeing Yi Tianzong's invincible strength, the major forces in the Central Plains were also shocked. They temporarily suppressed their ambitions and honestly developed to increase their strength. At the same time, they began to copy the Hao Ranjin sect's war fortress and sky patrol battleships to build powerful war weapons. The war fortress and sky patrol battleships showed great fighting power on the battlefield in the southern wilderness, which shocked and tempted the major forces. If it were other holy lands, the major forces would have already forced them to hand over the construction method. But what made them helpless was that it was the Hao Ranjin sect who owned the war fortress. After knowing that Yi Tianzong could easily kill a large number of First Sky and Second Sky of Myth Realm experts, no matter how tempted the major forces were, they did not dare to force the Hao Ranjin sect to hand over the construction method of the war fortress. After so many years, the major forces were already familiar with the fierce means of Yi Tianzong and the Hao Ranjin sect. Therefore, they could only slowly think of ways to build suitable war weapons. In the past 5 years, the Central Plains did not change much, but for the generals in the southern wilderness, it changed a lot. In the past, because of the constant fighting with the demons, the martial arts forces and strength in the southern wilderness had been stagnant and even weakened constantly. Now that the demons were finally driven away, the major forces in the southern wilderness were still actively communicating with the major forces in the Central Plains while recuperating. They sent a large number of people to the Central Plains to learn all kinds of prosperous experiences and trade various advanced and powerful martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, formations, pills, flame beads, and other things. Then, they brought them back to the southern wilderness to develop their own strength. In just 5 years, the transmission formation, which was originally very rare in the southern wilderness, was basically spread all over the southern wilderness after the major forces in the southern wilderness spared no expense to invest.